Well, hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to your Alpha live stream of round 9 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships for 2022, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in the comms box. We are from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege once again to be with you here for a championship that we've not had the chance to cover for a good few months here on Alpha Live. We've had plenty of other Club 100 action, including the cadets and junior championships, which we were streaming only last week at Clay Pigeon. But we are here with the Senior Sprints Championship. And Andrew, it's good to be back at this track is a mainstay of the Club 100 calendar, and but what that tends to mean is we get a lot of close battling and fighting because everyone's quite familiar with it.
Yeah, a sprints day at Whilton Mill is always a big test of the drivers. We are already in the formation laps for lightweight sprint heat number 1, so let's crack on with our first race of the day. Lightweight sprint heat number 1 is up next.
Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat of round 9 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. In our lightweights, Chris Woodger starts this one from pole, Justin Draper alongside. It's a returning Steve Hicks on row 2 with Ramona Sakauskas alongside. Fraser Brunton and Bryn Olban make up row number 3. Aaron Stillwell and Andrew Rabbage are on row 4. Sam Morris and Cameron Williams round up the top 10, and then it's Reese Pope and Steph Theodorou on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Charlie Summers and Matt Ellis. Andy Berry and Adam Britton make up row 8. Row 9 is going to be Evan Craig and Harrison Kirkham. And then rounding out the 19 kart grid is Boyle Kerr in the number 82. That's how they line up then for the first of 12 heats in the lightweights. And we'll have 12 heats of the heavyweights. And if you've been following the sprints over recent years, we've had formats where all of the lightweights go and then maybe all of the heavyweights. But we are it's worth noting that we are alternating between them in rotations of 4 heats. So we will do heats 1 through 4 of the lightweights, and then it will be heats 1 through 4 of the heavyweights. Then it will be 5 through 8 of the lightweights, and then the heavyweights, and so on and so forth. We'll go through all the format whilst we're going through the day's running, I am sure. There is your pole sitter, Chris Woodger, there in the number 12. But yes, so if you are tuning in to cheer on a particular driver, it is not the case, as it has been in some recent years of, well, it's the lightweights out now, I'll come back, in a few hours. No, just stay with us, watch it all, enjoy the racing. Your driver who you're here to cheer on will be out soon enough.
Very quickly, today we've been talking about so far, or we have when we've been doing the recording of the Paddock Walk, is the start of the run-in. It's 3 rounds to go, all of them on Alpha Live. Here are your championship scenarios before this race gets underway. And the championship leader is in this first race. Fraser Brunton leads on 946 points. It's a 10-point lead, depending on how you cut the cake, ahead of Mike Coppin. Further 6 points back is Daz Teal. Further 8 points back is Ed Bars. Dante Dillon is very much looking in control of C2. And in C3, on novice drivers, it is Harrison Kirkham in the lead of that. But I think we are ready to go here, Howard, for the first race of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So Chris Woodger on driver's left to lead them away. And away we go for racing here at Whilton Mill for round 9. It's a great start from Steve Hicks. I can see there from 3rd on the grid. Gets himself right up into 2nd. Delighted to say it's looking pretty clean through Oblivion and up through the crook. Chris Woodger taking a tight line to go defensive. And Steve Hicks is going to get a beautiful switchback through Christmas Corner to take himself straight up into the lead. And we've got some contact in the mid-pack there. So we'll have to check exactly who's been impacted there. There's a contact warning being issued to Steph Theodorou in the number 85. So one has to imagine that he was involved in that little ruckus there at Christmas Corner. But fantastic start here for a returner, a returning driver to the Sprint Championship as Bryn Olban's making moves into Osiers. But great start, Andrew, for Steve Hicks.
Yep, Hicksy is back. The old man's still got it here at Whilton Mill. He's had a lot of success on this circuit in particular in years gone by, but end of lap number 1, Hicks leads from Woodger. He's had some good results around this Whilton Mill circuit as well. Penalty for Aaron Stillwell, ABC takeout. I imagine that is for the first lap incident, and it was Ramanas Sakauskas who lost out there. Big move straight away. Fraser Brunton, championship leader, down the inside of Chris Woodger for second place into Christmas corner. I'm going to say it for the first time today, that was textbook.
It was indeed. That was a beautiful little move. As we're looking a little bit further back, this is Andrew Rabbage versus the number 70 of Matt Ellis there. So that's a battle over 7th place. So that's going to be an interesting one here. Fraser's managed to get himself up into second. It was a good start actually from that pole side of the grid, because Fraser started 5th on the grid and Steve Hicks started 3rd, so they both managed to get a pretty decent start. It's always an interesting start here at Whilton Mill, in that as there is the battle for 7th place still going on there between Ellis and Rabbage, but it's always an interesting start because pole's on the left, but and the first corner is a left-hander, but it goes immediately into a right, so it creates an interesting dynamic off of the start. Fraser Brunton, though, is clearly on a mission here and is in the wheel tracks of Steve Hicks. The question is here, do they spend any time working together to get the gap, or does Fraser just feel he has the pace here to immediately challenge for the lead? You can see Justin Draper in the number 80 in 4th place there. He's the highest place of your Class 2 drive, so if you've not been tuned in to Club 100 perhaps recently in the seniors, the red plates denote Class 1 drivers, the black plates denote Class 2 or Class 3, although on the timing tower, helpfully, we've also got a blue colour on your timing to denote those Class 3s. I don't believe they actually carry a different coloured number plate, but that's an easy way of spotting the Class 1s from the rest of the field. All driving in the same machinery, these Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, and all scored together as well, so every single position counts, but with their own championships and silverware at the end of the day. And Steve Hicks is having to go defensive here through the top of the circuit. He can feel the pressure of Fraser Brunton. And this is going to be an interesting one that runs for the rest of this race, using all of the runoffs there on Ashby. Is it going to be into Wilkins' corner that Brunton goes for it? I think he was having a very earnest look there, but it wasn't quite on. You're able to carry quite a lot of speed around the outside line there, as Hicksy showed. Absolutely, and Steve Hicks is his first time out this season. He's racing for pride. He's not interested in finishing second in a heat and championship points. He wants to win this race. That's why I feel he's defending the way he is at the moment. Maybe tactically, in terms of a championship run, a bit early to start defending from the front, but that's not what Hicks' agenda is today. 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Hicks from Brunton, Woodger in 3rd, all of them Class 1s. Hicks defends again to the inside. He's going to have to force Fraser Brunton around the outside. He's got that one covered. A couple of penalties to denote. Freese Pope has had an ABC bump and pass, and I think Charlie Summers has had one as well for forcing a driver wide. Defence again from Hicks. You can sense the opportunity in Chris Woodger, inside Chris Woodger's helmet right now. He's just like, yeah, come on, and he's with them. It's now very much a 3-horse battle for the lead of this one as they're into Oziers again. They talk about a Mexican Minister of Defence. This is a Warwickshire Minister of Defence, but not for any longer. As down the inside goes Fraser Brunton, side by side through the boot, through the toe of the boot. No, he's still ahead, is Steve Hicks. Good battle this. Chris Woodger sticking his nose in through the last corner. Mind that big curb on the inside. To the inside now. Brunton through Oblivion, side by side. Brilliant racing for the first race of the day here at Whilton Mill. And Fraser Brunton, championship leader, is in P1 in this race. Absolutely, but he might be compromised in his run up the hill after taking that line through 1 and 2. He's going to be able to hang on to it, but we'll see. Can Steve Hicks keep with the pace of the championship leader coming into today? Chris Woodger fancies his chances now. You know what? Justin Draper is coming up on them quite quickly as well. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got some good battles further down the field as well. Just to give note to those, 5th place battle currently led by Steph Theodorou. Everyone's just a few tenths apart in that battle from 5th all the way down to 9th. So that's a good one. In fact, here that battle is. Bryn Olban there going side by side with Adam Britton there. In fact, I think that was Adam losing out a couple of places just as we picked them up. Steph Theodorou there in the 85. But new fastest lap of the race, Andrew, Fraser Brunton of 54.899, which, given the temperatures this morning,
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. We saw faster yesterday. I'm sure we'll see it faster as the day warms up here. As going defensive there is Matt Ellis, highest placed Class 3 driver at the moment. In fact, this is for Class 3 honours in the race, and Adam Britton gave it a good effort there, but it's easy to get squeezed out wide there on the exit of Christmas as the runoff cuts back into the circuit.
Yeah, and C3 Championship leader going into today, Harrison Kirkham was right on the scene there, may have been able to take advantage of that. Yes, he has been able to take advantage of that. Just want to go back to this drive so far from Justin Draper. Great stuff so far. P4, C2 leader in this race. Has had a good season, 24th in points going into today. A trio of third places on his scorecard so far. Could he match that on the last lap? We are now on the last lap. Another new fastest lap of the race from Fraser Brunton. 0.4 of a second is the lead over Steve Hicks. Chris Woodger in third. Change for position confirmed. Harrison Kirkham now ahead of Adam Britton for 9th place. But this has been a very good start. We talked to him in the Paddock show, which you'll be able to see at lunchtime. He was very calm. He's still... It's hard to get in my head sometimes because I've watched Fraser race for quite a few years now, but he is still such a young driver, especially here in Club 100 Seniors. He was calm, he was collected, ready for the day, and how about this for a first race of the day? You have to take advantage in this format when you start from the front of the order. Fraser Brunton has done just that, round the final corner, and will take heat 1 of the day. Statement of intent indeed to the rest of the championship field in lightweight. Steve Hicks finishes second, Chris Woodger is third. Justin Draper finishes a fantastic fourth. Steph Theodoru battles through to fifth. Reece Pope is sixth but has a penalty. Bryn Alban, 7th. Matt Ellis is the top of the C3s ahead of Harrison Kirkham and Adam Britton. That was your 1 through 10. Charlie Summers, 11th. Andrew Rabbage, 12th. Aaron Stillwell in 13th. Andy Berry, 14th. Roman Stokowskis, 15th. We're going to have to take a very short break, though, because Heat 2 is heading out right now. Lightweight sprint heat number 2 heading out on circuit now for their warm-up laps. Here is your starting grid. Keith Segal has pole position. Oliver Allwood joins on the front row. Joshua Sangster and Russell Cooper start on row 2. Corey Smith and Thanasi Barnacote start on row number 3. Matthew Cockram and Christopher Powell go from row 4. Ashley White and Dom Cliff complete the top 10. Dean Everest and Jake Wilkins start on row number 6. And then we get into our C3s, our novice runners here this season in Club 100 Sprints. Zach Stout starts alongside Aaron Clark on row 7. George Lawler and James Scanlon are there on row number 8. Nicholas Lacasas and Kim Ely start on row number 9. And then Christopher Potts completes the 19 karts field.
Absolutely. I think there's some Class 3 names there.
New names,
new to us, and it was good to see. I think we've had quite a lot of new drivers testing this weekend and racing this weekend for the first time. So fantastic stuff to see. More people joining the Club 100 ranks here in the senior sprints and other championships indeed this weekend. And
fantastic to see a good number of you already tuned in here on your Alpha Live stream. If you're enjoying the coverage and it's your first time here, do make sure you've subscribed and clicked the notification bell. And despite your status, it doesn't matter if it's your first time here or your 100th time here, give the stream a share across your social media platforms of choice. Let your friends and family know that we've got the coverage on today. And it is good to be back. It's the first time we've had Club 100 Sprints back on Alpha Live since Glan-Y-Gors in May.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we should say as well, I want to acknowledge it. Thank you for the.
Oh yes.
We've had cakes delivered to the comms box.
So this was a topic of discussion last week.
It was. There was a poll on the street.
Clay Pigeon as to what the best confectionery cake products would be to try and prevent the commentator's curse. It's been a bit too strong in this comms box. If you in the last 12 months.
A peace offering to the comms curse gods, if you will.
So we've got some Jaffa cakes. We've got some Battenbergs as well. It's a good start. as I said in the comments, I think it'll last us about maybe the first hour, maybe the first 2. So, you know, we're not too far from a town centre here. If you're at the track and you want to not be cursed,
yes,
pop down the supermarket, get us some more cake for the afternoon.
Yeah, but thank you to everybody who's given us that and responded to that. That's very kind of you all.
It is my ambition for this broadcast to become the karting equivalent of Test Match Special. More cake.
So we should say, by the way, about the grids, because Andrew was talking a moment ago. Fraser Brunton taking his 14th heat win of the season, by my count there. And he mentioned converting the opportunities when you start from the front of the grid. So how are the grids determined for these heats? So we've got the 12 heats. That's 3 rotations of 4. Each driver will take part in 3 heats out of those 12. And this is all to do with determining the grids for the finals later on today in the afternoon. The grids for those heats are randomly generated such that each driver has the same average grid position across the 3 heats that they contest. And that means that you'll have one heat where you're starting from towards the front, one where you're probably somewhere in the middle, and one where you're at the back. So Keith Segal, our pole sitter, for example, we can say with confidence that he will be on the back of the grid of one of these heats, less the Class 3 drivers. That's the thing to bear in mind. We do have the Class 3 novice class. They always start towards the back of the grid, just because it's a bit intimidating if you're a new driver to start on pole with a whole field bearing down on you, and that is what that class is about. We look good for the start, though. Keith Segal is going to lead them away in the 47 on driver's left. How are we going to do then into oblivion for the second time of the first lap today? Everyone slotting into position nicely. Good positioning by Oliver Allwood, I think, to get himself... Actually, no, sorry, it's Joshua Sangster, and he's already going for the lead of the race on Keith Segal. Keith Segal's out wide. He's going to have to be careful as he rejoins, as everyone's going to have to splay around him there to avoid any incident. So not the ideal start there for our pole sitter as they're working through Ashby. We've got a spinner towards the front, and that's going to lead to some contact there into Ashby. And I think that did include Keith, actually, in amongst that. So... sorry to say, it's been an unfortunate lap there for our pole sitting. We'll have to check who else has been impacted by that as they come around to finish lap 1. But it's Joshua Sangster to the head of the field, I believe. Oh, excuse me, is it still? I think that might have changed as well. We'll have to check that as they come through. But bit of a messy first lap here, Andrew.
Yes, a little bit. I think it was Russell Cooper who was also involved and airborne for a slight moment. Christopher Powell's actually running around out there without number plates on. What's going on there?
Was it Russell Cooper who was involved?
No, because he's in the lead of the race. George Lawler. Sorry, I could see a 3 spinning around, and it was the 63 of George Lawler. Apologies. But yeah, Keith Segal, that is not what he would have wanted. Oh, that's a bit of a squeeze on the 74. Nicholas Lacasas won't be too happy about that with James Scanlon. Change for position there in second place. The Nassi Barnacote goes by past Dom Cliff, but as mentioned, there's a penalty already on the board for Barnacote.
It looked like Dean Everest was going defensive into Wilkins as well, so we'll have to see whether there's been a change in that part of the pack. Decent lead that Russell Cooper has got here. Not too many Class 1 drivers in this particular heat, such as the way that the grids have been determined on this one.
Have we mentioned that Russell Cooper, 23rd in points at the moment, has not had a race win so far this season? This would be a great opportunity for Cooper because he's 2.5 seconds clear of this pack. Now, can they start working together? They've still got enough time to pull Cooper back in, I would suppose. 56.657 last time around.
And I often talk about this when we talk about promotion spots through the finals. But again, here it plays in. Russell will be thinking right now, right, I'm in an ideal position here. I can take the win. If the Nassi can close him down, it's important that Russell doesn't become too crestfallen if he gets by, because that's still not a win taken away from him because of the penalty against Thanasi Barnacote. But does Russell know that? And does your rhythm get knocked a little bit? Like, he can actually let Barnacote through if he catches up. And he is catching up, by the way. 3.5 tenths taken out of the lead gap that time around. But does he know that? As we've got a few changes there. I think James Scanlon's lost out a few positions. A good little battle going on in Class 3. George Lawler has just got up into 11th place. So there's a good battle going on there. We're looking here at the battle over 13th place. Dom Cliff with Joshua Sangster just having a little bit of a look there as they headed into Ashby Corner. Ashby is a harder corner than it looks to do a move on the brakes.
Yeah.
It's really quite intriguing. It's downhill braking for a start. And it's tight. It's tight as Matthew Cockram is having a look at Sangster here into the boot. And that is another one I'm going to file under textbook. That was beautiful on the brakes into the boot section there. But yeah, Ashby's a tough one. It feels like there's only really one line that works. It all feels like it sort of tightens up. I honestly feel like your vision tightens up as you're going into it. So you've got to be confident there as Don Cliff goes wide out of 2 and nearly just enough space left there for Sangster on the inside. He's going to try and go up the inside of Christmas Corner. But Don Cliff's going to fight back here. Is he going to try and get a switch back here through Inkermans to open up an opportunity into Ashby? Sangster's going to go to the inside, half in attack, half in defence there. They're allowed to use all of that runoff. That's absolutely fine.
Key lap this for Matthew Cockram. His pace was very, very good in the early stage of this race. He's not got the fastest lap of the race anymore. That's with Thanasi Barnecoat on a 55.5. But if he can break away from Cliff and Sangster here, Cooper and Barnecoat could start fighting. 3 minutes or best part of 3 minutes on the clock. It's not done here for Matthew Cockram in this charge up the order. It's been a very, very good drive so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Further down the order, Kim Ely's just got by Christopher Ports. That's amongst Class 3 runners. That's over 15th place. Christopher Powell struggling to make progress up through this field, Andrew, as Thanasi Barnecoat goes down the inside at Christmas Corner.
But still has that penalty.
So, yeah, sorry, change on the road for the lead there, but doesn't actually impact the finish. Well, I suppose it means that Thanasi will be 1 place higher once his penalty is applied. It'll be 4 places that's deducted from wherever he finishes because it was an advantage by contact bump and pass. That's an ABC B ampersand P on the timing screen. But yeah, Russell do well here to just sit behind. Don't go all in on a move that's going to slow you both up and allow Matthew Cockram to buy into this. That's the key thing with this. Change of lead on the road confirmed then. Thanasi Barnecoat through in the 133. But yeah, Christopher Powell struggling to make progress in this race, Andrew. The only other Class 1 runner in this field other than Thanasi. And yeah, just sometimes you can find this. And I think it's a testament to the quality of the field we've got in the sprints. The Class 1 runners don't find it too easy as he's got no number plate just to make it easy for us. And that's not going to be good either. That's probably not going to be looked on too favourably by race control, I'm afraid to say. So, yeah, was that on the 33 of Kim Ely. So, yeah, it's an interesting one for Powell here, and there is the penalty, and it's a takeout penalty, which means it's 6 positions. So, yeah, but it's not for the first time this season seeing Class 1 drivers having a proper old battle to get themselves up the order.
Absolutely. Last lap board is out. Thanasi Barnecoat leads on the road. Russell Cooper is P2. Matthew Cockram, still good pace, but that gap is holding under 2 seconds. Here's a scrap for 7th place overall. Dean Everest and Nicholas Lacasas. Lacasas is down the inside on the run up to Christmas Corner. He's just got to break it at the right point. Everest round the outside. Very good stuff. You can do that through Christmas Corner sometimes. It's positively cambered and does give a good defensive route round the outside. That was good stuff from Dean Everest. Meanwhile, front of the order onto the back straight now. Thanasi Barnecoat leads the race on the road, but has an ABC bump and pass penalty. So for Russell Cooper, there in the blue suit, the blue helmet, kart number 39, it is going to be a first heats victory of the season here in Club 100 Sprints. Russell Cooper, once penalties are applied, will take the race win. Matthew Cockram drives through to 2nd. Joshua Sangster in 3rd. Dom Cliff in 4th. Thanasi Barnecoat will then slot in 5th. Ahead of a great drive from Zach Stout. Top C3 runner, 6th overall. Very impressive ahead of Dean Everest and Nicholas Lacasas. Corey Smith and Jake Wilkins complete the top 10. A difficult race there for Christopher Powell in 11th place.
I'm going to say that's Russell Cooper's first heat win ever.
Ever? Fantastic.
So, yeah.
Very, very good indeed. Well done to Russell Cooper. We'll move on though, because Heat 3 is up next.
Let's take you through the grid then, just whilst the drivers are on their practice laps. It's going to be Garrett Berry on pole for this one, with Amy Breacher alongside George Lyon and Michael Preston on row 2. Then it's Adam Wright and Samuel Essery on row number 3. Row 4 sees Mike Coppin start with Callum Martin alongside, and Ned Douglas and Yusuf Bin Sahel round out your top 10. Dan Seeger and Luke Phillips are next. And then it's going to be Matthew Cliff and Louis Stagg on row 7. Joe Ratcliffe and Joel Nichols are on row 8. Douglas Smith and Prash Alphonsus are row number 9. And that's all she wrote, because that is an 18 kart grid rather than a 19 kart one. As everybody gets warmed up here. I promise this isn't a race start.
Hello to Amano Shrimp. Says it's a nice day for racing. It is indeed. Greg Smith says, very scrappy second heat compared to the first one. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Greg. But yeah, we'll see how heat number 3 is. And hello to Steve Hicks as well, who says, these young'uns are too fast. Good win, Fraser. Try to keep it. Yeah, it's a very good drive from Fraser Brunson in that first heat. But important in this one, Mike Coppin, there in the front of your shot, was very relaxed as well this morning in the paddock when we spoke to him. Said, with everything that's going on in life at the moment, this is a release. It's a bit of fun, and that's really good to hear from a driver, I think.
It is, and it's interesting. We actually heard that from both drivers from the Applewood stable who we managed to interview on that paddock walks. Chris Alcott talking a lot about, yeah, it's just good fun at the moment. So that's great to hear.
Alpha Live have put a poll out. How many drivers will DDMM curse today? 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, or 10 to 12?
Don't go higher.
Well, yes. I'm surprised that we've put a cap on that. Only 12.
There needs to be a greater than symbol on one of the options there, I think. No, it's fine.
And there's
We've
also
got Jaffa case.
0.
It'll be fine. Oh, apparently comment in if you think it's going to be more. So yeah, we shall see how that goes. These practice laps then only for the first rotation of heats, because at the end of, for the first rotation of heats in each class, so we'll have it for the first 8 races that you see today, heats 1 to 4 in both the lightweights and the heavyweights. After that, each driver has raced at least one time, and thus they're bedded in. It's fine. They're good after that. So that's why we get this slightly longer time before they get into grid formation for their rolling start. Behind the pace kart in 2x2 formation, and always that time when they've got to find the right grid spot, having done their practice laps. So that's a skill in itself, to be honest. So some of these drivers who are with us for the first time, hopefully they're doing all right finding the place.
Great to see, with this grid in particular, how this format over the years, over the season, promotes drivers through. You know, you've got Amy Breacher there, was a C3 driver last year. Samuel Essery in there as well. Garrett Berry, of course, has been stepping up through the orders the last couple of years. It's going to be a really intriguing race here.
I think that third row sums it up for me a lot. You've got the experience of Adam Wright and then Samuel Essery alongside.
Yes.
Absolutely underlines how that Class 3 has worked wonders to bring these drivers up through the ranks, as we are going to be good for the race start. Garrett Berry is going to lead them away then in the number 22. It's a good start as well from George Lyons. Going to try. Oh, there's a little bit of a tap pod to pod there, I think, between him and Breacher as they come through turn number 2. And that's Michael Preston having a look at Amy Breacher now up into Christmas Corner. Are we all going to go okay there? Mike Coppin makes the wide line work well for him there through Christmas Corner. As other than a slight tap through the crook, it looks like everyone's got through cleanly thus far.
Yeah, it's just one of those things through turn 2 on a first lap. There's an ABC bump and pass penalty for Ned Douglas as Breacher's out on the curb. Forced out wide there, she feels. And it's all getting a bit rough and tumble. It's not going to work through there. Surely 4-5 wide at points coming on to the back straight. Somehow they're all still pointing in the right direction. Nearly going off there. I think it was one of our C3 drivers, but end of the first lap. Garrett Berry, 1.5 second lead. As theirs goes Adam Wright, trying to go down the inside of Callum Martin for third place. That's going to open the door for Mike Coppin to kind of slot through the middle there. Beautifully done. Holland to the outside. Coppin's going to try and go around the outside. Outrageous manoeuvre from Mike Coppin. Gets 2 positions on the run up to Christmas. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think it was Douglas Smith, by the way, who suffered an issue on that first lap, possibly as a result of the bump and pass there. But that was a beautiful move from Coppin. I mentioned he made the wide line work well for him in lap 1. I think he made it work even better on lap 2, as Adam Wright now has a look down the inside of Callum Martin into Ozier's corner. And Ned Douglas is going to shoot the gap as well there. That was beautifully done by him as well there. And he's still side by side with Adam Wright. This is a great little battle. Wright's going to be put out wide a bit there. And that's opportunity there for, was that Yusuf Bin Sahel? Yeah, Bin Sahel indeed getting involved in that. And there's a penalty for Ned Douglas being shown, which I think is just a repeat of the first one. Yeah, just a
repeat showing.
But there's frustration there in the helmet of the driver of the number 19 there, Ned Douglas.
There may be a cone penalty coming in as well for Callum Martin. Breacher down the inside of Nichols.
Yeah, and she's on a bit of a recovery drive here, I think, after definitely a difficult first lap for her.
It was Samuel Essery and George Line, I think, both had problems on that first lap. Apologies, described George Line as a C3 driver a few moments ago. It was all going on that first lap. There's the number 53, Dan Seeger, another driver who's had some good results around this circuit in the past. What can he do today?
Adam Wright looking to get the position back from Yusuf Bin Sahel here. This is in the battle over 5th place. They stream out of Paddock corner through the rapid left-hander here, left-right sequence that is Oblivion and the Crook. And then the run up to Christmas corner, Mike Coppin having a look at Michael Preston. There's a bit of time spent on the grass there for Mike Coppin as he was trying to find, I think he was trying to look for his favourite line that we've seen him do so far, but there wasn't the space. But he managed to keep his foot in and get back on the onto the task of hounding the back of Michael Preston. And it has been a change of position there. Adam Wright is back past Yusuf Bin Sahel, so change for 5th place there we saw as they headed towards Ashby. Opportunity as well this for Ned Douglas. He might be, well, he will be keen to make up as many places as possible to negate the penalty. Actually, it is now a plural penalties because he's got a cone penalty as well. So there are 2 penalties to be applied to Ned Douglas come the end of this one. Garrett Berry leads by 2.5 seconds from Michael Preston. He's been setting decent pace. He did have the fastest lap of the race for a while until Mike Coppin just beat it a couple of laps ago with a 55.158. Here is Dan Seeger defending against Callum Martin. We cut back to Mike Coppin, now up into 2nd place. That is a change there with the number 5 now ahead of the 59. So now it's going to be a question in the last 3 minutes of this race. Can Mike Coppin do anything about closing that gap to Garrett Berry?
And in Garrett Berry's situation, he's been a bit off form recently. If I look at the scores and drop scores applied as of today, pretty much right off the last 2.5 rounds in terms of scoring for Garrett Berry. He's in 8th place in the championship going into today, so this is an important race, not just for today, but for his championship really, I feel, to get things back on track, start scoring those points again in this battle that he's having with particularly this driver on screen at the moment, Dan Seeger, in 6th place.
Driver's got to be careful as well in the last few moments here. We've got a fair few contact warnings and track limit warnings floating around. If they get another one of those, they will receive a penalty for it. Michael Preston with Adam Wright right with him. Dan Seeger trying to break away, actually, or has broken away, it's fair to say, actually, from Yusuf Bin Sahel behind, I think, somewhat. He's trying to get onto the back of those ahead of him in case some opportunities present themselves as drivers start to battle towards the end of the lap. Threading the needle through the boot section. So important to sequence those corners properly, not go all in on the first apex of the boot section. And then getting this right through turns 1 and 2, through that little kink on the straight. That's called Fine Lady, that corner. For you corner name enthusiasts out there.
Aficionados.
Aficionados indeed. Michael Preston, though, there's going to be a switchback for Adam Wright here. He's going to have a run down the hill, and Preston was wise to that and immediately went to the inside. That's going to compromise his run out of Ashby Corner. Can Wright do anything about being on the outside of Wilkins? No, he can't, but he might again get a switchback down into Osiers, where the natural racing line opens up a gap, and he's prized that gap open and got himself beautifully up into 4th place there. And immediately Dan Seeger has been able to pounce, because he's brought himself into this fight side by side with Preston through the boot section, and he'll park his kart on the apex of the second part of the boot, and that is a beautiful way to get the job done as we're on to the last tour of the track.
Garrett Berry's just got to keep eyes forward. Mike Coppin is throwing everything at this, though. 54.696, a new fastest lap of the race so far. The lead gap is down to 1.2 seconds, less than 1.2 seconds. There it is. Garrett Berry will just be counting these corners by. This is the last lap. I don't think at this current rate Mike Coppin is going to have a shot here. Quick check over the shoulder from Berry. May have just seen Mike Coppin's number 5 plate flashing into view. This has been a good response from Garrett Berry. He's under pressure going into today to hold on to that top 10 spot in the championship. And here in Heat 3, first run of the day for Garrett Berry is going to take a race victory for the first time in quite a few rounds. Garrett Berry takes Heat 3. Mike Coppin, good points, P2 there for him. Ned Douglas, P3, but has a penalty. Adam Wright, P4. Dan Seeger, Yusuf Bin Sahel, Callum Martin, Michael Preston, George Line, and then it should be Luke Phillips across the line. There he is to complete the top 10. Samuel Essery and Amy Breach were 11th and 12th. Louis Stagg was the top of the C3s in 13th, ahead of Joel Nichols, Matthew Cliff, Prash Alphonsus, and Douglas Smith.
I tell you what, Garrett Berry, it's not to take away at all from his talent, but I think there is a certain amount of relief that should come with that race finishing when it did, because Mike Coppin had taken 7.5 tenths out of the lead gap on that last lap and had brought the gap down to just 4 tenths of a second. That might be a little bit of a case of what might have been for Coppin, but still good points on the board.
Yep.
As we look ahead to the final heat of the first rotation of lightweight heat races, and it's going to be heat number 4. Let's take a look at your grid for this one then. It will be Daz Teal on pole for this one, with Stephen Westwood alongside. Rob Langthorpe and Liam Nolan are your second row of the grid, and then it'd be Martin Theodoru and Aidan Kitchener on row 3. Andrew Ward and Ross O'Brien are your 4th row of the grid, with Ben Lambeth and Jeremy Deeks to round out your top 10. John Ratcliffe, one of the drivers who I know is making their sprints debut today in Club 100, has Dante Dillon alongside for company on row 6. It's going to be Michael Reeder and Dan Grocott on row 7. Jagjit Singh and Thomas Smith on row 8. James Browning and Yusuf Sirhajono will round it out as an 18-kart grid. And at the end of this, all of our lightweight drivers will have raced once. So no more practice laps for them. We're going to have to be on it with these grids.
Yep.
Is what that means for us in production and in the comms booth.
I've still got the heavyweights to come.
Well, yes, yeah. That is very true. They will have their practice laps as well. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, this grid. We've got some Class 1 runners relatively close towards the top end of the field, so it could be an interesting one for them here.
And you've got 3 drivers who, in particular, have raced through the ranks the last few years, know each other very well. Langthorpe, Theodoru, Ward. Be interesting to see how they get on in this race. Dante Dillon as well, C2 championship leader going into today. This is his one where he starts towards the back of the C1 and C2 field.
Yep.
Which I think in some ways can be a good spot to be in at the start of a day. Get you one from the back sorted early. And if you can get a good result out of it, it does take the pressure off for when you have those grid starts where you start in the middle and then at the front as well.
Absolutely.
All drivers across The field have, well, if you're a C1 and C2 driver, you have the same average grid position in terms of starting position. The C3s as well, amongst themselves, the same average grid position, but it's worth reminding that the C3s as novice drivers, very similar to how we say, or we'll see in owner karting, Whilton Kart Club, for example, that you can watch here on Alpha Live. The novices on those novice licenses start towards the back of the field, and then once they've done some races and they've proven themselves and they moved up into C2, they start in the middle with the, well, in amongst the more experienced drivers. Beautiful day here at Whilton Mill.
Gorgeous.
Few fluffy clouds, but it's dry, it's crisp, light breeze across the circuit. I think you can't ask for much more in mid-October.
Absolutely.
Because it has turned. Summer is over, finished about 3 weeks ago. But what can Daz Teal do here? He's been in great form so far this season. Talked to him earlier. He comes off the back of a completely perfect round last time out at Landau. And he finished 2021 pretty well as well, for those of you with a good memory. First race of the day then for these drivers. Heat number 4 in lightweights. Eyes on those lights, ready for them to go green. There they go green, racing here in heat number 4. Good start from Teal. Langthorpe trying to slot there into P2, does a very good job with it. The number 50 of Martin Theodore is on the inside as well, trying to challenge Liam Nolan for 3rd place on the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Andrew Ward looking to the inside, just holding off Aidan Kitchener there, but it's a clean start, Howard, as they go over the top of the hill. Daz Teal in the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a wide moment for Ross O'Brien through the crook, but managed to get it all back onto the grey stuff in time before the curb ran out on him, so no harm done there. As the usual jostling for position goes on through Wilkins and Oziers. Looks like Jeremy Deeks has got to the front of a particular train there, as he's chasing John Ratcliffe in that 140.
He's just had a contact warning.
It just had a contact
unbelievable.
warning.
This is why commentators shouldn't be allowed to race.
Is that? There's that, as that was Andrew Ward having a bit of a look at Liam Nolan, I think, there, as they come round to finish lap number 1. It is Daz Teal who leads the way. He's converted that pole position into an early race lead here. Rob Langthorpe as well, as Andrew said, slotting into 2nd place off of the start. And then Martin Theodoro there in the number 55-0 is there in 3rd place. And yeah, contact warning as well for Jagjit Singh and also Michael Reeder. So a few drivers just with the odd little bumping and barging out there that they need to clean up. But on the whole, not a bad start. And as I say that, penalty in for Ben Lambeth in the number 30. Not showing currently what that's for. So we'll have to see if that one updates itself on timing. Just saw Liam Nolan there in the number 38, highest place of the Class 2 drivers. As Dante Dillon has a look down the inside of, I think that was Aidan Kitchener. He was putting a move on there. So Dillon moving on up the order. As fastest lap of the race is posted by Martin Theodorou. And behind him, Andrew Ward is going to have a look at tucking underneath Liam Nolan here as they head up to Christmas Corner. Does he see there's a gap? He goes for it side by side. We're going to have to sort this out by that left-hand kink that we like to colloquially call Boxing Day, because it comes after Christmas Corner. And it has no formal name as far as I'm aware of that corner, so that's what we tend to call it.
Well finished move that by Ward. Just asserted himself enough for Liam Nolan not to be able to fight back there as they go, as they went through Boxing Day. There's Rob Langthorpe, 2nd place at the moment, ahead of Martin Theodorou. Had a good chat with Martin yesterday. Took part in the endurance race. He said it's the first time that he'd taken part in one of the CLUB100 endurance races. Very different discipline to sprint racing. We enjoyed it a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, all C1s now. Martin Theodorou may have an opportunity here. Langthorpe was a touch wide. Theodorou has got a lane up the inside. Will take 2nd place through Christmas Corner. Very well done.
And you saw Rob there gesturing to the inside and saying, yeah, you go by. That's because he doesn't want to lose out on the dream of catching up to Daz Teal. He doesn't want to lose time battling away at this stage. So heads up driving there from Langthorpe as well. He knew that he'd got a little bit crossed up coming through the crook, that second turn, and he accepted the consequences there quite readily with a view to eyes on greater prizes if they can get onto the back of Daz Till. It has brought Andrew Ward into the battle, though, for second place here. So they'll be working together, as Andrew said at the top of this race. These drivers who have been racing with each other for a good few seasons at this point. So good to see, or interesting to see now, how they work together. And if they're unsuccessful in catching up to Daz Till, at what point might the dam burst, as it were, for people trying moves and getting what they can from this? It's an interesting dynamic at the head of the field of this one.
Also interesting is the progress of Dante Dillon, new fastest lap of the race, 55.083 for Dante Dillon. So look out for kart number 104, currently in 7th place. Again, this won't be panic stations for Dante Dillon. This is the race where Dante started from the back of the grid, so wouldn't necessarily be expecting too much to write home about. Langthorpe defending from Andrew Ward there. Andrew Ward looking racy here. 55.365 last time around. Got to be careful though with Liam Nolan not too far behind in the number 38, lead driver in C2. Ward looking down the inside, trying to show the dummy. It's a good battle this between, as I say, two drivers who've raced against each other a lot over the years in this competition. Ward is now looking down the inside for 3rd place, and that is another really good move from Andrew Ward in through Christmas Corner. Not as difficult this time as the one on Liam Nolan a few laps ago, but it's the same result, P3.
Absolutely, and meanwhile Dante Dillon here going down the inside of Ben Lambeth. That is change for position on the road, bearing in mind Lambeth does have a penalty to be applied post-race, but that is Dillon up into 6th place. And he will now begin his pursuit of Liam Nolan to try and get top billing amongst the Class 2 finishers of this one, with 2 minutes left on the clock. Rob Langthorpe has dropped off the back of Andrew Ward a little bit on this lap and is now coming under pressure from Liam Nolan. Here is your lead battle, though, because Martin Theodorou has done a fantastic job of reeling in Daz Till, and it comes courtesy of a 54.9. He's the first driver to dip into the 54s this race, and Daz Till is feeling the need to go defensive there in Christmas Corner. We cut back a little further to Rob Langthorpe leading Liam Nolan and Dante Dillon. Again, Daz Till is going to take a slightly tighter line to Ashby, and well he might. Can Theodorou get a cut back? It's difficult to get the switch back out of Ashby. As again, Daz Till is going to go defensive here. He'll be out wide, though. That's going to open the door. And look out for Andrew Ward as well, looking for an opportunity. There's contact, and Theodorou's round. And who's going to come out top in that one? It's still Daz Till at the front of this one. But how will that one be judged by race control? Because that one turned into tears for Martin Theodorou there.
Ben Lambeth was also involved in the afters there. Daz Till will lead, 2 laps to go. Andrew Ward now up to 2nd place. It will not be, in fact, no, this is the final lap of the race. It will not be a first win of the year for Martin Theodorou, who has been running a reduced programme this season. So maybe that's why he went all for it. Another driver just racing for race victories and pride, not worrying about championships per se. Scraps going up and down the field. There's Jagjit Singh trying to look around the outside of Aidan Kitchener. Daz Till, as I say, perfect round last time at Llandau, but Andrew Ward really on the charge here. Has had race wins so far this season. Can he get another one here at his home circuit? Only lives 5 minutes up the road. Daz Till defends there, coming onto the back straight. Not many opportunities now for Ward to try and get through. Can he set one up into the boot? Defensive line again from Daz Till. It's all going to be on the last corner. Can Ward get alongside? No, Till has defended that expertly, brilliantly, using all of the experience. It's going to be very close on the line, but Daz Till takes it by 1/10 of a second ahead of Andrew Ward. Rob Langthorpe in 3rd. Liam Nolan, top of the C2s, in 4th ahead of Dante Dillon. Ben Lambeth in 6th. Martin Theodorou, maybe a bit disappointed with 7th ahead of Yusuf Sahayono, who's your top C3 driver. Jeremy Deeks and Jagjit Singh, that was your top 10. Aidan Kitchener, James Browning, Dan Grocott, Ross O'Brien, and Michael Reeder was your top 15. The timing screen is reset ahead of me because it's time for heavyweights.
Here's your grid then for the first heat of our heavyweights and super heavyweights classes today for round 9. Joe Wright will start this one from pole with Richard Newton alongside. It will be Jack Cameron Drayton and Daniel Taylor on row 2, with David Longman and Jack Bridges making up row number 3. Barney Langley and Chris Alcock are your fourth row of the grid, with Vinod Harani and Richard Allen rounding out the top 10. Miguel Hall and Adrian Ray are on row number 6. James Antwis and Oliver Tebbett are next, with Richard Melton and Jonathan Riley making up row 8. And then it's going to be Heinrich Watson-Miller and David Lumley on row 9. Kieran Willets rounds out the 19 kart field for this first heat of the day for our heavyweights. So they're out doing their practice. That's the one thing I was going to note in that last race. In fact, there were two things I was going to note in that last race, beyond the awesome battle that we had towards the front.
Yeah.
Liam Nolan held on to Class 2 honours there by 4/100ths of a second across the line. So Dante Dillon nearly did it. So well done to Liam for holding on to that one. That was another drag to race to the line. And also, Yusuf Sahayono started right at the back of the Class 3s in that one and ended up the highest place in the Class 2. So we had a couple of good drives up through the field there.
A few more comments coming in. Good morning to last year's Mr. Whilton Mill Club 100 thumbnail face of the race, Callum Brewell. He says the thumbnail is not as good this year. Well, we can't take responsibility for that. James Fitcher in my ear says he's sorry. Joe Craddock's in the house again. Good morning, Joe. Anthony as well. And Michael Burke, of course, from Bathurst, Australia. Hope everything's okay. I think they've had some bad weather over there in the last week, so at Bathurst. So hope everything's okay, Michael.
I actually, that Callum Brewell I think that was the first event I did where Alpha was using a new thumbnail design.
Yes.
And it was
his lovely face.
I genuinely thought when I saw it, because they didn't mention that they were doing a new thumbnail design. Genuinely, I thought Callum had been so photogenic that they designed a special thumbnail template just for that picture.
He was the face of the race, as I say. Heavyweights. Ooh. Just to run through the order again, we've got a lot of experience out in this one. We have a championship contender in the shape of Richard Allen, who just so much energy from Richard Allen when I spoke to him earlier on this morning. And I'm really excited for heavyweights today. Really excited, and not just for today, but for this whole run-in of the 3 remaining rounds, all of which you can watch here on Alpha Live. Anwar Burrell Smith, Joe Holmes, and Richard Allen. If you look at their complete scores, I said at this stage of the season, they're all different ways of cutting the cake. That's no mention to anti-chronometry curse cake, but so at the moment on the if you go on the results website, it's ordered by taking into account the full account of drops for the year, so 3 rounds worth. Me being the way I am, I like to look at it in terms of like how many points have you got banked in. If you didn't do any more racing between now and the end of the year, what would you have? And if you look at it in that context, Anwar's got 1,477 points.
Yeah.
Joe's got 1,477 points. Dickie's got 1,468. It is so close. In a series that has been so close for a good number of years, somehow it's got even closer.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, and it's fantastic to see. And those are 3, major names in the Club 100 ranks. A few years ago when we were running the super final races every now and again, you'd see those 3.
Yeah.
So regularly in those races. So this is going to be such an interesting run. I agree, mate, for the rest of the season.
And you wouldn't begrudge any of those drivers taking the title at this stage. So
I'd say as well, I mean, Chris Alcock, one of the reasons he was saying, you'll hear us do this when we do the paddock walk, play that out to you at lunchtime, but Chris was saying he's sort of like, I'm not seeing myself as in the championship, that's why I'm looking at it, just having some fun really. But it has to be said, he's definitely a factor in this and can disrupt things there as well. He's not that far off the back either in many ways. So, yeah, this is going to be a good one to keep an eye on. I think both of these championships actually are building quite nicely, coming to the boil as we head into the business end of the season. Right now, though, we are looking at the 181 of Joe Wright, who's going to be leading them away on this one. The 37 of Richard Newton is alongside. Eyes on the lights, engine notes will rise, and away we go into the first heat race of the heavyweights for the day. And that's a good start, is it, from Richard Newton? No, he's going to slightly go wide through turn 2, and that's allowed David Longman to pounce immediately and get up into second place as they head into Christmas Corner for the first time. And stream their way through the top part of the circuit. Dickie Allen there going side by side with Chris Alcock early on here as they're breaking down into Ashby. Jack Cameron Drayton leading that sort of second train that's already forming a little bit on this first lap. You got Miguel Hall as well trying to go around the outside of Wilkins and Oziers there to put in a move. And it's Joe Wright still at the front of this field. Love that shot as they come into the boot section there. And David Longman, as I say, got himself up into second place there and putting pressure on our pole sitter Joe Wright, who leads them across the line at the end of lap number 1. Good start for Adrian Ray and Miguel Hall, both gaining 3 positions on that first lap. Costly lap, I'm afraid, for Jack Bridges. Down 8 positions to 13th on that one, but I'm delighted to say no one's spun off and fallen off the back of the pack in that first lap, which is good to see.
What a tremendous first lap this has been from Joe Wright. New to the series this weekend. David Longman now looking down the inside. Has he got the move done through Ashby? He's going to have to do a bit of work as they approach.
No,
Wilkins, no. Joe Wright back round the outside there. Really good stuff. Here comes Richard Newton down the inside of Longman for P2. Takes it. Richard Allen is on the prowl. You just see him flashing in the background there with the number 26 on the front of his kart.
So that is a great move there for Dickie Allen there, getting by on Daniel Taylor. They come across the line to start a new lap. Fastest lap of the race for Miguel Hall. As Barney Langley has lost a few positions on that last lap. And Heinrich Watson-Miller gaining quite a few there as well. So there's a good little battle happening in the latter half of this field, as well as at the front of this field, where Richard Allen now putting a lot of pressure on us side by side there through Ashby Corner. I think that was David Longman going side by side there with, I think it was Cameron Drayton.
Yeah,
maybe,
Jack Cameron Drayton.
To do a move there. And once again, this battle is going on, and there's been a penalty issued to Richard Newton. We're seeing here on timing, advanced by contact, bump and pass. And that's a move as well by on Joe Wright there, which takes Daniel Taylor up into second place in the 175. Good little battle forming here over second place. Richard Newton having a look at Joe Wright. David Longman having a look at both of them. He's going to be able to pick off Richard Newton there into Christmas Corner, so good little moves there by David Longman, and Chris Alcock is immediately on the scene as well to try and capitalise on that. As there's yellow flags out at Ashby Corner, you can see the drivers raising their hands in acknowledgement there, as is what is asked of them by the rules of the championship, to acknowledge the yellow flags. Yellow flags as Chris Alcock goes down the inside of Richard Newton now at Ozier's Corner, and Miguel Hall's going to try and get involved in this now, as Chris Alcock says, let's work together to move on forward. But yellow flags in Club 100 apply up until the point where you've passed the incident, so you won't see the green flags to say that the incident's ended. You'll just see the yellow flags, and it's up to the drivers to have their be heads-up driving, spot the incident, and realise when the green flag conditions begin to apply again, as there's a cone penalty for Oliver Tebbett.
Very nicely constructed a race so far from Miguel Hall. He's crept up to the back of this group, but has had some really good pace. 3 minutes to go. Could Miguel Hall get back into the top 5 here? Longman down the inside of Wright there, takes third place. Will that open an opportunity for Chris Alcock to try and get through now? 2.5 minutes on the clock to go. Alcock down the inside. The classic block pass there into Oziers. Very cleanly done by Chris Alcock. That's good up to 4th place. So Richard Allen leads. Nearly 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field now. 2 minutes and 15 on the clock, 2.7 seconds. This is devastating form from Richard Allen. 55.2
9.9 for Allen. Chris Alcock now looking down the inside of David Longman, going for third place and getting it. Cone penalty for Kieran Willits. Other positions. Oh, Miguel Hall, bump and pass penalty. I think that's the first commentator curse of the day, because we were talking about can he get in the top 5. No, the answer's well, very unlikely, I think, at this stage with that bump and pass penalty plus 4 positions.
I think I might count no one's had a penalty so far in Heat 4 of the lightweights, and then immediately a penalty came in.
Oh,
that one might count. Being asked if Italian,
I'm sure the chat is.
I'm sure the chat is. I think that's 2 so far. Dickie Allen, fastest lap of the race, 55.257. They're still struggling to get down into the 54s compared to yesterday. We saw that not too unusually in the SB60s and the endurances yesterday, such as the slight difference in temperature and thus track conditions.
Bit more tyre wear as well.
Bit more tyre wear, good point, good point. There's a good little battle going on there between Jack Bridges and Vinod Hirani. We just saw going into Christmas Corner, as there is a look on Richard Newton by Jonathan Riley. And if you can keep that one inside of the limits, Newton's going to try and fight back here. But that is a nice move there by Jonathan Riley to take himself in 7th place. But I don't know if it's done yet. Newton could have had a look there into Osis, but thought better of it. This is the battle for 2nd place. Daniel Taylor and Chris Alcock as they fire into the boot. It is so much... You do carry a lot of speed into the boot.
Yeah.
You know, you think of it as, it's one of the major braking zones of the on the track. It is, but it's still a really fast entry into there as we're on the last lap of the race. So this is one of the closest battles to keep an eye. You can see the gap that Richard Allen has in hand there at the front as Chris Alcott's going to go down the inside of Daniel Taylor at Christmas Corner. Can he keep that one together? Dan Taylor's going to try and get the switch back through Boxing Day and Inkermans to set up an opportunity, but he's got to be careful because David Longman's on the scene. David Longman's very much on the scene, and as Taylor went to the inside there, I'm not sure he was aware that Longman was coming alongside him. That was a nice move by Longman. Miguel Hall's going side by side with Joe Wright behind them as well. But this man here, Richard Allen, one of the key protagonists in this heavyweight championship, is going to open his points tally for the day exactly how he would have wanted to do. He's going to round the final corner and take the first win of the sprints for the heavyweights today. Great win there for Dickie Allen. Controlled that one nicely. Who's going to be second across the line? It is going to be Chris Alcock, who got by there. David Longman through as well into 3rd. Daniel Taylor in 4th. And it was Miguel Hall and Joe Wright. Jonathan Riley in 7th place is your highest place Class 3 finisher. Good drive there from him. Heinrich Watson-Miller is next in 8th. There was Richard Newton losing out a little bit there at the last, I think, to go down to 9th. Adrian Ray rounding out the top 10. Then it was Jack Cameron Drayton, James Antwist, Jack Bridges, Vinod Hirani, Oliver Tebbett, Barney Langley, David Lumley, and then Kieran Willits and Richard Melton is how they all rounded off that 19 kart field. That then was your first heat in the heavyweights, and we're going to go straight into Heat 2 for the heavyweights. Let's have a look at a grid then as they come out for their practice laps. Tim Williams will start this one from pole with Alex Pritchard alongside. It's going to be Dave Pethers and Jacob Harris on the 2nd row of the grid. Mike Bodner and Matt Isherwood are on row number 3. Row 4 is going to see Bill Taylor and Lawrence Cheer start alongside each other, with Kai Crawford and Paul Williams rounding out your top 10. Steve Bosley and Lee Henderson will be row number 6. Row 7 will be Antonio Gizzoni, and Owen Smith. Wayne Smith and James Radovich are your 8th row. It's going to be Luke Elliott and Nathan Tague who round out the 18 kart grid for this one in heat number 2.
Admit it, your brain said Antonio Pizzonia then, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
That's one from the mid-2000s F1 fans amongst us there. Bad news, everybody. We've got another one of these ex-Cardiff University drivers who do a little bit of BUKC media on the grid.
We do.
He's back. Oh my goodness, I've just realised there's both of them here.
Yes.
Mish and Harris in the same race.
It's going to be great.
I'm glad I'm in the box. Oh dear. Let's catch up with some of your comments. Michael Burke's been in touch. Again, thanks, guys. All is good. Mega amounts of rain. Driveway is impassable at the moment. Have to drive through a paddock and hope not to get bogged. Yes, indeed. Lee Henderson out in this one. Hoping for a good result. Had some frustration yesterday in the endurance. Quite a few teams late on picking up black flags for a couple of monster curbs, a few track limit warnings. It's very easy to accrue them around this circuit.
I want to say Tim Williams is another example of a driver who came up through our Class 3.
I think initially, yeah. Yeah, he's been around for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
That's Tim.
Really interesting there.
Big opportunity this for Alex Pritchard as well, with not too many C1s in this race.
Yes, indeed.
And don't think Matt Isherwood is going to have a full championship score for this competition. So he's kind of the only one in there. Yeah, Matt Isherwood, another driver who's run a reduced program this year, but has had a race win so far in 2022. So he's shown that he's still got that pace that he had for Cardiff a few years ago in the BUKC.
Yes, indeed. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes, as they will soon be, in fact, they're already being picked up by the pace kart there to fall into grid positions. Dave Pethers already slotting in there. Very recognisable helmet there. Commentator's dream, that helmet, to be able to spot there.
Hello to the man simply known as Lissicella, Jonathan Lissitor, who says, "Come on, old men, Daz and Hixie." There's Jacob Harris. He's looking concerned.
No,
very concerned.
No, that's not concern. That's grit. That's.
He's looking. Oh my goodness! There's all these drivers behind me. I'm not meant to be here.
I'm not meant to be on pole. What's going on? BUKC starting up
Yes.
pretty soon.
Plans afoot.
Indeed. And it'll be here that the qualifiers take place in November.
I mean, you say he's not concerned. He's got Mish right behind him.
Oh yeah, true.
Here we go then. Heavyweight sprint heat number 2 is underway. Great start for Tim Williams off the front of the field. And it looks like the 86 of Dave Pethers has got into P2 already. Steve Bosley in the middle of the pack there with the blue and white helmets, number 20. Alex Pritchard looking down the inside of Dave Pethers, goes for P2, gets P2 in the early stages of this race. Good start though there, Howard, for Tim Williams. Caught the anti-pole side of the grid napping there and has got a big advantage.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's Antonio Gizzonio going wide in the background, but managed to recover it. And I was just pointing there because going side by side immediately was Jacob Harris and Matt Isherwood on the run down to Ashby Corner. But yeah, it wasn't the best start for the anti-pole side of the grid. I'm not sure Pritchard was happy with his timing of putting the foot down there at the start, as this is Jacob Harris being taken around the outside there by a couple of drivers there, one of which was Mike Bodner there. You've got the 20 of Steve Bosley getting involved as well there, so it's all kicking off in the mid-pack as they round out lap number 1. It is, though, Tim Williams who leads, but Alex Pritchard is keeping him very honest as they go side by side. Paul Williams, I think that was, getting stuck in there, going side by side with Lee Henderson, and the 91 is Mike Bodner on the inside at Christmas Corner as well. He's still side by side with Henderson. He's going to be put out wide there onto the grass, and that's going to allow the likes of Luke Elliott to buy into that one a little bit.
Very difficult position.
That looked like James Radovich was going to be facing the wrong way just as we cut away there.
Change for the lead. Alex Pritchard has got past Tim Williams there here on lap number 2. Bit of a thumbs up to say, yep, happy with that one. Dave Pethers in third. Matt Isherwood trying to drive across the gap at the moment. He's doing a very good job there. He's going to catch that top 3. We're going to have a 4-way battle for the lead here, Howard.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, and it's not going to be too far off a five horse race as well, because Kai Crawford's not too far off the back of this and doesn't have anyone immediately behind him to worry about. Tim Williams is going to feel the need to take a slightly tighter line. Dave Pethers, I thought, was going to sell the dummy there in a Mansell-esque way there into Christmas corner, but didn't quite get that done. Probably didn't want to expose him to attack from Matt Isherwood either. Down into Ashby corner they go. Maximising the exit there, using all of the runoff. Getting yourself back onto the grey stuff before that curb runs out on you. Downhill braking now into Ozies. The conventional racing line leaves a little bit of a gap. It's similar to Garda corner at Buckmore Park. The racing line is to try and maximise the late apex, but it can leave you exposed to attack if you're having a battle. That's one of the corners that makes battling around Whilton Mills so fun, I think, because it can set up opportunities coming onto the back straight. But if you do it, you'll also be compromised down that back straight, so there can be a counter-attack into the boot. Here is Tim Williams then in that 96, and they are not so far able to keep up with the pace of Alex Pritchard, who's just put in a 55.947 to take the fastest lap of the race. Matt Isherwood having a look down the inside of Dave Pethers, and he's going to get the job done through Christmas corner. That was nicely done, and it brings Kai Crawford immediately onto the back of the 86 of David Pethers as well. So what can the 128 of Kai Crawford do with that opportunity? Bill Taylor has just got by on Jacob Harris further back. That's for 7th place. Bill Taylor, one of the super heavyweight drivers competing. I've not actually clocked. The super heavies are running the green plates, I think, today. Super heavyweights, a subclass within the heavyweights, just the same as how we have the class 1s, class 2s and class 3s. There is a super heavyweight class as well, so one extra subclass compared to our lightweights. Alex Pritchard crossed the line, another fastest lap of the race, a 55.728 to take the lead gap out to 1.6 seconds. There's an ABC takeout penalty for Owen Smith, and I think that might be on Paul Williams because he's just dropped down the order to the back. Unfortunate for Paul there.
Great run this from Alex Pritchard so far. I'll mention that in a moment. Matt Isherwood's looking down the inside of Tim Williams into Ashby. Can't quite get the move done on that occasion. Has to attack and defend at the same time there as Dave Pethers is on the scene, and Kai Crawford. But Alex Pritchard is a driver who I always think of in terms of a strong season finisher. And he started a little bit early this year. He won round 7. He's been strong over the past couple of rounds. Once again, this is great pace from him. 2 seconds in the lead of the race now, ahead of Tim Williams and Matt Isherwood. Setting up the day nicely, taking the pressure off for those later heats. The second set of heats will come before the lunch break. The third after. Oh, nice move from Kai Crawford. Look at that. That's a little bit unorthodox. Doesn't quite work, but it nearly caught Matt Isherwood out there. Dave Pethers has got ahead of Matt Isherwood.
I have to say,
big send.
Yeah, they did very well as well to go 3 wide into Boxing Day, effectively on the exit of Christmas. Usually that ends in tears, and it was good respect shown by the drivers there to give each other room and not trip over each other there, because usually 3 into 1 doesn't go, but that time it did, as they were all single file after Boxing Day. Here's Matt Isherwood coming back at Pethers, but that's going to compromise him over the curb, and that's going to immediately allow the 128 of Crawford to cut back in, but he's going to get him back again. And look out for Steve Bosley, who's arrived on the scene there in the number 28 as well. I've got to say, by the way, in all that, Luke Elliott has got a penalty for ABC bump and pass, and I believe it was against Lee Henderson, who just dropped down a few positions on the same lap. So I'm going to put 2 and 2 together there and hopefully get 4, as it will be 4 positions that are deducted from Luke Elliott's race position for that penalty.
Good drive this from Steve Bosley so far. He's got on with his work. He's taken advantage of the squabble ahead and could be on for a good top 5 here. Track limit warning for Lee Henderson. Most likely out of the final corner here in Club 100. And there has been a subtle change to the Club 100 track limit regulations for that corner. Long-time watchers and listeners of the Alpha Live and DDMM coverage will maybe think about the curb, the edge of the curb being the defined line of track limits, but that curb was widened, I want to say 2 years ago. So now it's the Motorsport UK rule, straight down the line. Yep. White line, go beyond it, it's going to be a track limit warning. We are on the last lap. Mish looking down the inside of Dave Pethers. This is for 3rd place, and he's got it.
Good move. Good move. He has been strong into that Christmas corner. What about at Ashby? Kai Crawford has a little bit of a look to the inside, but decides not to go for it there. He's going to wait for a better opportunity. Tim Williams checking over his shoulder all the while here. He's going to take a slight tight line. No, he's not. He's going to stick to the racing line. Didn't feel the need to defend. That could be costly because Matt Ishman's going to push him out over the curb, and he's not too happy about that. It's actually not worked out at all for Mish there. That's allowed Dave Pethers through side by side as they go into the boot section. This man, though, doesn't need to worry about any of that. Alex Pritchard is going to cross the line to take a well-controlled victory there in heat number 2. Who's going to be second across the line, though? This one could be interesting. It is Tim Williams who hangs on side by side, drag race to the line, but by 7/100ths of a second, it's Kai Crawford in third place ahead of Steve Bosley. Matt Isherwood in fifth ahead of Dave Pethers. And it was Mike Bodner in seventh. Bill Taylor was your highest placed super heavyweight in eighth place. Luke Elliott was your highest placed class 3 in ninth, but has a penalty to be applied, which I think will actually mean that it's Jitsonio who can claim class 3 bragging rights for that one, with Jacob Harris sat between those two aforementioned drivers in 10th. Owen Smith was in 12th, and it was Lee Henderson, Paul Williams, James Radovich, Nathan Tagg, and Wayne Smith to round out how they finished that one. That was heat number 2 then. Heat number 3 is coming right up. Take you through your grid then as they're doing their warm-up laps. Nicholas Walker will start this one on pole with Simon Kavanagh alongside Tim Penny and Josh Pettit make up row number 2, and then it's Darren Townsley and Joe Holmes on row number 3. Row 4 will be Vijay Patel and Daniel Underhill, who we didn't know was racing until we spoke to him this morning in the paddock. It was good to see him out there. Tim Hill and Matt Griffiths round out the top 10. Carolis Conchicas and Mikey Nichols make up row number 6. Row 7 will be Michael Daltrey and Riccardo Vitali. Tom Edwards and Matthew Lumley are your 8th row of the grid, and the 9th row of the grid rounding out your 18 car runners will be Andrew Hicks and Christian Foyer.
Should have known, really. He wasn't in one of the beautiful Club 100 orange tabards. So we know now.
It's
if he's in orange, it's working. If he's in his
Was Jacob
Aston,
in a tabard though?
yeah,
Yeah,
because
okay.
they've tagged him in.
Yeah, exactly.
Get him working young.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say, in our paddock walk this morning, you got an interview with JV. There was no Jacob behind with a cone on his head.
I was missing. That's what was missing from this the paddock walk earlier on today. Maybe next time.
Go back and watch our paddock walk from Whilton Mill
Cadets
last
and
month.
juniors.
It was just last month,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
In the cadets and juniors here. That one was a lot of fun, that paddock walk.
Spot the show stealer.
Joe Holmes has a great opportunity here. He's the only Class 1 runner in this race.
Yeah.
And this is surely, yes, it is going to be his...
It's his
It's his middle one, isn't it, actually, starting in 6th. So we might see him start a little higher than this later on, but great opportunity for him to try and match what we saw from Richard Allen as a championship rival and taking the win in his first heat of the day.
Intrigued to see how Tim Hill does as well in this one.
Yes,
Who, we didn't quite. The one driver that if we do more paddock walks, I want to get an interview with Tim Hill.
Yep.
As one of the most experienced drivers
Yeah, it's
in
a good
all
point.
of Club 100.
That's a good point. You've got my head doing loads of old F1 references now. As you said, Tim Hill.
It's okay. We can do those today. These drivers were alive for that
Yes, that's
period
true.
of Formula 1, unlike Clay Pigeon last week.
Then my head just did this random. You went Tim Hill. My head went Tim Hill, Tim Williams, Williams Hill, Hill at Williams, and it's just I don't know quite why my brain is doing that this morning, but there we go. But yes, you're right. We are going to do references at least that happen within the lifetime of the drivers today. So yeah, they'll finish up. In fact, they are now just finishing. We can see the checkered flag there. That is to say, time to get into your grid formation ahead of your 7-minute sprint race.
I've just realised something. In fact, no, I'm not going to say it because I might get in trouble.
Okay.
Quite ironically.
Okay. There's the 114 of Riccardo Vitali, who's going slowly, not because he has a problem with his kart, but because he's there going, why am I at the front?
In fact, I'll just do it like they used to do on the BBC.
Okay.
If you don't want to know the results of the Formula 1, please turn away now.
Yes.
That no one's spoiling the championship results for me today, unlike the last time I was stood in this commentary, in this very box.
Yes. We were on commentary duties on the day of a certain 2021 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, I
Someone
believe.
spoiled the result for us about 2 minutes before the end of the
But
broadcast.
I always maintain, though, so you saw it, I remember, and you did a very
was
good thing for me.
furious.
You scrolled away from the comments so that I didn't see it.
Yes.
But what was amazing is we then went back. We went back to your place and watched the race, and what was hilarious was because of the way that the result changes right at the end, you were sat there just increasingly going, well, I know what the result is, but
how on
earth
we get
how
there?
does this change? Whereas I was blissfully unaware. So we actually both got to have a form of surprise, I guess.
Yeah.
That does not mean it was okay. Please don't put spoilers for other series in the chat, because people are spending the time watching this live. We don't want to take away from other things that people may go on to watch later on. So do bear that one in mind, or put spoilers in stars or something. Yeah, the producer's suggesting some more harsh penalties for people who do that in the chat, which I'm not going to say. But yeah, just keep it focused on the racing here, really. That's where the action's at anyway. And soon to be courtesy of Nicholas Walker there in the 29, who's leading this pack. Simon Kavanagh alongside in the 83. I want to say there's another driver who's coming through the Class 3 ranks in this heavyweight category. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go into oblivion. The name of the first corner here, and it's a good start. Oh, it's a pod-to-pod contact from Kavanagh on the pole sit, and that's going to allow Tim Penny, I believe, to slot right up into the lead of this one at the top of the hill. That's Christmas come early, but tish for Tim Penny there as he goes through Christmas corner and is miles out in front already.
Yeah, great opportunity this for Tim Penny, especially with the likes of Joe Holmes and Tim Hill all caught up in the middle there. The number 46 of Josh Pettis is getting forced out wide. A couple of drivers having a wave at one another.
I'm doing my own cymbal clashes for my jokes now. That's terrible. Anyway, side by side there between Darren Townsley and Matt Griffiths into Ozier's corner as Joe Holmes is on the tail of Simon Kavanagh here. And Kavanagh's just going to let him go. He knows that he'll do well to keep pace there with Joe Holmes. So a little bit of a benefit there from the knowledge of the field as to how quick Mr. Holmes can be. It is Tim Penny, though, who leads at the end of lap number 1 by 2.2 seconds. Brilliant start there for Tim Penny. It just came his way in the crook as Simon Kavanagh now under pressure from that's
Dan
from
Underhill.
the 82. It is Dan Underhill, who's not
got
on my time.
no transponder.
He is.
Transponder that's not working.
That's a different approach to avoid the commentator's curse. Just
Yes.
don't. We can't
Don't
see your
alert.
timing. Okay, so
That
that
doesn't fool us.
No. So Dan Underhill there running in third place. Yeah, Joe Holmes up in second already. This is your pole sitter to Nicholas Walker looking at the back of Simon Kavanagh. Who, this could be an interesting one after how the first couple of corners went for them in this race. The 65 Darren Townsley is behind them there in the white helmet and black suit. And there's Vijay Patel there in the 38 trying to keep in touch with them. And he's bringing Mikey Nichols along to the party as well. Look at the gap, though, that Tim Penny has. And do you know what? At the moment, he's matching the pace of Joe Holmes nicely. This is good stuff for Tim Penny in that 165.
These are really, really key laps for Tim Penny. I know we say that a lot around this circuit, but just keeping that drive going. Make Joe push to him, in effect. It's like throw that gauntlet down to Joe Holmes, and boy, will he pick it up. But the worst thing to do right now if you're in Tim Penny's position is start checking over the shoulder, panicking, getting scruffy with the lines, losing that rhythm that you need here around this circuit. It's a proper rhythm circuit. You can lose it very easily. It takes you a few laps to get back into that tempo, as it were. Down the inside there goes Darren Townsley on Nicholas Walker.
That was lovely. Lovely
He's
move.
going to lose it on the exit, though, and here comes the 38 of Vijay Patel. Nicely done. And Mikey Nichols.
Yep, through on Townsley there, through Oblivion and the Crook.
Tim Penny, who's only had one full round so far this year.
Switchback move there. That was nice. Against Vijay Patel. That was Nicholas Walker getting it back. So good little battle going on here, although they are losing each other a little bit of time
as they battle away. Kavanagh not able to break away whilst they were doing so. So now it is battle resumed again between Kavanagh and Walker for what is 5th place. It looks like 4th on your timing screens, and we know that Daniel Underhill in the number 82 kart is not showing up on timing for some reason. But he is very much out there, very much a factor, as Mikey Nichols trying to go alongside with Vijay Patel, and that's a little bit hairy coming through the final corner. And I don't think Vijay Patel will be too pleased with how that one went. But that does see Mikey Nichols up into... Oh, sorry, was it Vijay Patel or was it... Yes, because Darren Townsley followed through as well as Patel had that wide moment. So there's Mikey Nichols up into 7th place.
How's the pace looking? It's looking very good for Tim Penny here. 55.071. He is holding that gap at 2.5 seconds or there or thereabouts over Joe Holmes. Here comes the number 29 of Nicholas Walker down the inside. Very tricky corner to overtake. It's going to open the door now for Mikey Nichols down the inside into Ozier's. Side by side on the exit. Good racing between the two of them. No forcing drivers wide there. Looks like Darren Townsley's going to come through as well on both of them. Brilliant stuff from Darren Townsley. Can he hold it round the outside? Opportunistic. Really good stuff there from Darren Townsley, and that will be him up to 5th place. 2 minutes of this one to go. Lead battle still as was. Underhill then in 3rd, Pettit in 4th. Mikey Nichols back down the inside of Darren Townsley for what is actually 6th, apologies, once he put Underhill back into the order.
Tim Hill and Carolis Conchicas have both arrived on the scene with this one. Look at that, the 1.62 and the 11. And that is Conchicas through on Tim Hill, actually, as there's a penalty for ABC bump and pass for Mikey Nichols. And I wonder, because he was chasing Darren Townsley up the hill, I wonder if there was anything that went on there that caught the attention of the stewards.
Yeah. Penalty for Tim Hill as well, multiple pieces of contact.
Yeah, indeed.
It's not been the best of races for Tim so far. It's often difficult when you're moving from those lower grid positions.
There has been a good race for another Tim. Tim Penny holding Joe Holmes at arm's length here, as there's a change there. That is Mikey Nichols swapping positions with Simon Kavanagh for what is 5th place, when we take into account the fact that Dan Underhill's out there without a working transponder. Vijay Patel there trying to get a move done on Tim Hill, but it's not going to be on there into Wilkins. He might be able to duck to the inside, but no, Tim Hill is actually going to duck to the inside there at Ozier's. Andrew Hicks on the back of this pack as well in the number 44. Oh, well, there's an incident there between pole sitter. That's Walker and I think Conchicas as well. Between those two, because Conchicas was going across the grass. So that's all gone wrong into the boot section there for Nicholas Walker and Carolis Conchicas.
And that might be even more of a problem for Nicholas Walker if that's adjudged to be a restart from the grass. No problems though for Tim Penny. As I say, did one round earlier in the season. Best result at Rye House was a P2 in a heat, but this has been a very impressive drive. Checks over the shoulder. There's not many drivers over the past few years who've been able to say on the last lap that they've checked over the shoulder and seen a 3.4 second lead back to Joe Holmes. Tim Penny wins Heat 3 comfortably. Brilliant stuff from him. Joe Holmes is going to come across the line in P2. Then Dan Underhill in 3rd place. Not registered on timing, but will be slotted in there. Josh Pettit 4th. Mikey Nichols 5th. Darren Townsley 6th. Good scrap for 7th. In the end goes to Tim Hill ahead of Simon Kavanagh, Vijay Patel, Andrew Hicks. That's your top 10. Hicks top of the C3s. Carolis Conchicas is there in 11th. Tom Edwards 12th. Nicholas Walker, Christian Foyer, Michael Daltrey complete the top 15 ahead of Matt Griffiths, Riccardo Vitali, and Matthew Lumley will be the last driver over the line in kart number 77 in 18th place. There Matthew is. Good race that from Tim Penny. First win of the year. Let's get ready for the next heat out on circuit. Heavyweight heat number 4 is out next.
as they come out for their practice laps, then here's your grid for Heat 4 of the Heavyweights and Super Heavyweights Senior Sprint Championship, Round 9 of 2022. Steve Lindley and Callan Sigafus are your first row of the grid, with Stuart Kirk and Anwar Burrell-Smith opening their campaigns for the day off the second row. Damien Smith and Samuel Bensley are next on row number 3. Then it's Kurt Holmes and Joe Bailey, Darrell Lowe and Luke Pullen to round out the top 10. Lenny Wood and Tom Angier are your 6th row, and then Scott Parker and Jason Kirkham on row number 7. Richard Payne and Richard Snow are row 8, and then Shane Houlihan rounds out the 17 kart grid for the last heat of this rotation. After this, we will go back to our lightweights for heats 5 through to 8. And that will be each driver's second opportunity to race. This is the first race for these drivers, though. After this, absolutely every single driver in the paddock will have done their first race of the day. And, Steve Lindley just a little bit of a little bit of a battle there through the top of the circuit there with Anwar Burrell-Smith, just getting their eye in for how some of the battles might go. I think Kurt Holmes is getting involved in that as well. So that's the interesting one there. Going to be good to see how this race goes once it gets going. Just having a look in the championship. It's worth mentioning, highest placed super heavyweight driver at the moment is Bill Taylor. He got quite a bit of a lead in hand over Lee Henderson, Nicholas Walker. And that's how they look in super heavyweight subclass at the moment. I'm not sure if we've covered much about the class 2 standings in heavyweights thus far. Kurt Holmes, who's in this race, is your highest placed class 2 driver at the moment. Mikey Nichols is second of the class 2 runners, 7th overall in the championship. And then Steve Bosley rounds out your top 3. But it is nice and close there between those drivers. Stephen Lindley in the hunt as well in class 2, and Tim Williams, who we saw earlier as well. So some good seasons being put together in the class 2 ranks. I'm just looking to see who the highest placed C3 driver is. It is Andrew Hicks coming into today. No, it's not. It's Richard Neal, because he's literally above him in the table and has C3 against his name. So Richard Neal is your highest placed class 3 driver in the championship. Then it's Andrew Hicks and Tom Stalker round out your top 3 within class 3. It's relatively close between them. That could all change as well. Plenty to battle for in Club 100 senior sprints, heavyweights and super heavyweights this season. All of the rounds from now until the end of the championship, Buckmore Park in November, are streamed for you here on Alpha Live. So we will have all of the dramas of those championships being decided.
Poll results. It's quite a good spread. 31% think it's going to be 1 to 3.
Yep.
Well, I think they're going to be wrong.
We've nearly managed that.
24% 4 to 6, 14% 7 to 9, 31% going for the big one. 10 to 12 drivers are going to be cursed today. Will anybody be cursed in heat number 4? We hope not, but we're ready to go for this one. This will be the last race of any driver who's not raced so far today. Green lights, away we go. Good start for Steve Lindley. Leads into turn 1. Callan Sigafus has done well also to hold on to second place. Anwar Burrell-Smith already up to P3. The run up to Christmas Corner. Kurt Holmes behind as well in P4. Takes a good sweeping line through the middle there. Darrell Lowe is involved, has had a good start, is already up to 5th. Running down the hill now, Steve Lindley continues to lead. Anwar Burrell-Smith to the inside of Callan Sigafus, goes for second place, should get it and does get it. Good move there from Anwar.
Yep, immediately sets about trying to move up through the field as Stuart Kirk is under some pressure there through Wilkins Corner. Going side by side now is Callan Sigafus, and I think that was Darrell Lowe who's had a decent start there from 9th on the grid. I think he's got himself up to 5th, 6th place. That is the change for the lead as we end lap number 1. That is Anwar Burrell-Smith through on Steve Lindley and takes himself up into the lead of this race. So Anwar Burrell-Smith immediately to the front of the field within that first lap. And good starts indeed from Kurt Holmes and Darrell Lowe, both up 3 places on that first lap. As down the inside of Steve Lindley goes Kurt Holmes, and Lindley is not too impressed by that. Darrell Lowe's going to take advantage of that, and immediately Callan Sigafus is now applying pressure as well on Steve Lindley as they're going side by side in the background. That is Lenny Wood trying to get through on Joe Bailey, I believe that is, for 7th place.
Yeah, I'd be interested to have a look at that one again between Lindley and Holmes. There was space down the inside. I think it was one of those perhaps where 2 drivers just kind of merged into the middle. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Yeah, I think we've got a replay of that one. Let's have a look at that one again. So this is coming up into Christmas Corner. Switch to the inside from Holmes. No, actually, I think on second review, and I know we've got it in slow-mo, that probably looks more on Holmes. I'm judging that from the seam down the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking. You can get situations there where the driver on the outside doesn't give the racing room and basically pinches the driver up against the curb, but the contact was already happening early on in the braking zone there. So I can see why Lindley's feeling a little bit aggrieved by that one. Burrell Smith still leading the way here. Has Kurt Holmes and Darrell Lowe behind him for company.
Yellow flag out up at Christmas Corner. Not quite sure what it's for at the moment. Might be a cone replacement. Oh dear, that's Lenny Wood.
It is.
Lenny Wood off and in the grass at Wilkins, and will have to recover the kart from there. Gets a bit of help from one of the marshals. Lenny Wood, who is up in the top 10, no longer half
sideways
spin there.
moment.
That might have been Samuel Bensley.
I think it was, yeah. Yes, it was.
No, it was Joe Bailey.
Sorry.
Joe Bailey falling down through the order then.
Yes.
Samuel Bensley is absolutely fine. Battle for the lead here. Burrell Smith, Kurt Holmes, Darrell Lowe in there as well. Great to see Darrell Lowe back on this kind of form. Lowe back down the inside of Holmes. Holmes to the outside as they go through Ashby Corner. This is a proper scrap for Burrell Smith. Someone would have thought when he got to the front of the order he would gallop away from the this field, but not so. Kurt Holmes really putting him under pressure. Darrell Lowe looking to the outside. Kurt Holmes has received a contact warning for his troubles. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Steve Lindley not out of this one. Callan Sigafus not out of this one in 4th and 5th place. Cone penalty for Joe Bailey. That'll relegate him 1 spot after the checkered flag. And Burrell Smith, even from 3 minutes out, is having to defend here. Hasn't got quite the pace at the moment to pull away from the order. Kurt Holmes trying everything he can to get through. And look at Lindley, look at Sigafus. This is a proper 5-way scrap for the lead.
Darrell Lowe's got a good run off of Ashby. See if he's going to try something on Kurt Holmes. It would have to be bowled around the outside, and actually it's going to open the door for Lindley, who's now going to be down the inside of Darrell Lowe into Ozier's for certain, and that is also Callan Sigafus trying to buy in, and Darrell Lowe's over the grass. Steve Lindley's not happy again. They're both unhappy with each other, and they need to be careful because whilst they're having a little debrief on how that one went for them both, it's allowing Sigafus to get involved. It's allowing Kurt Holmes and Anwar Burrell Smith to pull along. It's going to be side by side across the line there as they start a new lap.
Change for the lead.
It is a change for the lead. And Kurt Holmes takes it from Anwar Burrell Smith as they go on to lap number 6. And there's 2 minutes left on the clock. What can Burrell Smith do to try and challenge back again? Darrell Lowe's managed to get away from Steve Lindley, who's under pressure from Callan Sigafus. At time, I think he does just need to be careful he doesn't do that move where you pinch people up against the curb there. And it seemed that seemed fair enough that time. But
both Lindley and Sigafus have had contact warnings from race control. Oh, so close to the tyres on driver's right there. There to prevent drivers from running into a bit of a gully. That's on the exit of that corner. But what a run this has been so far from Kurt Holmes has put Anwar Burrell Smith, Tide Championship leader, under pressure. Has got the lead away from him here. What do you reckon? 2 more laps for these drivers. Kurt Holmes has had race victories so far this year. He's had 3 of them in the heats. Is this going to be a 4th? Anwar Burrell Smith, though, with the slipstream, which does have an effect around Whilton Mill. Yes, there'll be other circuits that we go to where it's more extreme, a Clay Pigeon, a Shennington, for example. But here, if you can get that run down the inside into Ashby, has Burrell Smith got the braking right? No, not quite. Kurt Holmes fights back, retakes the lead.
Anwar's had his hands aloft as he's gone across the start-finish line for the last 2 laps. And there's nothing showing on DigiFlag when he's doing it, so I'm not sure if he's being... yeah, there's something that's preoccupying him. Yeah, it's battle
last
on.
lap going to be out.
Indeed, it will be the last lap. Kurt Holmes, who is in the lead of this one, and has actually got a bit of a gap here on Anwar Burrell-Smith. In fact, Burrell-Smith, if anything, under more pressure from Darrell Lowe as they come up the hill. He's going to have to go defensive. Darrell Lowe has a think about selling the dummy somewhat and jigging back to the inside, but he goes for the switchback through the top part of the circuit. Can he get a run down into Ashby Corner? No, Burrell-Smith is going to position his car well there to deter a move, and this is giving the win in many ways to Kurt Holmes as these two battle away. And well, they might, to be honest, it is the last lap. Darrell Lowe's going to try and get alongside and get the inside line into Osius. He bails out of that. He's going to try and get a run onto the back straight. Steve Lindley defending against Callan Sigafoo's behind as well. Into the boot. Has Darrell Lowe got an opportunity? He'll get the switch back through the latter half. Gets the late apex off of 2, but he bumps over the curb a little. That slightly deters his progress. Kurt Holmes, though, is going to cross the line to take the win in heat number 4. It is going to be Anwar Burrell-Smith in second. Darrell Lowe in third. Callan Sigafoo's does get Steve Lindley on the line ahead of Tom Angier, Samuel Bensley. Stuart Kirk gets by, and Luke Pullen on the last lap as well for 8th place. Joe Bailey rounds out the top 10, and then it's Scott Parker and Richard Snow. Jason Kirkham in 13th place, and then it'll be Damien Smith, Lenny Wood and Richard Payne.
Good stuff. That's all of our drivers out for their first race. We're going to start things with our second rotation. Lightweight heat number 5 is out next.
Here's your grid then for heat number 5. Jake Wilkins and Cameron Williams are on row number 1 with Dean Everest and Sam Morris on row 2. Fraser Brunton and Garrett Berry are on row 3. Then it's going to be Russell Cooper and Justin Draper on row 4. Andrew Rabbage and Corey Smith rounding out the top 10. Adam Wright and Samuel Essery are row 6. Next, it's going to be Boyle Kerr and Nicholas Lacasas. George Lawler and Andy Berry are row 8. Row 9 is Adam Britton and Joe Radcliffe. And that rounds out the 18 runners in this 5th heat for the lightweights as we begin their second rotation.
Yeah, so all of these drivers will have been out once already. They will know what results they've had, and they'll have targets for this second round. Last chance to get points on the board before the lunch break. And again, doesn't really matter what kind of result you've had in the first one. You'd like a good score in the second one to take the pressure off for that third and final heat before we then move into the finals. Both Jake Wilkins and Dean Everest will be looking for that kind of result to take advantage of their grid positions. Ready to go racing here in heat number 5 for the lightweights. Racing for the pole sitter to go. And away they go. Jake Wilkins gets a good start. Can Wilkins hold in P2 there? Sam Morris is challenging. Look out for Fraser Brunton on the inside as well as they run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. There's nearly a 4-wide situation there towards the back of the field. But that was a cautious start for Jake Wilkins. But I think it was almost a bit deliberate to get that run to catch out the anti-pole side of the grid. And he made it work.
Yep, he did indeed. I thought actually maybe Dean Everest was going a bit too... I thought he was maybe going to go wide a little bit out of 2 because he was really trying to hold on to that second position, but he made it work quite well actually. As he's under pressure from Fraser Brunton though here at the early stage, and Brunton is through and up into second place there. Say second place.
That's the lead.
That is the lead, isn't it? What happened to Jake Wilkins in all of that?
Slipped down to third place.
Yeah,
Garrett Berry's had a good start as well. Samuel Essery up 6 positions on the first lap. That's more like it from the former C3 champion. He's there in karts number 20 in 5th place. Berry down the inside of Wilkins, takes 3rd through Christmas Corner, and there's a contact warning for Andrew Rabbage.
There is indeed. Good first lap as well for Adam Britton. Got himself right to the head of the Class 3 runners with 4 positions gained on that first lap. Yeah, Fraser Brunton out the gates rapidly here and straight to the lead of this one. Is the 78 of Jake Wilkins in 4th place now, because Berry got by up at Christmas corner. There's Adam Wright, and behind him the battling Justin Draper and Andrew Rabbage. As they stream through the boot section here at Whilton Mill. They go and line themselves up for Paddock. Tricky corner, Paddock. Particularly with that, you can see it on that shot, the apex curve there that you do not want to hit. Partially because it'll probably hurt, but also because it's going to attract the attention of race control as Samuel Lessery puts in a move on Jake Wilkins into Christmas corner. Nicely done there for the driver of the number 20 to take himself up into 4th place. Adam Wright behind here, having a look at Sam Morris into Ashby corner. They're both going to run a little bit wide, are they? That's going to open the door, and Adam Wright's going to let that back through, lest he get a penalty. But that's going to give an opportunity for, is that Justin Draper going round the outside there? That was looking on for a move and a half there, as I think that's Sam Morris going a bit cross-country there.
Russell Cooper gaining positions as well, already has a race win today. The number 39 moving through the order now. Justin Draper ahead. Justin Draper has had a good result on the board as well so far today. These are all drivers trying to keep up that momentum. Meanwhile, change for, or at least an attempt for second place. Oh, and Everest and Berry come together. Everest goes round. And that, well, we have seen one incident like that already today be adjudged as a takeout. So that could be more problems for Garrett Berry coming very soon. But definitely problems for Dean Everest. Falls out of second place and will not be happy about that at all.
No, absolutely. But, you know, that'll be playing on Garrett's mind as well. You know, oh, do I see a penalty this time around? What's it going to be?
There it is.
And it is a takeout penalty. So that's 6 positions that will be added to wherever he finishes on the road. Fraser Brunton, new fastest lap of the race. 55 dead, effectively. As Samuel Lessery leads Garrett Berry up the hill. Meanwhile, Andrew Rabbage there having a little look at Dean Everest. And further back, that is Russell Cooper down the inside of Justin Draper. And behind them, Nicholas Lacasas having a look at Sam Morris as well. Plenty of battles going on up and down the field here.
What a run this is for Fraser Brunton, though. 55.001, as you mentioned, Howard, last time around. So nearly in those 54s. Crucially, 5 seconds clear of the rest of the field in this race. They're going to keep fighting as well, especially if you're Garrett Berry, because you need to get yourself as high up the order as possible to negate those penalty positions. 5.6 seconds, and we've seen a lap time in the 54s. 54.998 for Brunton that time around. Here we go with Rabbage down the inside of Everest. Good move there by Andrew Rabbage up to 5th place.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's been a monster curb warning for Andrew Berry. That will be the curb on the inside of the last corner. Reason for that, you know, it could be asked why our drivers being allowed to ride other curbs as Adam Wright goes down the inside of Dean Everest. The last corner can damage the chassis. Now, of course, with it being an arrive and drive fleet, wanting to keep the fleet even. We don't want drivers bouncing across the curbs and damaging the chassis, because it won't be them who kind of receive the technical punishment of that. It'll be the drivers after them. So that's why drivers are told they cannot use that curb. Bump and pass penalty for Adam Wright there. It's down the inside. Draper on Cooper. That's on 9th place. Keep your comments coming in on the stream. Let us know who you're supporting. Great racing so far here today at Whilton Mill. Andrew Rabbage loses out to Adam Wright there and tries to get past Jake Wilkins.
Yeah, indeed. So Fraser Brunton, by the way, another fastest lap of the race last time around at 54.886. Beats it. Is that the fastest lap of the day we've seen so far? It must be a 54.695 from Fraser Brunton. He's somewhat showboating at the front of this one. That is fantastic pace there from the championship leader coming into today as he's on his last tour of the circuit for this one. 6.5 seconds the gap that he has. Here is Adam Wright and Jake Wilkins battling, and Andrew Rabbage and Dean Everest want to get in on it as well. Adam Britton as well in the 51, the highest place of the Class 3 runners at the moment, as Everest just has a little bit of a tweak on the front with Andrew Rabbage. This man, though,
serene.
It has been, hasn't it? That is a fantastic word to describe it. Fraser Brunton is going to come here round the final corner. Is he going to beat the fastest lap again as he comes around to take the win for heat number 5? Yes, he will. A 54.692 for Fraser Brunton as he crosses the line. It's going to be Samuel Essery and Garrett Berry next, although Berry has a penalty to be applied. Adam Wright gets by on Jake Wilkins in that last lap, ahead of Andrew Rabbage in 6th, Adam Britton in 7th, the highest of the Class 3 runners. Dean Everest in 8th, and it was Justin Draper and Russell Cooper to round out the top 10. Nicholas Lacasas in 11th, ahead of Andy Berry, George Lawler, Sam Morris in 14th. I think we'll be hoping for better things in his next heat after having that off-track moment. Corey Smith rounds out the top that field. It's heat 6 coming right at you here at Whilton Mill.
Here's your grid then for heat number 6. Charlie Summers and Yusuf Bin Sahel on the front row. Steph Theodorou and Ned Douglas on row 2. George Lyon and Rob Langthorpe on row 3. Roman Astakauskas has had a difficult weekend so far. Starts on row 4. Oliver Allwood is alongside. Mike Coppin and Callum Martin go from row 5. Martin Theodorou and Aidan Kitchener start on the 6th row of the grid into our C3s. Christopher Pultz and Douglas Smith start on row 7, Matthew Cliff and Aaron Clark on row 8, and then you find Joel Nichols and Jagjit Singh on row 9, completing an 18-kart field. So, Mike Coppin, championship contender, has just seen his title rival Fraser Brunton take a second win of the day so far and take it pretty easily. Good opportunities here though for Yusuf Bin Sahel, who's done plenty of laps around this circuit in his BUKC racing days. Hasn't had a race win so far this season in this competition. Charlie Summers likewise hasn't had a race win so far in the sprints. Could either of those drivers take this opportunity from the front of the grid? Steph Theodorou's been in good form on and off track so far this weekend. You can see him there in kart number 85. Ned Douglas as well had penalties in his first heat. Will want to respond after that, get a good result here. Thumbs up from the pace kart driver, ready to go racing here for heat 6 in the lightweights at Whilton Mill for Club 100 2022. See Yusuf Bin Sahel looking across to Charlie Summers' right foot. When is the pole sitter going to go? He's going to go there. Start of the race. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Bit of loading from behind. Steph Theodorou's on the grass almost. It's all gone a little bit hairy in the midfield there, but no problems at all for Charlie Summers off the front and in the lead.
Yeah, and Steph Theodorou, you feel a bit bad for him because he timed the application of the throttle off the start really well, I thought. You could see that he was watching for when Charlie Summers' foot went down in the 54 as
He's
going
gone
off to stage left.
That is Yusuf Bin Sahel.
Yeah.
Off through Inkermans. Thankfully, it's not too damp in the grass at the moment here at Whilton Mill. I've seen drivers go and go and go when they get on that grass, sometimes at this time of year. But sadly for Yusuf Bin Sahel, that will be him out of this race in terms of a recognisable result, or one I'll be happy about.
Martin Theodorou threw on Callum Martin there as they went into the boot. At the end of lap 1, though, it's Mike Coppin who leads.
Yeah.
Ahead of George Lyon, Charlie Summers. Not sure we saw him get... Did we see him get to the front on camera? I'm not sure
I don't think we did.
But he's got there and then some.
Ramanas Sakauskas has had an ABC takeout penalty early on. There's so much that happened in that first lap, I wouldn't want to suggest on which driver that occurred. But what we do know is that that'll be +6 positions for Ramanas. I say it's had a tough weekend. Didn't have his best result in the endurance yesterday. It's still a good amount of racing to go here this weekend, of course, in the sprints. You can watch all the races here from Whilton Mill today. One continuous stream. Remember, we've got Ellough Park and Buckmore Park rounds coming up as well to wrap out this season of Club 100 Seniors. All for you live here on Alpha Live. Do make sure you've subscribed. Click the like button for this one as well, and keep your comments coming in. Mike Coppin has a 2.5 second lead ahead of George Line. This is a much better run for George Line this time. Had problems in the early stages of his first heat today. Down the inside, looking there. I think that's Joel Nichols on Matthew Cliff for 13th place. Rob Langthorpe ahead of Martin Theodorou. Yep. Both raced in the same first round of heats. As Theodorou down the inside, he's already got the move done before they've even turned in for Osiers. Martin Theodorou, refreshed, refined, is on good form here today. Good move.
Yeah, absolutely. Working his way through the field well here in what will be his lowest grid position of the heats. Started 11th, now up to 6th place. Good steady progress from the driver of the number 50. There's your race leader, Mike Coppin in the number 5. And then it's George Line, Charlie Summers, Steph Theodorou, Ned Douglas in the 19, and then is Martin Theodorou, as we've got a spinner down at the boot.
I think that might be Christopher Ports.
Indeed,
he's not come over the line to end lap number 3.
Yep. Ned Douglas, little look to the inside there on Steph Theodorou, but holds station for now. We could get two endurance teammates having a bit of a battle, at least from yesterday here. As Martin Theodorou is moving up the order, is going to get past Ned Douglas into the boot. And it's now going to be Theodorou versus Theodorou here between Steph and Martin. No relation. But they were teammates yesterday in the endurance. So they're going to work together here a little bit. Does Martin fancy getting on up the order a little quicker than that? 3 minutes left on the clock then. And Martin Theodorou is having a look to the inside of Steph Theodorou and is through Christmas Corner.
Yeah, I think that's the right choice if I'm in Martin's shoes, because his pace has been good. He's been showing that progress up through the field. He would now hope to get that help from behind to push up to Charlie Summers in 3rd place. Good amount of time to do so. Jagjit Singh, by the way, is currently leading in C3. Hello to Sam Stout, who is watching the stream, supporting Zach Stout. First season in outdoor karting, 2nd in karting overall. Proud mum moments all round. I think we'll be seeing Zach out again quite shortly, I would guess, in either Heat 7 or Heat 8 for the lightweights.
Indeed.
Look at this, Martin Theodorou really is on a charge here. Doesn't need the help from behind. Has caught up to Charlie Summers. Is going to look for a move, maybe? No, not alongside enough there into Christmas Corner. Great pace though from Mike Coppin. 54.511. This is a brilliant run from Mike Coppin. 6.5 seconds clear of George Line.
Yeah, that's faster than the lap times that we saw from Fraser.
Sorry, Howard. Theodorou looking down the inside of Summers there for P3. Not quite able to do it through Osiers.
Yeah,
90 seconds to go.
Pace from Coppin better than what we saw from Fraser Brunton in that last race. So he's now setting the fastest laps we've seen today as Rob Langthorpe and Steph Theodorou going side by side in the background. As it's Mike Coppin leading by 8 seconds, now getting down to a 54.417 for Coppin. George Line in 2nd. There in the number 18. Martin Theodorou trying to hunt him down. And then it's Summers, Ned Douglas, Rob Langthorpe, Steph Theodorou, and Callum Martin takes you to the back of this train of karts. Just see the 32 of Martin on the rear of Steph Theodorou's kart there. next time around will most likely be shown as the last lap. Further down the order, good little battle going on between Jagjit Singh, Aaron Clark and Aidan Kitchener. That's for bragging rights in Class 3. There's a change there as Martin Theodora gets through on George Line into the boot. So that is a change for for second place. As we come on to, as we come on to the last lap, Mike Coppin's actually halfway up the hill to Christmas Corner at this point. Such is the way that he has taken this race by the scruff of the neck and led it very convincingly at the front. Ned Douglas going defensive against Rob Langthorpe, and behind them, Callum Martin and Steph Theodorou having a bit of a battle as well. As Ned Douglas will go defensive again against Langthorpe, and Steph Theodorou is really having to stamp his authority to try and hold on to this place ahead of Callum Martin. This man though, Mike Coppin, has controlled this one beautifully. We're seeing a few masterclasses in amongst this second rotation of lightweight heat sprint races. Mike Coppin will come round the final corner and take the win for heat number 6, and does so with the fastest lap of the race of a 54.201 just to finish that one off. Martin Theodorou crosses the line now to take second place. Then it's George Line and Charlie Summers, Ned Douglas and Rob Langthorpe. Steph Theodorou did get by on Callum Martin in that last lap. Rabinas Sakauskas then in 9th, and it'll be Aaron Clark to round out the top 10 who wins that Class 3 battle. Ahead of Jagjit Singh, Aidan Kitchener, Matthew Cliff, Joel Nichols, Douglas Smith, Yusuf Bin Sahel and Christopher Potts. Well, actually, I wonder if something's happened to Jagjit Singh on that last lap, actually, because he's dropping down the order, as too is Matthew Cliff. So we'll have to see how that one plays out in the final results. That was heat number 6 then. Heat 7 in your lightweights is coming next here at Whilton.
Let's have a look through the grid then for heat number 7 in the lightweights. Dante Dillon, your C2 Championship leader, has pole position. Dom Cliff is alongside him on the front row. John Ratcliffe and Ashley White go from row 2. Joshua Sangster and Keith Segal start on row number 3. Daz Teal and Amy Breacher start on row 4. Stephen Westwood and Andrew Ward go from row 5. Ross O'Brien and Bryn Alban start on row 6. And into our C3s, Aaron Stillwell and Prash Alphonsus start on row 7. James Browning and Kim Ely start on row number 8. Zach Stout and Louis Stagg start on row number 9. Evan Craig starts on row 10. It's a 19 kart field.
Sorry, just having a little rave to the grid music.
As you do.
As you do. So here. It's going to be an interesting one, this one. The 7th heat of our lightweights. As you can see there, Dante Dillon in the 104, who was on kart tester duties last weekend. Oh, slippery surface flag being shown.
Oh,
Is there some rain in the air?
shall I go investigate?
If you go and perform one of our high-tech scientific weather checks there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Remember to take your hat off. So we shall see what that is, because it's been shown at multiple marshal posts. But yeah, Dante Dillon on kart tester duties last weekend when we were at Claypigeon with the cadets and the juniors, because he's able to fit in those cadet karts, and so is well placed to be the kart tester for that series. As I don't think there's any signs of rain in the air. Timing's showing it as a false start, so not quite sure what the situation is there. So we'll wait to see how this one comes together.
So I had a very, very quick chat with Mike Coppin, who's obviously just come off circuit. We reckon that some water has been dragged onto the circuit,
Right. Okay.
because he had a bit of a moment over the line, and on the cool down lap. So we reckon that's what it is. It is not raining.
No, I'd have been surprised. There's no cloud cover at the Well, there's a little bit. We can see a
Little
bit of shade being cast on the circuit.
Oh, there's a camp chair that's about to break freedom.
Yeah, it is. I tell you what, it has been very...
Radiator fluid is what I'm hearing in my ear now. That there is some radiator fluid out there.
Yeah.
Which is going to be your good old H2O.
Indeed. But yeah, it has been very blustery in this part of the world the last week or so, and today is no exception. Got quite a wind blowing across the circuit at the moment, but we are good for the start here. Dante Dillon then in the 104 is your pole sitter. Don Cliff alongside him in the 17. Then it's John Radcliffe and Ashley White on the second row of the grid. It's going to be eyes on the lights, engine notes rise as we're away for heat number 7 and into oblivion. Good start from the pole sitter of Dante Dillon. Don Cliff immediately slots into second place. It's going to be a little bit of a wide moment there for John Radcliffe. He might lose out a little bit as they come up the hill, as Bryn Olban is trying to make early progress there with Amy Breacher on his inside, who herself is looking down the inside of Keith Segal as they go through Christmas Corner, and that's going to be a sideways moment there for Bryn Olban. Manages to bring it back to facing the right way, but that was a hairy moment there. John Radcliffe is scribbling on the curb there, coming out of Inkermans, but is able to hold it together and keep it pointing in the right direction as they come through Ashby Corner for the first time in this race. Andrew Ward making some early progress there. There's a penalty for Amy Breacher for forcing a driver wide. I think that's going to be on Bryn Olban up at Christmas Corner. Daz Teal having a look here as well, making some early progress through the field. As alongside Ashley White there. In fact, he's just getting by on Ashley White there as Dante Dillon crosses the line to end that first lap and has a gap of some 3 seconds over Dom Cliff. That's a decent opening for the driver of the 104 as Daz Teal tries to tuck underneath Dom Cliff now to move himself up into second place, and behind them Andrew Ward is having a look at Josh Sangster as well, and he gets through, as does Daz Teal get through. But Sangster's got Ward back there, I think, so it stays as they were for that particular position. But it is Daz Teal up into second place, unless Don Cliff's going to put in a move there, and that's going to slow all of them up there and give an opportunity for Ashley White and Joshua Sangster to capitalise. Andrew Ward's trying to get involved as well. Ward is actually through on Sangster in all of that, as there's a penalty for Zach Stout. Ashley White now down the inside as well, as there's a moment there for Ross O'Brien in the 68, gets a little sideways there. It's a bump and pass penalty for Zach Stout, so that'll be 4 positions added to wherever he finishes in this one. Highest placed of the Class 3 drivers at the moment, but unfortunately that won't count the same if he's not more than 4 positions ahead of the next Class 3 driver. Daz Teal there in second place, ahead of Dom Cliff and Andrew Ward now, with Joshua Sangster and Bryn Olban rounding out that 2nd through 6th battle. Dante Dillon, so 4.7 seconds to the good at the head of this field. And Sangster having a look at Andrew Ward here into Wilkins, but stays where he is for now, keeps the powder dry. It's felt a bit frenetic, this one, for the first few laps, actually. Interesting that Dante Dillon's lap time, his lap times are starting to come down now into the 55s, but interesting the second lap's time was still in the 56s. I wonder if there was still a slippery surface out there of sorts in the infield. Daz Teal now breaking away comfortably there in second place. This is the opportunity for Andrew Ward, goes to the inside on Dom Cliff. He's going to get the job done. Nice textbook manoeuvre there through into third place up at Christmas Corner.
And not the first time that Andrew Ward's been able to cleanly pull off that move today.
Nope.
Seems to be the weapon of choice for Andrew Ward to make his way up the order. Bryn Olban trying to find a way past Joshua Sangster. Came into this championship not too long ago. And what I like about Bryn Olban's racing this season is I feel he's still in that improvement phase, that quick, vast improvement phase as you learn your craft in Club 100. Really is growing into this lightweights competition.
Yep. Yep, agreed on
Contact
that.
warning for Amy Breacher, currently in 8th position.
She's already got a penalty to be applied at the end of the race for forcing a driver wide on lap 1, so doesn't want to attract any further penalties.
Dante Dillon absolutely flying at the front of the order, 55.316, 5.7 seconds clear of Daz Teal. Andrew Ward in third, and then this battle for fourth. Cliff, Sangster, Alban, Ashley White not too far behind as well. Just see him go through the back of shot there. These drivers happy to work together at the moment, which I think is the right call strategically. They don't want to be fighting too much because they'll just let Andrew Ward gallop away down the road. And there's other drivers behind who could take advantage of that. You've got to think if you're in Joshua Sangster's position, there is a limit to the patience there to sit in fifth place, and you're going to want to make a move. Just to look in C3 again, as Bryn Alban looking down the inside. Another great run from Zach Stout. We said this in Zach's first race, came through the order in C3. He's currently in 10th and leading in C3 from the back of their mini grid. Great stuff once again.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm not sure if we've covered a contact warning for Kim Ely. Need to not attract any more of that. Can it all help it? Dom Cliff absorbing this pressure well then from Joshua Sangster and Bryn Alban behind. Dante Dillon, new fastest lap of the race at 55.128, takes his lead out to over 6 seconds now to Daz Teal. And no, fastest lap of the race now set by Andrew Ward at 55.071 to take 2.5 tenths out of Daz Teal that time around. This could get interesting towards the end. As if it's not already interesting here, as Bryn Alban looks down the inside of Joshua Sangster. He's going to put out a little bit wide, and it's going to allow Sangster to come back through at Boxing Day. But good effort there by Alban.
It's a difficult one if you're in Bryn's position there, because you don't want to completely dive bomb it down the inside, because then you would career into the side of Dom Cliff. Now, what that move has done is it's fractured things up a bit. Yeah. That may give Bryn a better opportunity next time round to get past Joshua Sangster, because he's not got Dom Cliff directly ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to take the opportunity soon though, because Dante Dillon has started the last lap of this one. Daz Teal crosses the line, and that time around, though Andrew Ward did take some more time out of him, I don't think it's enough for him to be able to challenge in the dying moments of this race. There is second and third place. Dom Cliff next, and then Bryn Alban trying to sell a bit of a dummy there, maybe on Sangster, but I don't think that worked out. It didn't indeed, or indeed it did not, perhaps I should say. This man though, Dante Dillon, this will be his first win of the day in that 104 kart. He's controlled this one beautifully. We've seen some really well controlled leads in this second rotation of lightweights, and that's going to be carried on by Dante Dillon as he rounds the final corner and takes the win for heat number 7 of the lightweights for round 9 of the senior sprints. Daz Teal, we expect to come round. There he is to take second place ahead of Andrew Ward in third, Dom Cliff in fourth, and dragged to the line for fifth place. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Sangster by 27 thousandths of a second ahead of Bryn Alban. Then it's Ashley White, Aaron Stillwell, Zach Stout, but with a penalty to be applied in 9th. Ross O'Brien rounds out your top 10. Then it's Kim Ely in 11th. John Ratcliffe in 12th. Then it was James Browning, Keith Segal, Louis Stagg, Amy Breacher, but with penalty to be applied in 16th place. Evan Craig in 17th, and Prash Alphonsus to round out that one. Next up here is lightweight heat number 8.
Time for the last lightweight heat in this rotation. It's heat number 8. Here's your grid. Luke Phillips has pole position. Jeremy Deeks is alongside on the front row. Dan Seeger and Ben Lambeth both have good opportunities from row number 2. Rhys Pope and Steve Hicks start on row number 3. Chris Woodger and Michael Preston form up row number 4. Liam Nolan and Matthew Cockram complete row 5. Christopher Powell needs a good result here alongside Thanasi Barnacote on row number 6 of this grid. Yusuf Sahiono and Harrison Kirkham start from row 7. Matt Ellis and Michael Reeder start on row number 8. It's then Dan Grocott and Thomas Smith on row 9. James Scanlon completes the 19 kart field.
Go then, as Andrew says, last heat of this rotation. After this we will be going into the heavyweights for their next 4 heats. Luke Phillips, red-suited driver there in the 153. Jeremy Deeks alongside with that strip of high-vis yellow on the back of his white helmet. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rising. Away we go then for heat number 8. Looks like a good start from the pole side of the grid. Immediately, Dan Seeger slotting into second place. And yeah, it's been a costly first 2 corners for Jeremy Deeks there. He's dropped back quite a few positions there. Not the start he would have wanted as they head up that hill for the first time in this one.
Yeah, really not good for Jeremy Deeks. I think he's already outside the top 10. Did well to keep it out of the grass, though, but that's not taking advantage of the good grid positions. Somebody off in the background there. Thanasi Barnacote defending into Ashby Hairpin. Harrison Kirkham running okay in C3 at the moment. Christopher Powell getting involved, trying to go around the outside of Yusuf Sahoyono. Woodger and Hicks side by side here. I think this is for 5th place, but Luke Phillips nicely running here. This is a good opportunity for him to boost his scores, get up into at least the B final. He's going to lead at the end of lap number 1. Thanasi Barnacote and Liam Nolan going side by side through the last corner. Barnacote wrestles his way through and into 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it might have been Dan. Oh no, it was Thomas Smith who we saw going off at the back of the field, I believe, at the top of the hill. As they battle away, this is Jeremy Deeks now with Matthew Cockram for company as we cut back to Reese Pope chasing Dan Seeger. It's the battle for second place. It's Luke Phillips ahead of them. The pole sitter hanging on to it as there's a yellow flag there at Ozier's corner as one of the cones gets replaced. Chris Woodger with Thanasi Barnacote now for close company. Barnacote did a pass here a lap ago and he's going to try again into the boot. Likes that move there. Again, easier said than done. You go, oh, it's a move under the brakes. It's quite a short braking zone into the boot. And you've also got to make sure that they can't come back at you in the next couple of apex that make up that complex. So nicely done moves there by Barnacote.
You need a compliant dance partner for an overtake through the boot.
You do indeed. You also need a very good run onto the back straight. So he's clearly strong through Ozier's, but you're absolutely right. Good racing room does need to be given there, and already Barnacote is onto the rear of Steve Hicks, who himself is chasing Ben Lambeth.
That's George. The Southampton BUKC fans are in the house. Of course, asking, is a Michael Preston bottle job incoming? Definitely not. I have the confidence. It's up to 8th place. He got it all out of the way at Monza in the CLUB100 race a couple of weeks ago. Barnacote down the inside of Hicks there into the last corner. This is over 5th place. Barnacote's going to take it and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Barnacote is on the charge here. He's going to try and get past Ben Lambeth now, heading up the hill. Lambeth defends to the inside. Barnacote goes this way and that, and in the end is unable to overtake me. He might get him round the outside through Boxing Day. He does! Oh, that is a special one from Thanasi Barnacote. Ben Lambeth compromised line off of Christmas Corner, and Thanasi Barnacote threads it round the outside to take 4th.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission, isn't he? He's not suffering slow karts lightly. Just something about how he's been driving so far in these first few laps. It's just every corner is like, right, where's the opportunity? And
attacking.
Yeah, really bold start there from Barnacote. Hicks still on the rear of Ben Lambeth, and actually Chris Woodger having a little bit of a look there. Luke Phillips still leads by 0.8 of a second from Dan Seeger. Reese Pope in 3rd. It's quite close as well for 2nd place at the moment. There it is. Dan Seeger in the 53. Reese Pope in the number 9. Names emblazoned on the back of the suits. Thank you. makes our jobs a bit easier as they come into Ashby Corner. And then it's sweeping left-hander with Wilkins. Got to throw the kart in there and use the little exit that's provided to you by the cut-through road there. And then through, Ozier's about getting that late apex. You can use the curbs there to get a good run onto the back straight, then chuck it into the boot here. Don't go too much in on the exit of the first apex because you need to switch right through the 2nd and 3rd apex and then focus on how you're going to get your best line there through Paddock Corner to lead you onto a new lap. Fastest lap of the race again from Thanasi Barnacote, 54.392. brings him, as you can see, right up onto the back here of the Seeger-Pope battle.
Interesting decision for Thanasi Barnacote to make here. I think I know which way he will go for it, but it's whether to overtake or not overtake. Because if they could get this trio, second, third, fourth, to work together, I don't think it'll take too much to close into Luke Phillips with the best part of 2 minutes on the clock. But he's got to make a decision pretty quickly. I don't think you want to get caught in two minds here. Rhys Pope is saying, let's work together. Let's keep pushing on. Barnacote seems quite happy to do that at the moment and comply. And just before I say that, is now down the inside, into the last corner, through and into third place.
Yeah, he's just going to about be able to keep that that deal done.
More importantly, both Seeger and Barnacote gained time out of the leader on that last round of the circuit.
Yep, absolutely. So Luke Phillips is going to start feeling the pressure here at the lead of this one fairly soon, as there's a penalty for Steve Hicks for track limits.
Track limits, that's going to be 3 and out. But you know, he's a little bit older. He's not done this for a while. He's relearning the circuit.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
If there's anyone who I think needs to spend time relearning the circuit, it's Steve Hicks. I can't think of when he's had success around here before. I know he's had just a bit. Ooh. And there is Seeger parking his kart on the apex, and Thanasi's not happy about that. It's going to give the opportunity to Rhys Pope as we go on to the last lap. And actually, that may have thrown the lifeline to Luke Phillips. Dan Seeger was well within his rights to do that, by the way. Just halt himself slightly through the second apex. It prevents anyone from tucking underneath you and setting up a move into Paddock corner. But what it has done is, as I say, I think it's thrown the lifeline actually to Luke Phillips, because the gap is now 1.2 seconds.
Christopher Powell up to 11th place. Has got past Matthew Cockram and Yusuf Sahayono. Michael Reeder has also gained 2 positions past Matt Ellis and James Scanlon. Scanlon past Ellis also. But Luke Phillips closing in now on a race victory, and will be very much moving forward, I think, to the B final at least, possibly more, and I think it's going to be a first one of the year as well. Luke Phillips round the final corner, takes heat 8. Very good performance ahead of Dan Seeger and Thanasi Barnacote. Rhys Pope is 4th, Chris Woodger 5th, Steve Hicks in 6th, 7th for Michael Preston, 8th for Ben Lambeth, 9th for Liam Nolan. Another cracking drive from Harrison Kirkham in Class 3. Leaves him in 10th place in the first of those novices across the line. Christopher Powell 11th, Matthew Cockram 12th, Yusuf Sahayono 15th, Jeremy Deeks, James Scanlon, Dan Grokops, Michael Reeder, Matt Ellis. That's down, takes you down to 18th. And then Thomas Smith will be the last of those across the line in 19th.
That's it for the second rotation of lightweight races. Then coming up next is heavyweight sprint heat 5. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Carolus Conchicas will be hoping for a better time of it this time after that incident at the boot last time around. He starts from pole. Paul Williams alongside Mikey Nichols and Kai Crawford are the second row of the grid. Dave Pethers and Daniel Taylor are row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Alex Pritchard and Joe Wright, and then it'll be Joe Holmes and Bill Taylor to round out your top 10. David Longman and Nathan Tague will be next. Then it'll be Heinrich Watson Miller and Richard Melton on row 7. Row 8 will be Owen Smith and Wayne Smith, and then Tom Edwards rounds out the 17 karts who will be contesting this first heat of the second rotation in our heavyweights and super heavyweights for round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championship. Howard Mitchell and Andrew Mather in the comms position, working with our partners at Alpha Live to bring you coverage. Do hope you're enjoying it, and we are good for a start.
We are indeed. Green lights on. Conchicas gets a good start. Paul Williams trying to hold there in P2. Is on the grass, and again, we've seen that a few times already for drivers in P2. Losing out there as they run up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Good start as well for Mikey Nichols. He's already up to P2. Joe Holmes in the middle of all of that as well. Alex Pritchard, look out for him, has already taken a race win here at Wilton Mill this morning. And then right on cue is Alex Pritchard, pulling out of the slipstream there, down the inside, gains a position through Ashby Corner. fighting with Daniel Taylor at the moment.
Yeah, I think Alex Pritchard's recovered well after what was quite a wide moment out of turn 2. I think I saw Heinrich Watson-Miller as well out quite wide in second, in turn 2, excuse me. But as they come around to finish lap number 1, it is Karolis Končikas who's going to lead them across the line. And Mikey Nichols in second, Dave Pethers up to third on that first lap. And actually, Alex Pritchard managed to gain positions, not lose them, on that first lap. So good stuff there, as that's Joe Holmes through on Alex Pritchard as they go through Christmas Corner. Dan Taylor there in the 175 as well. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. Can Joe Holmes get up onto the back of the top 3? I think he's already making inroads into that little project there.
Good afternoon to Matt Hale, who's just joined us in the chat with a quite simple comment. I reckon this is in response to our esteemed Club 100 iRacing admin organisation committee member colleague, Steve Hicks. He's just said 1x.
1x.
And then another 1x. And then another 1x. Pritchard and Taylor fighting there over 5th place.
And ahead of them, change for third as well.
Yep.
Joe Holmes on Dave Pethers through there as well. See David Longman bringing Kai Crawford and Bill Taylor along for a party as well in the background.
Next round of the Club 100 iRacing Championship this Wednesday. If you registered and as part of the league, do get your race entries in, even if you think you're a maybe. Stick your name down anyway. Joe Holmes down the inside there, scything through. What a move that is for P2. G3 Joe is in the mood here in this race. Was in second place in the first race. Wants to take the win here, and he's got Karolis Končikas ahead of him now by less than half a second. Closing in. I reckon we'll try and set something up down into Ashby. He's not going to be close enough through Christmas Corner this time around. Bill Taylor having a good run in this one. Always quietly getting on with his work there in 9th place. Here comes Joe down the inside into Ashby Corner. Can he get the braking right? Of course he can get the braking right. He's Joe Holmes through and into the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff by Končikas though. Kept his head and hasn't lost any time really through that. Does now have Mikey Nichols on his tail. Through the boot section they go. Alex Pritchard as well, keeping up with Mikey Nichols. So good little battle there developing over second place. Alex Pritchard and Daniel Taylor by on Dave Pethers in that lap as well. So Pethers maybe needs to regain a little bit of momentum here. Lost a few positions over the last few laps. Needs to try and get back on it if he can. Under 3 minutes left on the clock then of heat number 5 here. We are watching Alex Pritchard trying to get his nose alongside Mikey Nichols, but it'll be difficult to execute the pass there into Wilkins. We do see passes into Wilkins, but I liked Andrew's phrase earlier for going down the inside of someone into the boot. You need a cooperative dance partner if you're going to put a move into Wilkins, or you can do that into the boot. That's another imperious move into the boot, this time from Alex Pritchard. That was almost Holmes-esque move as Joe Holmes puts in a new fastest lap of the race, 54.890 to take his gap out now to 1.6 seconds. Končikas now under pressure, and Dave Pethers under pressure from David Longman here into Christmas Corner. Longman's going to get that job done, and actually it puts out Pethers quite a way, so Kai Crawford might fancy his chances into Ashby as well. We're looking back at the battle over second place. Not a great run off of Ashby for Alex Pritchard. They're going to go 3 wide into Wilkins' corner. Mikey Nichols is going to get through on the inside. He's going to leave the door open on his inside. That's not going to work. Končikas is going on the grass again, and he comes back on, and somehow they managed to avoid going. I thought Mikey Nichols was going to have to go off in avoidance there, but managed to keep it planted and on the track as well. That's opportunity for David Longman, who's been able to pick up quite a few positions there, and it's caused everybody to bunch up as well. Kai Crawford is getting involved as well. So this is going to be an interesting one here, as we've still got over a minute on the clock. Mikey Nichols now up into second place. David Longman up 4 positions in all of that to third place. Can he get one more as well up at Christmas Corner? He's going to do up the inside of Christmas. Pod-to-pod contact. They're locked side by side now as they go through Inkermans. There's a little bit of a helpful bump on the rear from Alex Pritchard. Mikey Nichols shakes his head, but actually I think that helped him just get a little bit ahead there of David Longman. And Alex Pritchard got through as well. So all things being equal, that turned out to be quite a little helpful love tap there on the rear of the kart.
Forcing driver wide penalty, though, for Mikey Nichols has come in. So if you're looking at live.alphatiming.co.uk/Club100 FDW. Oh, and now a bump and pass penalty for Mikey Nichols. It has all gone wrong in the last couple of minutes here. Last lap board is out. Joe Holmes leads by 5 seconds ahead of this gaggle of karts headed up by Mikey Nichols, Alex Pritchard, David Longman, Dave Pethers in there as well, running down to 5th. And don't forget Kai Crawford and Daniel Taylor in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 5.9 seconds that Joe Holmes has out front. As we're on the last lap indeed now, Alex Pritchard. Is there anything on into Ashby? There is. Potentially for Kai Crawford. Has a look at a move on Dave Pethers, but decides to bail out of that particular opportunity. Alex Pritchard now that down the inside of Ozier's. It's worked well. It's got him out front. And can he seal the deal on exit? Mikey Nichols is considering putting 2 wheels on the grass, and David Longman again might read this well if they both hold each other up. He's going to try and get the switch back. Joe Holmes is going to win the heat out front, but who is going to take second place as they come round Paddock? It's going to be Alex Pritchard just who takes it ahead of David Longman. Mikey Nichols in 4th, ahead of Dave Pethers, Kai Crawford, Daniel Taylor, Karolis Konchikas, and Bill Taylor in 9th. Heinrich Watson-Miller rounds out the top 10 ahead of Paul Williams and Joe Wright. Owen Smith in 13th, Tom Edwards in 14th, and it's Wayne Smith, Richard Melton, and Nathan Tague. That's how they finish heat number 5. Heat number 6 is coming up next here at Whilton Mill. Here is your grid then for Heat 6 of our heavyweights and super heavyweights. Luke Pullen will start this one from pole with Matt Griffiths alongside. Lenny Wood and Tim Hill make up a very experienced second row actually into this one. Jack Cameron Drayton and Josh Pettit are row 3. Richard Newton and Nicholas Walker are row number 4, with Samuel Bensley and Barney Langley rounding out your top 10. Daniel Underhill hopefully has his transponder attached this time as he goes from 11th place. Damien Smith alongside him on the 6th row of the grid. Kieran Willett and Andrew Hicks are next on row 7. Michael Daltrey and Oliver Tebbett are next, ahead of Matthew Lumley and Jason Kirkham. That's how they line up the 18-car grid for this 6th sprint heat of the day. We'll be halfway through the heats in our heavyweights at the end of this. We'll have 2 more heats ahead of the lunch break, as we are looking good for the start here. Eyes on the lights. Engine notes rise as we go once more into oblivion here at Whilton Mill. And it's a great start from the anti-pole side of the grid. That is Matt Griffiths into the lead of the race. So long as that was a legitimate start.
It might have been a bit too good.
Might have been a bit too good there. They're going 3 wide up the hill though here as they all try and sort themselves out for Christmas Corner. That's all looking good so far as they work their way through. But Matt Griffiths, and it's Lenny Wood who's got to the head of the field actually here.
Yeah, did a great move around the outside of Griffiths into Christmas. The reason why we say it might have been too good is Jack Cameron Drayton's on the move down the inside. Timing never lies. Matt Griffiths crossed the timing beam to start the race 0.081 seconds ahead of Luke Pullen. And there's the penalty right on cue from race control. Jump start for Matt Griffiths. It's for each row.
2 positions.
2 positions. So he's effectively jumped the start onto row 0 from row 1. That'll be 2 places for Matt Griffiths at the end of this race.
Oh,
on the grass there.
That's Josh Pettit on the
Wow,
grass.
what a save that is from Josh Pettit. I remember Alistair Irvine ending up out there in a BUKC qualifier race a number of years ago, and leaving stage left. That was a very good save from Josh.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's Jason Kirkham getting involved there?
Yep.
In the 172.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is Tim Hill running in third with Daniel Underhill for company. Jack Cameron-Drayton, the only Class 1 runner in this particular race.
Lenny Wood has
Oh,
not.
there is that's a nice move there from Daniel Underhill on Tim Hill. We've not seen too many of that today, but that is the alternative way of getting a pass in the boot, which is where you basically, you make a regular line through the first apex, but then you basically open the steering and shoot for the inside of the second apex, the right-hander, the first right-hand apex of that boot section. You just put your cart alongside, and it's a block pass effectively. Yeah, Dan Underhill now saying, let's work together here to move on up the field. Richard Newton wants to come along with them as well in the number 37 there.
Both of our top two have not had victories so far this season in the Club 100 Sprints Championship. They've got a 4-second gap over Underhill, Hill and Newton behind. This is a great opportunity, particularly if you are Jack Cameron-Drayton, another one of our drivers running a reduced programme so far this year. 4.5 minutes to go. What's the pace looking like? 56.2 for Lenny Wood, 55.7 for Jack Cameron-Drayton, who is right there on the rear bumper of Lenny Wood. Up towards Christmas Corner is the move coming in from JCD. Down the inside. Has he got the braking right? No, he's not. He's overshot it. Good attempt, but Lenny Wood retakes the lead.
I have to say, that was properly optimised. Just kicking up the slightest bit of dust of the grass on the exit there. That was optimising the runoff, but sadly not optimising the run against Lenny Wood there, and gave the place back. And he's got a little bit of more work now to try and get back onto terms with the race leader. Track limits warning for him. I don't know.
I'm not sure I agree
Not
with
sure,
that one.
yeah.
There's Dan Underhill, Tim Hill, all of them filing through. Nicholas Walker having another good run here. Oh, bit of a crossed up moment there for Matt Griffiths.
Oh. It looked like some good battles going on in the mid-pack there. There's the contact warning for Jason Kirkham. To be fair, it might not actually be for the Christmas Corner. There may have been some other moment that we didn't catch for Jack Cameron-Drayton. That's why it's not our job to make the call. The number 18 of Matt Griffiths there defending against Andrew Hicks.
Yeah, that's over 10th position. Looking at Jason Kirkham again there. Oh, no! Jack Cameron-Drayton off! Oh, no! Spins out of P2. I don't think Lenny Wood was involved in any kind of incident. That's where Lenny Wood went off in his first race. But Jack Cameron-Drayton throws away a huge opportunity to take a first win of the year.
Yeah, he will be gutted with that one. As still Hicks is battling with Griffiths, and that's the number 44 through. And up into 10th place, or excuse me, now up into 9th place, because I think they're one of the karts that benefited from Cameron-Drayton's moment there. And Cameron-Drayton down to 12th place there as a result of that mistake. As he's going to now try and start to recover some of these positions, he's going to first try and go down the inside of Matt Griffiths, as behind them Damien Smith and Oliver Tebbett, I believe that was, are swapping positions. Tebbett now ahead of Damien Smith. Lenny Wood then leads this one by 3.3 seconds. Daniel Underhill, though, has just put in the fastest lap of the race, but I don't think there's enough time for that to get reeled in. As, into the boot goes this battle, with Matt Griffiths at the head of it. Been a fair amount of change in this pack, actually, because it's now Griffiths ahead of Tebbett. And then Damien Smith, Jason Kirkham. Jason Kirkham in the bright orange helmet and suit. Hard to miss around this Whilton Mill circuit, or indeed any circuit. As down the inside there, that's a nice move there from Tebbett to go through on Matt Griffiths.
just going to mention, this race isn't completely done yet. The pace of Dan Underhill is really, really good. 55.465. He could catch Lenny Wood right at the end of this. There's a cone penalty for Matt Griffiths. Kirkham fighting there once again with Damien Smith. Last lap board is now out. Oh, no, that's a good response actually from Lenny Wood. 56.0. 1.9 seconds is the lead. How about this? And this will all be down to the start for Lenny Wood. Got an absolute flyer off the front of the order. That move round the outside to take the lead in Christmas Corner, particularly special. I'm just wondering now, when was the last time Lenny Wood had a race victory in the Club 100 sprints? It was in the grass at this very corner in his first race of the day. It's a big part of sprints, though. You've got to take your opportunities when they present themselves to you. That is exactly what Lenny Wood has done in this race. Through the boots for the final time here in Heat 6. This will be a popular victory indeed. From the super heavyweights, Lenny Wood takes a first win of the year and celebrates properly over the line as well. Wins by 0.8 of a second ahead of Daniel Underhill. Tim Hill, how about that for a 1-2-3? I don't think you'll get a more experienced 1-2-3 in Club 100. Wood, Underhill, Hill, Richard Newton 4th, Nicholas Walker 5th, Josh Patet in 6th, Luke Pullen 7th, Samuel Bensley 8th. You've got a feel for Jack Cameron Drayton there in 9th place. And look how happy Lenny Wood is there with that race victory. Very good stuff. We've got to move on though, because Heat 7 is up next.
Here's your grid then for Heat 7 in your heavyweights. It's going to be Miguel Hall on pole for this one with Darrell Lowe alongside. Adrian Ray and Joe Bailey are row number 2 with Stuart Kirk and Jacob Harris on row number 3. Callan Sigafus and Tim Williams are next with Jack Bridges and Kurt Holmes to round out your top 10 on row 5. Lawrence Cheer and Darren Townsley are row 6. Row 7 is Shane Houlihan and Luke Elliott. Antonio Gitsonio and Tom Angier are row 8. Row 9 is Scott Parker and Richard Payne, and then it's Jonathan Riley to round out the 19 kart field in this 7th heat. Here we go then.
I'd just like to formally apologise on air to Jack Cameron Drayton. I think that's the best commentator curse, also the worst commentator curse we've had so far today.
It's true.
Moving on though, heat number 7, penultimate race before the end of this rotation of heats. Miguel Hall and Darrell Lowe, another very experienced front row, and that's a very early runaway from the pole side of the grid, which is going to give an advantage to anyone on the pole side of the grid. Miguel Hall leads as they head up to turn number 3. It's the 97 of Adrian Ray who's got off. I think the race start has been declared good. Stuart Kirk is forced out wide there in the blue and white suit.
Yeah, and been a good start for him from 5th on the grid. But
thank you very much, David Whitehouse. Right on cue. It was Lenny Wood's first win in 2 years.
Oh wow, brilliant stuff then.
Thank you, David. Motorsport Magpie. Contact warning for Jacob Harris.
Yeah, indeed. So this man here with a good start. Yeah, I don't know if the feeling was that Miguel had gone. Yes, the pusher cart had pulled to one side, but had the lights gone green, I think was the controversy there. But it was called good, as you say. Miguel Hall leads the way, but Adrian Ray is looking racy here, would like a piece of first place, or all of first place actually. Miguel Hall having to go defensive here.
Adrian, another driver who's not had a race win so far this season. Miguel Hall has had plenty of success so far. Hasn't been in every single round. Although I say that actually, no, that's remarkable. Miguel Hall has not had. I just assumed that he had. So I checked my notes that, yeah, he has also not had a race win so far this season.
Blimey. A good battle going on between Darrell Lowe and Callan Sigafus behind as well for 3rd place, as it currently stands. Good first lap for Kurt Holmes as well. And Jonathan Riley as well, actually, getting through most of the Class 3 runners on that first lap. Tom Angier, the only Class 3 runner ahead of him, 5 minutes left on the clock. Miguel Hall leads from Adrian Ray, and then it's 1.3 seconds back to that battle over third place between Darrell Lowe, Callum Sigafus and Joe Bailey. Sigafus having to go defensive against Bailey in the background as Adrian Ray continues to hound the back of the race leader here. Look over both shoulders there from Miguel Hall. Do you know what? I associate Miguel Hall with sort of, he's a battler. We see some good battles out there. Here he's having to drive a bit defensively, to be honest. And yeah, Adrian Ray is not really giving him the option of having a rest here.
I wouldn't count Darrell Lowe out of the equation in this one.
No, in fact, Kurt Holmes there has got onto the back. Has he got past Joe Bailey? No, he hasn't. He's on the tail of Joe Bailey there as they came around to finish that one. But as you say, Darrell Lowe's just broken away a little bit from that battle. That's what was confusing me, actually, because it had gone from a 4-kart battle to a 3-kart one. Sigafus there ahead of Joe Bailey, but Joe Bailey now passed by Kurt Holmes. So that's Holmes up into 5th place as there's a track limit warning for Tom Angier. The 96 of Tim Williams as well, not too far behind all of those aforementioned drivers.
We've had a good response. One of the esports groups for Club 100 drivers formed out of 2020. A message from Jack that just says, "Bottled it, lol." At least he's taking it in good spirits. Meanwhile, in this race, heat number 7, just simmering away this one. Miguel Hall still leads. Adrian Ray happy at the moment to just follow and work as a 2. And they do right to, because Darrell Lowe is not too far behind. That's not working together.
I disagree with you completely. I don't think he's happy at all to follow. I think he wants to take this, take the lead of this one.
Darrell Lowe, Callum Sigafus and Kurt Holmes all in the 55.7s. Hall a 56.0, Ray a 55.9. Kerbording, what is this? Look at this. Anyone coming into the BUKC this year, this is what you don't do. Jacob Harris, monster curb warning. Leave the curbs alone.
He's had a contact as well. Who would do that, Andrew? Who would accumulate one of every single penalty type in a race, eh? Who would do that? So, as a reminder, just as well as we're looking, that red number plate on Miguel Hall's car, which is a yellow number plate on the timing, denotes him as the only Class 1 runner in this race. Green plate on Adrian. Well, we've got good representation for all of those classes, actually. So Miguel Hall, the Class 1 runner with the red plate. The green plate on Adrian Ray's kart denotes that he's a super heavyweight runner. And then Darrell Lowe is a Class 2 runner there. But yeah, a slightly different colouring on the timing tower there with the yellow indicating Class 1. That's to distinguish the colours from the colours that we use in the lightweights, actually.
Darrell Lowe looking racy here in 3rd place. That's
the opportunity for Darrell Lowe.
Yes, he's going to get that through into 2nd place. It's about to say that he's had 4 top 3 results in the heats so far this season, including 1 race win. Could this be number 2? Oh, he's got a bit of oversteer there, and there's going to be contact
with Sigafus, and that's allowed Kurt Holmes to do both of them, and that's just off the back of him setting another fastest lap of the race. So this is opportunity for Kurt Holmes. He's going to get the switchback through Boxing Day and Inkermans. He might have a look on Darrell Lowe. Lowe is wise to it, though, and sticks to the inside just to deter any moves there. It'll mean he's slightly slower off of that, though, and it's going to allow Miguel Hall to pull away a little bit in this middle sector of the lap.
And this is at a crucial point of the race. Less than 60 seconds on the clock. It's going to need a big effort now from Lowe and Holmes and Ray and Sigafus to catch up to Miguel Hall on what will be the final lap.
I think Sigafus has got alongside Adrian Ray there.
Yes, he has.
He's got by.
Last lap then. Miguel Hall hasn't had a race win so far this season. Has been consistent, has been getting the points on the board, but hasn't tasted victory. Kurt Holmes, meanwhile, is more intent on trying to get 2nd place off of Darrell Lowe. Darrell Lowe doesn't want to give that up. That helps Miguel Hall.
Good positioning there by Darrell Lowe.
Very good. Defends again down into Ashby. More good news for the race leader. Whilst this is happening, he's not under attack. Sigafus and Ray not out of it as well. Joe Bailey's having a good run. Is there in 6th place. Miguel Hall onto the back straight. Surely he's just got to run it through the boot now to break that winless streak as Kurt Holmes has a look down the inside of Darrell Lowe there for 2nd place. Miguel Hall comes round the final corner. It took till October, but he's got a win in 2022. Darrell Lowe takes a very good 2nd place there ahead of Kurt Holmes. Callan Sigafus in 4th. Adrian Ray completes the top 5. Joe Bailey, good score there in 6th. Tim Williams in 7th. Darren Townsley 8th. Jacques Bridges in 9th. Jonathan Riley, top of the C3s in 10th, ahead of Tom Angier. Jacob Harris, Stuart Kirk, Richard Payne, Antonio Gizzonio, Luke Elliott and Scott Parker. Right, very quick break. Going out on circuit now, the last race of this morning and early afternoon session. It's Heat 8 for the heavyweights. Here's your last grid before the lunch break. Steve Bosley has pole position. Dickie Allen alongside him on the front row. Lee Henderson and Vinod Hirani row 2. Tim Penny and Anwar Barul Smith row 3. Simon Kavanagh and Steve Lindley on row 4. Matt Isherwood and Vijay Patel complete the top 10. Chris Alcock and Mike Bodner on row 6. Christian Foyer and Richard Snow start on row 7. David Lumley and James Antwis start on row 8. Ricardo Vitale and James Radovich completes the 18 kart field. This, Howard, is a stacked one.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Steve Bosley on pole, Richard Allen, and Barul Smith both on this grid as well. I think this is going to give us some entertainment over the next 7 minutes. Away we go then. Steve Bosley gets a good start and Lee Henderson straight into 2nd place there. Great start there for the driver of the number 13 as they all file their way through the crook and up to Christmas corner for the first time. Bosley's able to retain for the moment as Lee Henderson there is pipped, I think, by Dickie Allen there over the top of the circuit. It's a good move there for the number 26, and already Richard Allen is having a look for the lead of the race. Tim Penny now having a look at Lee Henderson on this one through Ashby and into Wilkins. But it hasn't paid off there, and I think Anwar Barul Smith actually may have got back through on Tim Penny as a result. Onto the back straight comes the main body of the field. And Richard Allen is through and up into the lead as Anwar Barul Smith goes alongside Lee Henderson. On to lap number 2. Dickie Allen already with a lead of 1.2 seconds. And that's a move for 2nd place. That is Anwar Barul Smith through on Steve Bosley, who manages to not lose out to anybody else in that exchange. Steve Lindley having a little bit of a look at Tim Penny as well in the background, as they work their way through the mid-pack. That is Matt Isherwood as well, with Chris Alcock for close company down the back straight, as side by side goes Tim Penny and Lee Henderson here, and Henderson's going to hang it around the outside there. That is a very good defence there. But Tim Penny's going to try and tuck underneath and look out as well for Matt Isherwood, who's just arrived on the scene here as well. It's going to go 3 wide potentially into Christmas corner. Tim Penny, is he wise that he's there? It doesn't need to be, because he gets the braking done. And actually Lee Henderson's able to hang on as well against Matt Isherwood there. Chris Alcock and Steve Lindley bring up the rear of this train of karts. As they all file into Wilkins corner. And there's the opportunity for Matt Isherwood down the inside of Lee Henderson and onto the back straight. Chris Alcock now fancies a go at Lee Henderson
into the boot section. Didn't pay off, and will that open the door for Steve Lindley? Not this time around. Richard Allen crosses the line. 1.1 seconds to the good. He's just had half a second taken out of him, though, by Anwar Barul-Smith. So, is this going to be the first exchange we see between two of the key drivers at the head of this championship? A look over the shoulder from Tim Penny. And we went, where's Isherwood gone? The answer was he'd gone to the inside. Unusually, though, Isherwood went, no, I'm going to do a sort of inverse dummy and go to your outside now. Really testing the resolve of Tim Penny here at the moment is Matt Isherwood. Lee Henderson coming under pressure here from Chris Alcock and Steve Lindley. There is Chris Alcock trying to tuck underneath Lee Henderson, who's really pushing here, and that's allowed Steve Lindley to get through. Good patience and experience showing there from Lindley, and he's managed to bag himself 7th place. Another fastest lap of the race from Anwar Barul-Smith takes the lead gap to within a second now on Dickie Allen. This is going to be a really interesting one here. Both of these drivers are pushing hard. 2.5 seconds between Anwar Barul-Smith and Steve Bosley in 3rd place. James Antwis, highest placed Class 3 runners at the moment, down in 13th place. He's having a battle with Simon Kavanagh, actually, out there. Perhaps a little look over the shoulder from Richard Allen there. It's a good place to look at, actually, over your shoulder coming onto the back straight, because of the way that Ozier's corner is shaped. You can sort of see if anyone's gaining on you. I think visibly the gap has gone down. 55.171, another 10.5 taken out of Richard Allen by Anwar Barul-Smith here. Barul-Smith is pushing, and this is going to be a very interesting end to this one for the lead battle. Meanwhile, though, look at this. Matt Isherwood and Tim Penny, I think that was working together, bump drafting almost. Both get by on Steve Bosley on the run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. So that is Isherwood up into 3rd, Penny up into 4th. Now, how far back is Steve Lindley off the back of Bosley? Steve will try and find a way back through on Tim Penny. I do hope you're enjoying this coverage. Round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships. Still plenty of action to come for you here today. Here's your lead battle. Dickie Allen in the 26th, and then the number 2 of Anwar Barul-Smith, who set another fastest lap of the race last time around. It's not that Richard Allen's pace is slow, not at all. He set a 55.2. It's just that Anwar Barul-Smith set a 55 dead. 55.022 to be precise. To take 2/10 out of the race leader. And he's going to get 1 lap to do it, you know. The last lap board will get shown this time around. This could be a very interesting taster of what's to come later on today when we get into the finals. Here we go then. Round the final corner and onto the last lap for Richard Allen, who has controlled this one right from lap number 1. But he has his hands full now with Anwar Barul-Smith, who has been closing in all throughout. New fastest lap of the race by Matt Isherwood, dips into the 54s as well. It's going to be Dickie Allen to the inside to go defensive, side by side through Christmas Corner, and that's advantage Allen off of the first salvo of the lap. He's going to have to go to the inside though into Ashby Corner, and that was a real attempt at a late dummy there by Anwar Barul-Smith. Yellow flags will neutralise the battle through Wilkins. But he's going defensive into Osius, but not defensive enough. There was a gap, and Barul-Smith has gone for the gap. Now, does Richard Allen have any response here into the boot? Side by side down the back straight. Anwar Barul-Smith will have the inside for the first bit of the boot, but Dickie Allen shoots the gap. Side by side as they head towards Paddock Corner. Who's going to take the win in Heat 8? They're still side by side through Paddock Corner. It's going to be wide for both of them. It will be Richard Allen across the line by 87 thousandths. But my goodness me, they both almost went into the next county on that last corner. It'll be Matt Isherwood in 3rd, or it is Matt Isherwood in 3rd. Tim Penny in 4th, highest Class 2 runner there. Steve Bosley in 5th, ahead of Steve Lindley. Chris Alcock in 7th place. Lee Henderson in 8th. 9th for Mike Bodner. 10th for Vijay Patel. And there's the fist bump to say good battle there. It was a good battle. Patel in 10th, then Vinod Harani in 11th. 12th for James Antwis. Simon Kavanagh in 13th. And Richard Snow in 14th. And it was James Radovich, David Lumley, Riccardo Vitale, and Christian Foyer. James Antwis, I should have mentioned, was your highest Class 3 finisher in that as well. And that's how they finished heat number 8 for our heavyweights. And unless I'm very much mistaken, that means that we are at the halfway point of our running here today. And that means that we're going to enter ourselves a little lunch break here at the track. But whilst we're all enjoying our lunch, we've got for you a bit of a paddock show that Andrew and I did this morning, going around the paddock getting the thoughts of some of the drivers. So we'll be back with you soon here with the live action as we continue our races here at Whilton Mill today. In the meantime, please do enjoy the paddock show. We'll be back with you soon.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Paddock Show. You'll be watching this during the lunch break. We're here right now during the morning sessions ahead of today's racing. So you'll be seeing this slightly out of sync, where we're going to have a bit of a walk around, talk to the drivers, and yeah, so far this weekend now, weather pretty good here at Whilton Mill, as good as you could expect in October.
Absolutely, yeah, mate. It's pretty decent, to be fair, although hopefully by the time people are watching this, it'll be warmer. Because
Yes.
it's a little bit
It's a little bit
this
nippy.
morning, but yeah, we've got blue skies, and you know, which is I think a good thing, because in cold temperatures like this, a bit of rain, this place gets greasy quick.
It does.
So, in fact, even now as they're on the test session out there, it's quite.
We're going to go and have a
quite
talk
greasy.
with some drivers.
Yeah.
I've hollered a driver straight over. One of our drivers recently graduated from the BUKC, Michael Preston. Michael, how's the morning been so far? You've been out there on track?
Yeah, just got back in, handed over to Steve, so he's got the last 15 minutes. Yeah, it's a little bit greasy in places at the moment, but it's early morning. It's like 3 degrees this morning coming into the track, so it's, yeah, it should be fine by the time the races start there.
Sprints this season, I think it's been one of your first forays into it. How have you found it?
Yeah, it's a step up for sure, I think, because BUKC, the field quality is spread a lot more through the grid, whereas this, everyone ends up getting to the sharp end, so to be right at the front, you have to be really on it. Like, you have to have a good day and be high ability, so yeah, it's good.
And this Whilton Mill circuit's one you know well, obviously coming through the BUKC. What would be a good result today?
Well, last time I ended up B final, so anything in A final is already an okay day. I got P11 at Landau last time, so yeah, hoping to build on that and keep moving forward to the top 10.
Last question, to go off track from today, the iRacing series, CLUB100 iRacing, Formula 3's at Red Bull Ring on Wednesday night. You confident for it?
Yeah, I did a practice the other night, went fairly well. Well, in a few tangles, but it's Red Bull Ring, that's what the practice is for, so yeah, it should be good.
Good stuff. I'll let you go. Cheers for talking to us, Michael. So yeah, the CLUB100 iRacing Championship over on DDMM on Wednesday night. Howard, who have we got?
I haven't.
You haven't got anybody? Oh, he's
I've
failed in
managed to
his mission.
find a load of people who didn't want to.
That's fine.
Didn't want. I think we're shocking them. It's early in the day.
Yes, they're not used to this. Obviously, we've done this for the cadets and the juniors the last couple of rounds, but we've not done it recently for the seniors. We'll see whether Chris Alcock is up for a talk. Is he up for a talk? Yes.
There you go. I got
for it,
someone.
Howard.
It's Mr. Alcock. How are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you. It was a good day yesterday. Sun's out, blue skies, October, a bit cold, but yeah, looking forward to today.
Yeah, you seem to be driving well as you hurtled past me to put a lap on me. So yeah, how did the race go?
All right, I did say thank you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, mate. It's fine. Don't worry. Yeah,
Excellent.
it's all good.
No, it was a good day yesterday. P2 is always decent. I mean, 5 seconds off Van Warren-Dickey. They're class of the heavyweight field probably this year pretty much. Obviously Joe as well, but can't be disappointed with that. Carried a good form into this weekend from last weekend. So yeah, Steve Gray apparently has tipped me for winning, so I'm probably in the C final, I reckon.
That's been a long time since we did the since we streamed the seniors race. So how's the season gone for you?
Yeah, up and down. I didn't start too well. Just couldn't string the finals together, really. I don't know what it was. And then something seems to have clicked the last couple of rounds. We're getting a bit better. We're pushing forward, getting some podiums, some fastest laps here and there. I'm just enjoying the racing, to be honest. I can't win. Probably can't be caught for fourth, so I'm kind of in no man's land. So I might as well just go out and enjoy what I'm doing, have some decent races and enjoy the racecraft.
And Whilton Mill, been a good place to you in the past?
Yeah, I like it around here. I've done a lot of laps around Whilton, but in fairness, everyone's done a lot of laps around Whilton. It's a good track, good facility, so everyone's here all the time. So, yeah, hopefully I can differentiate myself from the rest of the heavies, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good day, man. Cheers for talking to us. Cheers for talking to us at short notice.
Always a pleasure, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, cheers.
We're going to go find a new driver, or at least a new driver to sprints. We've already seen one BUKC driver, or recent BUKC driver. We're going to go talk to a man who, this is almost a bit of a role reversal, because this time last week he was doing my job. John, good morning. First time doing the sprints. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's been a little bit of a while since I've been in the CLUB100 karts, obviously since the last finals in BUKC, so a good year and a bit. But I've done a bit of karting since then here in the rentals, so I know the track very well. It's just going to be getting back up to speed in these cars.
Last time we were here in a CLUB100 capacity, you lost a race win because of the DDMM commentator curse. What are you doing today to avoid that?
Well, I've just told Howard to not mention me ever, and I'm going to hope that means I do quite well. So we'll see what happens.
Fraser's here today, obviously your teammates in the Cardiff BUKC team. He's having a very good season. Has he given you any tips ahead of today?
He likes to keep things to himself, Fraser, a little bit. But no, he's helped me a little bit. But again, I know the circuit reasonably myself. I'll see how I can attack it myself. But I couldn't really afford one of these test sessions, so I'm just going to have the 4 minutes before and see how quick I can get up to speed.
My recommendation, get in the C final, win that. Get in the B final, win that. More karting for your money.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. It looks quite slippery out there, so I think it's going to be keeping it on the black stuff, and I should hopefully get up the positions.
Good stuff. Have a good one, John. We'll see you later, mate. Yeah, John Ratcliffe there, not in the commentary capacity today.
Do you know what? I think, actually, these conditions at this track, this is very BUKC qualifiers.
It is very BUKC
actually.
qualifiers.
He could do a lot worse than making his debut here, I reckon.
Right. Who else have we got? Who else can we have a chat with? As I say, at the moment the lightweights are out for their practice session. Let's see if we could grab Reese Pope for a second. Reese, step on in. Reese Pope, how are we feeling ahead of today's racing?
Yeah, good. I've got to get a little bit of redemption from Landau, and yeah, went out for practice top, so yeah, it's good.
How's the season been since we last saw you at GY-G earlier in the year?
Yeah, no, it's been good. Really consistent results. You know, I've just got to keep this going, really. At the moment, I think I'm 5th in championship at the moment. So it's just about getting them consistent results and just keeping them going. Unfortunately, Landau didn't go my way, but, you know, hopefully I can make Whilton today go my way.
You've been one of the biggest improvers over the last 18 months, I'd say, in this sprints series. What's made the difference?
I think it's just seat time. Compared to when I started, I had barely any seat time, and I did the Extreme 60 Endurance last year. That really brought on my overtaking and stuff, and then from there I just sort of developed on my skills and then got ever so better, and then other people were starting to notice I was getting quicker, and along with that you make friends and it's like nice and social, and from there it's just built, really. So seat time's definitely the massive one.
It feels like the start of a run into the championship end here today with Ellough Park and Buckmore Park to finish the season. Which of the 3 circuits are you most confident around?
Ellough I'm not bad around, but I have to say Buckmore, just because of the amount of times CLUB100 themselves have been here. You know, don't get me wrong, none of the actual 3 remaining circuits are like my favourites, but Buckmore's probably my strongest out of the rest. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck today, Reese, and we'll see you out there.
Cheers, thanks very much.
And all 3 rounds coming up for the rest of the season you will be able to watch here on Alpha Live. I reckon we go upstairs, Howard.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah?
Let's do this.
And see who we can find on the balcony at the great clubhouse here at Whilton Mill. But you mentioned those BUKC-like conditions, Howard. As you say, it is cold here. For the uninitiated, what do we mean by that?
We mean that it's to start off with, it's tyres. You know, they'll have gone out in this practice session and they'll have turned in. And let's not forget here that at Whilton Mill you've got a first and second turn where you really put a lot of faith into the grip that you hope you've got. And to have the cold tyres there, that is going to have woken them up. The engine takes a little bit of time to come in, and also generally just the grip conditions on the track. The curbs can be quite greasy if there's, you know, still a bit of moisture on it. All sorts of things that change, mate, and make it that added challenge.
Absolutely. I'm going to step in and try and grab Bryn Olban for a second if he wants to have a chat with us. Bryn, good morning. Bit of a journey for you today coming from Wales. How are you feeling?
I've not come from Wales.
Oh, have you not?
Yeah, I live in Berkshire.
Oh, not that far then. A journey from Berkshire then. Whilton Mill, how's it been as a circuit for you in the past?
It's a bit of a bogey circuit for me. Had a few incidents every time I've been here, so yeah, it's hit or miss for me here.
Have you been out for a practice so far?
No, well, we did the endurance yesterday, so we had a fair few laps yesterday. So hopefully that'll be enough for today.
How's the season been going since we last caught up with the sprints at GY-G?
Yeah, really well, really well. I've done better than I thought I would do this year in Class 2. Had a podium at Lid as well, so had a good season so far, yeah.
As a Class 2, what do you feel is really key for success in that level? Obviously, you've got those C1s out there who are always, you know, going for an overtake and putting it on the line, the C1s as well. The C3s out there. You know, you're in that middle class. How do you deal with that?
It's a bit tricky, right? Because it's pretty much carnage in the middle pack. But it's just a case of keeping your head down, not doing anything silly in your heats, and just picking up the results when they happen. A couple of heat wins will just set you up nicely for the day. But yeah, just try to follow the C1s mainly. If they get past, don't try to battle them. Just go with them and see if you can bridge the gap to the people behind, and you should be all right for the day then.
Is it a final and an achievement that's within your grasp today?
Fingers crossed, yeah, that's the plan. I've been in the A final for all but one events this year, so if I can keep that up, that'd be great, but a B final is still a good thing for me today.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Brent. We'll see you in a bit. Howard's just behind us. Howard, have we been able to find anybody else who wants to have a chat?
Well, it's awkward. I don't know how friendly I am if I interrupt people's breakfasts.
Oh, go for it.
I just went in here to look for some victims, but I can't get too far from the camera, I realise.
Go into the relative
Powell.
quiet.
Should we pick
We've
on
not normally done this.
Pick on a Mr. Powell.
Yes, that's a very good person to talk to. I'll leave you to do that.
Hello. You're on. We're just picking victims. Chris Powell, how are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Yeah, it's a bright sunny day. I'm looking forward to it. It'll probably go badly again, but as it always does.
Yesterday was suboptimal, shall we say? It was you're bedding in. You're well bedded in now for today, right?
Yeah, I'll remember to do my helmet strap up today. That probably didn't help.
I wasn't going to mention it, mate, but yeah. How's the season gone for you so far?
Mix. I think start of the season wasn't going too well. I've been running most of the season a couple of kilos overweight, but Rye went really well. I think I had my best ever result at Rye a couple of rounds ago. And up until the final, Glan-Y was also going really well. I think I also qualified top 10 again, which is a good result for me. So, I mean, might get lucky, might get something similar here, but there's a lot of the top drivers, a lot more Class 1s here today than there have been at the past couple of rounds. So, yeah, be quite busy at the top.
Whilton Mill been good to you in the past?
Mixed, I'd say. I've had some good results here. I've had some pretty dire results here. I think I ended up in a C final here a couple of years ago. So can be a bit of a luck of the draw for me. I feel like the pace is normally there, but I think I need to just get the racecraft sorted, finding the right places to overtake.
Fair play. And are you registered for the CLUB100 iRacing Championship round this Wednesday, right?
This Wednesday, I checked last night after you, yeah.
Good man.
Yep. No, I'm on the list. I'm ready to go.
You've had a cracking season in that as well, actually.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good for that. That's so next Wednesday, I'm actually getting legally married. to my fiance.
Congratulations.
But that's just like a quick 5-minute ceremony, and then we'll go out for lunch and stuff with some friends. We were looking at doing dinner, and then I was like, oh, hang on, I've got this this iRacing thing I need to do in the evening, and it's been going well. I'm currently leading to get the Sim Experience prize. So yeah, hopefully a decent result. I can secure that, and hopefully a good result for the rest of for the overall championship as well.
Yeah, it's been a cracking season for you, mate. Well, look, thanks for being a good sport and just randomly talking to us with the camera pointed in your face. I respect that. But, yeah, I'll leave you to it. Cheers. Andrew. How are we doing? How are we doing,
Hello.
sir?
I was just having a chat with Stefan Gruber. You'll probably be seeing the interview with Stefan later today. But Stefan, very very briefly, here for your second day of CLUB100. How are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it really much. I like it. I like the atmosphere. The people are all good today. You know, everybody's smiling. Yesterday evening, they celebrated the P1. You know, having fun. Looking forward for the sprint race today.
Very good. We have a very very quick chat with John.
Exactly. Hello,
JV, a quick word. It's been a good weekend so far, hasn't it?
It's been really good. The weather's been good. Yeah. I mean, I haven't had a single wet weather round this year. I don't believe it. It's costing me a fortune in fuel, tyres.
I've got a brand new wetsuit that I haven't used so far.
Indeed, yeah. We had the cadets last weekend at Clay Pigeon, funnily enough, and like for the first time they put their brand new wetsuits on, all the little cadets, and it was only wet for the practice in the morning, then it dried out. But there you go.
Good stuff. It'll be wet at Ellough. I'm sure it will be because it's November.
Please, some wet weather.
Good stuff. Right, we'll head on out and have a few more chats with the drivers. I think we might set an alarm off if we go through there.
Let's not go through that.
We'll upset people if we go through there. Yeah, gonna have a very, very, very quick chat because I think he's about to get in with Dickie Allen. Dickie, appreciate you about to head out. How are we feeling headed today?
Yeah, we're all right. We're all right. We've got some tough grids today. I'm sure it'll be an epic day today. The final's going to be amazing. All the Prem drivers that were here yesterday racing the endurance, we all had more or less identical pace within a tenth of each other. So, like I say, the final's going to be epic. So yeah, we've just got to score good points through the heats and hopefully get top 4 position in the final start.
It seems remarkable saying this considering the level of racing we've seen in the heavyweights over the last few years, but I actually think it's got closer this year. Do you feel you've stepped up, Anwar stepped up to try and challenge Joe?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, obviously, I've done the weight to obviously join the Prem class. Me, Anwar, obviously you've got Joe there. You've got Miguel can be on form at certain tracks. I mean, Alex Pritchard can be on form at certain tracks. Like, it's all good, honestly. It's like we are. Yeah, it's good, it's close.
How does it feel as well? It's a slightly different format today with the lights and the heavyweights running amongst each other as opposed to the quick fire morning or afternoon session. Does that change things in the head?
No, not at all. I actually prefer days like this. I prefer it as a full day because I like watching the lights. There's some great talent in the lights and they have some fantastic racing as well. So I actually prefer days like this because I like to watch the racing going on all day, and obviously it must be good for the viewers at home as well, mixing up a little bit, lights heavies. So yeah, I prefer it. I think it's a good format.
Good stuff. I'll let you go because I know that you're heading out on circuit. But yeah, it's an interesting thought that with some of the drivers in terms of the format of the day. I know it sounds very prima donna, racing drivers making any kind of excuse for differences in performance. But normally when our cameras aren't here, you have your lights or your heavies running either in the morning or the afternoon. Today it's a longer day, so almost a bit more of an endurance element to it, I suppose.
It is, yeah. We're effectively going back to something like the format that we had a few years ago, in that sense that nobody's away from the track for too long throughout the day. So yeah, it's a longer day. It's
a different rhythm.
It is a different rhythm, and talking to a couple of drivers yesterday actually about like you might come off track, and there's that longer period where you might stiffen up a bit. You know, it is that endurance element, ironically, being as we're talking about the sprint format. But yeah, it is definitely a factor of the way that this day is. It can sort of play, and also changing conditions, right? It's colder this morning.
Yep.
so you've got more change across the track, more evolution that you've got to deal with. So it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a factor. I support that as a legitimate driver's excuse.
Yes. And again, with it being Whilton Mill, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to do at the moment, but it is Whilton Mill. It can rain here sometimes. You never know. I see a driver over there that I think we're keen to have a chat with.
Yes.
Mr. Coppin. Shall I let you do the honours on this one?
Yeah, let's have a chat.
We had a chat with Chris earlier, Mike's teammate.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah. How you doing? We've already got Chris.
Oh, okay.
So we've got to get you.
See me.
Yeah. How's the track this morning, Mr. Coppin?
Greasy. Yeah, greasy today. A lot greasier than it was yesterday. I think today's going to be about tyres, mate. It's if they hang on for the finals later, that'll be the interesting thing. Because we've already got full lock on going up through Christmas Corner, so it'll be interesting to see how they hang on later, mate. But no, it'll be fine. I think we're doing 55s at the moment, so we're about second off where we were yesterday. So, yeah.
It's about where I think I was. Yeah, the championship. Yeah. It's looking interesting. We were having a bit of a chat earlier. Yeah, it's looking good as we come towards the sharp business end of it.
Yeah, I think results at the moment say there's about 10 points different between me and first, Fraser. I think take into account sort of drop scores at the moment, I think it's nearer to 5 or 6 points. And I've picked up points on him last 2 rounds, so 3 rounds to go. If I keep doing that, then it will look quite interesting at the end of the year. So my goal, mate, is just to go out and do what I can do, and then the rest will take care of itself. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Whilton Mill been good to you in the past? You've had some decent runs here, right?
That's the only one I've won this year was here early in the year. So
I was going to say.
I'd like to repeat it again, yeah. No, I like this place. I was fastest in the Enduro yesterday, so I'm hoping I can carry that form into today. The boys were telling me yesterday that they've never seen me drive like that before. There was like a man possessed, I think, with the word used. So if I can carry that form into today, then hopefully I'll be all right, mate, yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a good day out there, man.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you.
Should we move on? Let's move on. There's a returning driver that I want to grab a hold of because he's pretty handy around this place. There's Michael. We've had a chat with Michael already. I'm quite stunned actually that they've let him back in the premises, but he is here today. I'm gonna step on him straight away. Steve Hicksey, step on in. You're back.
Yeah, 1 round special.
You're pretty handy around here. Super final winner in the past.
Peaked in 2019, and then boo, and woo.
What have you been up to? Why have you not been here?
Had a baby, so it takes up some time. Howard would know. Yeah, and then also eating and drinking quite a lot. So not ideal for lightweights, but we'll send it.
How's the track?
Dry. So that is right. Yeah, it'll be beautiful later on. Sun's out. I think it's gonna be a lovely afternoon.
What's his? Daz is always too quick this season. This circuit in particular, I'd say you are very experienced around here. What are the keys to success?
Breaking up to Christmas, that's your main overtaking point. Personally, I like to do most of my overtaking up there or in the boot, doing a switchback, because I feel like that's the most efficient way of overtaking without losing much time. Don't really like doing it at the tricky right down the hill or the hooks because you tend to lose a bit of time. Other than that, pick up the slipstream and fly.
Last question, Wednesday night, iRacing back in the F3s, excited for it?
That's it, I've done 0 laps so far, so it's looking good.
Good stuff, we'll catch you in a bit. I was going to have a chat with Daz Teal actually, I'm very interested to see what he's got today. I'll step in on him. Daz, a quick word, how are we feeling?
Very good, mate, good test. Yeah. Kart was very good. So yeah, hopefully go from here to my first exciting pole and hopefully a good day.
Form's been strong this year, but I remember in particular 12 months ago, this was the point of the championship where you really hit your stride and took 3 A-final victories in a row to close out 2021. Do you think you can do the same again?
Well, it's been my 3rd one today in a row, so hopefully if I can kick up them now, the rest of the season, I've still got a small chance. It's really Fraser's to lose. Mike's still in there, it's just dropped scores that are killing me at the moment, but like you say, if I can get a good start here, remainder of the season like last year, then hopefully I should be up there come Buckmore.
You're one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. There's been an influx of youngsters coming in, the likes of Fraser Brunton, Dante Dillon. From your perspective, how do you think they're doing?
I think they're doing very well. It's like racing with your son. I remember the time where my dad had to sign me in, and now their dads are signing them in, and it's like, you think I'm getting to 43 and these lads are 18, 17, and you still got it, you're still up there. As long as I'm still confident, I've got the pace, I'll still keep doing it.
Good stuff. Best of luck out there. We'll see you later, Daz.
Yes, thank you.
So, Daz Till has a tendency to run very, very well in front of the cameras. I'm going to grab another driver very quickly. David, great to see you back. How are you feeling ahead of sprints today?
Pretty all right. I've switched to heavies because I've been lazy.
Happens to us all.
It happens to the best of us. Yeah.
You're very experienced around this circuit. It's relatively local to you. Do you think you can get in that A final today?
I hope so. at least get on the back of the A final and let everyone else crash. That's the plan.
What else have you been up to this year?
Lots of trips to Idiada. I guess you know that place really reasonably well.
A little bit.
Yeah. Which doesn't help with the weight either when you're out doing test trips. Been to a couple of Grand Prix. Been to Texas. Yeah, it's been a good year.
Good stuff. We'll catch you in a bit. Cheers, David. Thanks for talking to us. David Longman there. Just step on into the pit lane for a second. So there's still practice going on at the moment. This is for the heavyweights. It's an optional practice that some of the drivers pay for. I've got one of our cadets there from last weekend. I'm gonna step on our normal man for behind the scenes. Dan Underhill, how are we feeling this morning? Everything running well?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. We're up and running.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm racing today.
Oh, you are racing, so you're not working?
Today, not working today, no. He's taking my place for working, it's Jacob. So
he did a very good job last time we were here.
He did. He did a very good job at Clay Pigeon as well. So, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Again, you're another driver with a lot of experience around here. Right? One of the heavies goes out. Has it been a while since you were in the karts in a racing capacity?
I think I did Clay earlier in the year, and I did Whilton first time out here at the beginning of the year. But I've been doing BPEC all season, so that's been pretty good, to be honest. Completely different kart, admittedly, but yeah, we'll see how it goes today. It was quite green yesterday on track, so we'll see how it goes. A little bit of a weight today, but I'm in heavyweight heat 3, but we'll see how it goes.
We see quite a few drivers stepping to and from BPEC, between CLUB100 and BPEC. You know, today's a sprints day. Are there any transferable skills between the two?
I think so, because to be honest, BPEC at the moment is so competitive. It's almost like a 6-hour sprint race. It's so close. You know, you can't go round slowly in BPEC in like endurance racing of old. It's a flat out all the whole 6 hours.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Dan. We'll catch you again in a bit, and best of luck for today. It's an interesting thought that about, you know, say good relationship that CLUB100 had with BPEC. You know,
yep.
There's a lot of friends across the boundaries there. That championship has grown as well, and as you say, it's almost a little bit like World Endurance Championship a few years ago in that description of a 6-hour sprint.
Yeah, absolutely it is, and quite in some ways quite different pieces of machinery to drive.
Yeah,
but yeah, absolutely, it's a decent. Yeah, I've spotted the.
Do you want to do this next one? Do you want to get in?
There's definitely a stream moment that I don't think we've done this before, have we? Which I think we should interview the actual,
one good member of the DDM
member,
Barnstormers.
Yeah, the
one
one good member
us.
of our endurance team. Andrew Ward, how are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you. Yourself, Howard, this morning?
I'm doing all right, yeah.
Andy?
All good, ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
So, after this, we won't mention you at all, mate. We won't commentators curse you at all.
Yeah, good.
But it's been a decent season for you, right? You had some success. You did the podium at Rye and at Landau, right?
No,
so
just missed out on Landau.
Sorry?
Just missed out at Landau.
Ah, yeah. Sorry. But it's been a good season for you, yeah?
Not too bad. Started off okay, bit of a dip, but then it's picked up recently. But then, like you say, home track, commentators curse, guaranteed to get taken out here. So this is where it falls off the edge of a cliff, I think.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of CLUB100 here at Whilton Mill. Here's Howard with your Heat 9 grid.
Yes, indeed. Aidan Kitchener will take this one from pole with Callum Martin alongside. Martin Theodorou and Dean Everest will make up row 2. Jake Wilkins and Ned Douglas will be row 3. Row 4 is Cameron Williams and Russell Cooper.
Then it's Amy Breacher and Fraser Brunton to round out the top 10. Garrett Berry and Adam Britton make up row number 6. Row 7 is where we will find Joel Nichols and Kim Ely. Then it'll be Nicholas Lacasas and James Browning on row 8. Row 9 will be Andy Berry and Matthew Cliff to round out an 18-kart grid as we get underway with the afternoon's running. I know we had some running in the early afternoon earlier, but we think of this as the afternoon session now into the last rotation of the heats and then to the all-important finals.
And as you say, last rotation means last chance for any drivers to improve their scores if they're, say, on the cusp of a B final entry or an A final entry. This is where it ramps up, particularly here. 3 rounds to go of the championship. Light to green, 7 minutes are underway. Good start for those at the front of the order, including Callum Martin until he was forced onto the grass there. That's going to be a mess. Yeah. That's going to be 1-2 karts off. Russell Cooper is involved.
Ned Douglas as well. And I think Dean Everest as well lost out heavily as a result of that. So not the cleanest start. It has been called good.
Yeah,
so
only 2 karts off. Jake Wilkins was forced up onto the apron there.
Yep.
But he's recovered well.
Into Ashby corner, that's Garrett Berry fighting away there with Jake Wilkins. And yeah, it's been a good start though for Aidan Kitchener, who I believe is still out front here, but he's under pressure from Martin Theodorou, who we saw battling his way up the order earlier on in his heats, and he's done so again, and this time he's converted that into first place, and well, he might have done because this was his highest grid position of the heats. Remember, they're randomly generated such that everyone has the same average grid position, the exception being Class 3, where they start at the back, but even within those Class 3 ranks, those are also randomly generated to give them the same average starting position within that sub-class.
Very, very good opportunity this for Martin Theodorou. The only other Class 1 runner in this race is Fraser Brunton, and at the moment, the championship leader is down in 10th place. And, as I say, good opportunity to push off the front and leave Brunton with just too much to do against the drivers. You would expect Brunton to move through in terms of overtakes, but has he got enough time to do so? Good scrap this going on between Callum Martin in the 32 and Adam Britton in the 51. That's a C3 driver running up in the top 5, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. The highest place we've seen of any Class 3 driver so far today. Amy Breach has gone by, and now Garrett Berry is going to stuff one up the inside of the second apex of the boot. But nevertheless, this is a great drive so far from Adam Britton. He's going to try and come back in Paddock, but unless he has a great speed advantage, that was never going to be on. Callum Martin trying to pick things up again after perhaps a bit of a scruffy start as Fraser Brunton makes a move on Jake Wilkins out of the crook. Through the top part of the circuit, he's now having a look at Adam Britton. He's going to be down the inside there at Ashby corner. This is that phase of the race. If Martin Theodorou, I think it's reasonable to expect that Fraser may work his way all up through these karts to second place. This is when Martin Theodorou needs to be pushing to try and get the gap.
Yeah, and Aidan Kitchener behind as well needs to be working with. It looked like Brunton was going down the inside of Berry there.
Berry's fighting back though. He has. He's actually put Brunton out wide there, and it's allowed Britton to get back through. Good battles we see from Garrett Berry on the whole. It's driving entertaining to watch as Callum Martin tries to tuck underneath Kitchener and gets the job done.
Yeah, so that's second place now for Callum Martin. Monster curb warning, I think, for Aidan Kitchener as well. So 1.5 seconds is the gap for Martin Theodorou at the front of this field. Heat number 9 for all of these drivers. This is their last heat. Callum Martin there in second place. Aidan Kitchener in third. And side by side there, Wilkins and Britton. Fraser Brunton has got through, so Brunton up to 6th place now. Dean Everest is in this group as well. Needs a good result here, does Dean Everest. Otherwise, I think he's at risk of being in the the lower half of the B final.
Andy Berry having a good drive as well, though, in 9th place. Some good Class 3 drives here in this Heat 9.
So Martin confirmed up into 2nd place. Brunton up to 5th.
And again, this is really good running from Martin Theodorou. 55.898. The lead is now 2 seconds. Amy Breacher here, the number 15, coming up behind Aidan Kitchener now. Can Breacher find a way through to take third place? Looking for a switchback there, but there's a block. And here comes Fraser Brunton down the inside of Garrett Berry. Surely will hold the inside line. Yes, takes 5th place. Getting through this traffic cleanly and efficiently is the key for Brunton. And look at that! Scythes through past Amy Breacher, past Aidan Kitchener. Fraser Brunton, in the space of 2, maybe 3 corners, has gone from 6th to 3rd.
Next is the job of reeling in Callum Martin for 2nd place, which 2-second gap as Amy Breach is going defensive here against Adam Britton, and holds on for now, although Britton's going to try and go around the outside of Boxing Day, side by side through Inkermans, and that is a pass for Adam Britton there. The driver of the 51 kart getting himself now up into 6th place. This is Aidan Kitchener and Garrett Berry still battling as there's a penalty for Adam Britton. ABC bump and pass. And that's going to be costly for him. He said he was having a very good drive as a Class 3 runner. There's the battle for 2nd place. The commitment that Fraser Brunton's showing there on the turn-in into the boot.
It's a really good camera shot, that, to show the different ways of getting into the boot and which ways are quicker. There's a lot of drivers that almost deliberately spin the car on the entry into the boot. And the theory is that, yes, you're really getting the back end out of shape, but you're holding the kart naturally further to driver's left to then open up the right-hander that's the toe of the boot.
Indeed.
But it is very, very tricky to do. It takes a lot of experience and a lot of confidence to be able to do that. But Fraser Brunton is absolutely flying out there. 54.710 last time around. Give that another lap or 2. He could catch Callum Martin here for 2nd, which, given where he started in this race, would be a good result. Kitchener and Breacher side by side into the boot. Breacher will have the inside line for the boot. Good move there by Amy Breacher up into 6th place.
I have to say, that counter-attack that we saw Garrett Berry do once Fraser Brunton tried to get by him, I think that might have helped Martin Theodorou be on for the win here, because it stalled Brunton's progress. And there is the move for 2nd place into Christmas Corner on Callum Martin. So it has been a very impressive drive up the field for the driver who comes into today atop the championship in the number 46. As here is Kitchener having a pass executed on him by Jake Wilkins. Wilkins up into 7th place as a result. This is Garrett Berry versus Adam Britton. Haven't looked to the outside there. We need to be looking at the head of the field, though, because Martin Theodorou will be coming round now.
Very good drive this from Martin Theodorou. Knew what he needed to do. Comes out of the final corner, wins Heat 9, and will take a lot of confidence into the finals. Fraser Brunton finishes in 2nd. First and 2nd for Fraser Brunton here today in the heats. That's going to be a good grid position, I think, in the A final later on this afternoon. Callum Martin 3rd, Garrett Berry 4th, Adam Britton 5th, but has penalties, so we'll lose that result, unfortunately, for the C3 driver. Amy Breacher 6th, Jake Wilkins 7th. We're going to have to cut that short because Heat 10 are heading out on circuit now. Heat 10 of the lightweights heading out on circuit. Aaron Stillwell and Ross O'Brien on the front row. Bryn Albin and Matthew Cochran row 2. Dan Seeger and Luke Phillips start on row number 3. Charlie Summers and Yusuf bin Sahel go from row 4. Ramanas Sakauskas and Stephen Westwood start on row 5. Although I believe Westwood isn't riding here today. Hicks and Segal on row number 6. James Scanlon and Evan Craig on row number 7. Frash Alphonsus and Christopher Parts there on row number 8. Louis Stagg and Zach Stout on row number 9. Michael Reeder completes the 19 karts due in this race, but as I say, we've got one non-starter in Stephen Westwood.
So last chance for these drivers to bag points, optimise their positions on the finals grids.
Big race in C3 this as well, with
Yes.
Zach Stout out there.
Yeah,
We'll
good
be
point.
looking to try and get up into the B final.
Here we go then. Eyes on the lights. The engine notes rise, and Aaron Stilwell will lead them into oblivion. Looks like a fairly even start from both sides of the grid, and that's a great start for Ross O'Brien off of grid 2 to get himself up into the lead of the race as they come through the crook and head up the hill for the first time. Steve Hicks was raising his arm about something there in the mid-pack, but everything seems okay as they stream through Christmas Corner. And it's actually the 27 of Matthew Cockram who's got through the head of the field. As they go 2 wide, even 3 wide there into Ashby. Is everyone able to keep that within the confines of the runoff? Just about. But it is the 27 of Matthew Cockram who I think seems to have got through into the lead here. That looks like a move by Yusuf bin Sahel there down the inside of Ross O'Brien through Oziers as they work themselves into the boot. Come round to finish lap number 1. It'll be Matthew Cockram who's at the field. Luke Phillips in second, Aaron Stilwell in third, Yusuf bin Sahel in fourth. And you said it was an important one for Class 3, Andrew. Zach Stout there, up 4 positions off of the start to take himself to the head of the Class 3 runners in 11th place.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive performance from Zach Stout so far today. Bryn Alban involved in a scrap there. He's going to lose out Steve Hicks, trying to stick his nose down the inside on the entry to Inkermans.
I think it was Ross O'Brien that he was having that exchange with. Or Ramanas Sakauskas is involved in that as well, actually. Ramanas, a driver who does a lot of solo entries in the endurance. A lot of 2-hour running, battling away here with Charlie Summers in that number 54, and Steve Hicks sniffs the opportunity.
Dan Seeger involved in an incident.
Yeah, I think that is Ross O'Brien. Yeah, I thought it might be from the helmet and suit there. So costly moment there for Seeger and O'Brien, and Bryn Alban got entangled by that as well to a certain extent because he lost out heavily. Ramanas Sakauskas, the big beneficiary of all of that, up 4 places to 5th place as we're looking at Yusuf bin Sahel going past Aaron Stilwell for 3rd.
It's definitely got that feel of a last chance saloon.
It does, doesn't it?
For a number of these drivers. And you have got some drivers in here who perhaps have not quite performed to the levels that they would have hoped here today. It's always one of those things with Whilton Mill because it's a circuit everybody knows so well. Hicks down the inside. Love that from Summers. Brilliant. Can he make it stick? Oh, no, he can't quite make it stick.
Zach Stout getting involved as well in the Hamilton-esque helmet there.
Alphonsus black flag. We'll have to come into the bits. The point being with Whilton Mill, because the drivers all know it so well, if you're 2 or 3% off your game on a day like today, you don't lose nothing at all. You don't lose 1 position. You're losing 3 or 4 positions.
Yeah.
Because it's so close out there.
Lead gap is 9/10 of a second across the line between Matthew Cockram and Luke Phillips. Did come down a little bit last time around. There's frustration there from Sakauskas. Zach Stout needs to be wise. I was worried then that 2 people were coming up on his inside into Wilkins.
Dan Seeger coming back through as well in the 53. Good move there down the inside of Bryn Alban and Charlie Summers. 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, there's a little tap under braking there from Alban on the back of Seeger. I think there'll be a case of no harm, no foul. In Paddock they come onto a new lap. It's now 1 second the gap, so Cockram has responded to the pressure from Luke Phillips and leads by a second. Up the hill, Stout feels the need to go defensive, but then the door is opened and it's allowed Seeger to poke his nose in. They're still side by side, and that's well held by Zach Stout. They're going to be 3 wide behind him through Inkermans. That's going to take some sorting out. Somehow they stay all in the same order that they were, but that was quite a frenetic series of corners.
This is very impressive from Zach Stout. He's racing against some drivers with a good degree of experience here. I mentioned earlier that Dan Seeger has a good record around Whilton Mill, another driver who's racing other competitions here previously. Good pace coming in at the moment from Steve Hicks, 55.4. Oh no, a penalty for Zach Stout. Multiple pieces of contact.
I think that's the second penalty. He was running high in his other heat as well. And I want to say got a bump and pass penalty. So has that cost him the automatic qualification into the B finals? Bryn Olban goes side by side with Charlie Summers. Got to keep an eye on this lead gap though, Andrew. It just went down by by a quarter of a second last time around. So Luke Phillips really taking the fight to Matthew Cochrane. That's going to be wide for Zach Stout. And that was Dan Seeger throwing one down the inside. And yeah, that was a costly moment there for Stout again. So unfortunately, he might have a bit of work to do. Don't forget, if drivers haven't had a good time of it in the heats, there is the opportunity for getting themselves back up into the finals via the repechage system, a promotion system, where the top drivers from the finals get themselves onto the back of the next finals grid.
I tell you who's having a day. The driver in second place in this race,
Yeah.
Luke Phillips, already has a race win to his name. This is going to be a performance that is seriously going to put him at the sharp end of the grid. Matthew Cochrane leading this race. We've not talked about him much across the course of the last 6 minutes or so.
We mentioned Dan Seeger with a bump and pass penalty, so that's 4 positions to be added to his race, unfortunately. Yeah.
Matthew Cochrane, another one of those drivers, Howard, who has been really good at taking the opportunities when they've been presented to him this year. Has had a race win.
Yeah,
a number of other heat top threes.
Yep, and he's now on the final lap of the race, so he's in the pound seats to take another one. But yeah, you're right. He's converted the opportunities he's had well. Examples like this, where this will have been his high grid spot, starting 4th on the grid. And his top 2 have both had a solid day at the office so far.
But as you say, 4th place, it's not a position that he's gained from a pole position driven off the front.
No.
It's still hard to do. He's had to work for this one, and work for it he has. It's going to be a second win of the season for Matthew Cochrane. Very good result. Just what Matthew Cochrane needed ahead of the finals. Matthew Cochrane takes the win. Luke Phillips takes second. Yusuf Bin Sahel in the top 3 as well. 4th for Steve Hicks. 5th for Aaron Stillwell. 6th for Romanas Sakauskas. Dan Seeger 7th. Bryn Olban is just on the line. He's going to hold off Charlie Summers. And it'll be James Scanlon, who is your top C3 runner there in 10th. Michael Reeder, Zach Stout, Louis Stagg, Ross O'Brien. Keith Segal takes us to 15th. Evan Craig, Christopher Pouts and Prash Alphonsus complete the 18 runners in that race. We're going to take a short break. Next up, it's the penultimate heat of the day for lightweights. Heat 11 is next. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 11. Thanasi Barnacote has pole position. Andrew Rabbage joins on the front row. Corey Smith and Mike Coppin are there on row 2. Reese Pope and Steph Theodoru form up row number 3. Sam Morris and Dom Cliff start on the 4th row of the grid. Jeremy Deeks and Liam Nolan start inside the top 10 and will look to stay there. Justin Draper and George Line start on row 6. Chris Woodger and Jagjit Singh have work to do from the 7th row of the grid. Boyle Kerr and Douglas Smith start on row 8. Dan Grocott and George Lawler start on row 9. It is an 18 kart field.
This one's interesting for me, Andrew. You've got Barnacote on pole position, who we've seen have some fights up through the field. You've also got Mike Coppin in the mix there as well. Going to be interesting to see how far up the order Chris Woodger can get. Starting at the back of the Class 1s and 2s in this one.
Especially as Thanasi Barnacote isn't a championship contender. This is only his 2nd round of the year. Andrew Rabbage looking across the left-hand side, running away, and there we go. Green light out for Thanasi Barnecoat. Good start for both. And look at that from Mike Coppin. Mike Coppin down the inside. Thanasi Barnecoat protests there. He feels he was shoved out the way by Mike Coppin, but it was an exhilarating start for the seed number 5 from 2021. Through Christmas Corner they all go, all pointing in the right direction. Mike Coppin leads, Andrew Rabbage second. Third place now for Steph Theodori. Reese Pope's up to 4th. Thanasi Barnecoat has fallen, Howard, all the way down to 5th.
Yeah, well, there was some contact between Coppin and Barnecoat there. It's just a question, really, of whether it was deemed to be something that Coppin could have avoided or whether there was some loading going on at the start there. But yeah, Barnecoat definitely not too happy with the end result of that. Don Cliff there having to do defensive against Liam Nolan, I can see.
I don't know if we can get a replay of that. I would be, the point I'd be interested is, at the point of turn-in, is Mike Coppin alongside Thanasi Barnecoat? Because it was a lightning start from Mike Coppin. Let's have a look at the replay if we can of that start. In fact, let's just hold it because Reese Pope's going down the inside of Theodoro. So here's the replay. Now let's see. Is Mike Coppin alongside Thanasi Barnecoat on turn-in? Ooh, there's a gap. There's a gap there. And I think if you're in Mike Coppin's shoes, you've gone, well, the driver on the outside hasn't turned in. I've put my nose in there. I've got an overspeed. I don't want to sound like a bit of a this is a bit of a cop out, but I would say racing incident.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Do you know what?
I wouldn't say that Mike Coppin has driven through Thanasi Barnecoat. He's controlled. He's on the inside. He's up against the curb.
Yeah.
It's lap 1.
It's one of those ones. You know, in the last race, there was a moment where I was worried that Zach Stout might not have been aware that he had 2 drivers on his inside going into Wilkins.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where if there's people closing, why would you? You might clock that there's a cart to your left, and you might leave 1 cart width. Why would you clock that you need to leave 2?
2, yeah.
And when you're starting the race from pole and going into turn 2, why would you think to leave space? You're in pole. That's your position.
Yep.
And yet, I think the closing speed that Mike Coppin had, you know, if he'd have lifted off or braked or something, there'd have been some other form of incident behind.
Yep.
You do somewhat need to. You have to commit in a way, as Justin Draper is committing to a move on Steph Theodoro there. That is a beautiful move into Ozier's.
Simply lovely there from Justin Draper, and it'll put him up into 5th place. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. I'm just looking through that. There has been no jurisdiction from that first lap contact between Coppin and Barnecoat, so I would guess that the judgment has been the same, that was a racing incident. Lap 1, it all bottles up a bit, and there was no malice and no foul play.
This is Andrew Rabbage defending against Reese Pope for 2nd place. I think Rabbage has had
really good.
He's been in a lot of good battles today.
This is another great story as well. You think of this format of sprints that's been running for a couple of years now. Andrew Rabbage started as a C3.
Yes.
Brand new to this sport, brand new to Club 100, and here he is, fighting for positions right at the front of the field. Reese Pope down the inside takes 2nd place away from Rabbage. And there's the point to say, let's think about this, let's work together, let's try and pull away from Thanasi Barnecoat behind. There he is in the 133, sat in 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. 3.2 seconds the gap that Mike Coppin has out front. So I know you can see how hard Reese Pope is pushing. It's going to take quite some effort, I think, to reel in that lead gap as Thanasi Barnecoat starts to apply the pressure to Rabbage. Justin Draper and Steph Theodoro still running closely together behind them in the battle over 5th place. George Lyon and Chris Woodger having a good battle as well over 7th. And there's the look. There's the move done by Thanasi Barnecoat up into 3rd place. And I think, yeah, that was Rabbage just saying, yeah, you go on, keep going.
And again, that shows a lot of maturity, I think, if you're Andrew Rabbage, because he's not. I think he knows in reality that the drivers ahead of him, the C1s, they are a touch quicker. No point fighting them and dropping back into the likes of Justin Draper and Steph Theodori, because those are the guys that Andrew Rabbage is trying to beat here today. It's those C2s. It's those drivers with the black number boards as opposed to the reds. He's quite happy to sit in the slipstream of a slightly faster driver who'll pull him along.
Yeah.
Give him that gap over this Draper and Theodoru battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Chris Woodger did get by on George Line last lap, so that is Woodger up to 7th as he works his way up as much as he can from his lowliest grid position of the 3 heats he's contesting today. This is all to set up the grids for our trophy finals later on. So the promotion spots are available to move on up for drivers for whom the heats maybe haven't gone as they would expect them to go on balance.
Good run so far from George Lawler, I just wanted to mention. 11th place at the moment. This is the driver that's second in points for the C3s, so important to see George Lawler at the front of those orders of the C3 drivers in this race. Could he make the B final? Possibly. We'll wait and see on that one. But here's Mike Coppin. 3.5 seconds in the lead of the race. You see him there running all in the Applewood independent suits. Himself, Alex Pritchard and Chris Alcock. Quick little mention. There's the Alpha Live symbol on his shoulder.
Absolutely.
Which you can, I should say, you know, if you're looking to get some custom racewear done, you can go on the website, on the Alpha Live website, and download all the required graphical logo files.
Indeed.
Spread the word. Really does help. But last lap board is now out. As you fight for 3rd place, Barnacote and Rabbage, back with our leader, Mike Coppin. He's just looking very comfortable. Very under control here. On a day where you have to feel for his championship chances, he's got to take the initiative. He's got to keep ahead of Fraser Brunton when he can. Put the youngster under a bit of pressure, and he's definitely doing that. Mike Coppin comes round a decisive first lap, a decisive victory in Heat 11. Mike Coppin takes his last heat of the day. That may be good enough for pole position in the A final. Rhys Pope 2nd, Thanasi Barnacote 3rd. Andrew Rabbage is the top C2 driver home in 4th. Justin Draper 5th, Steph Theodoru 6th. Chris Woodger fights through to 7th. George Line in 8th. Dom Cliff and Liam Nolan complete the top 10. George Lawler is 11th, top of the C3s. Dan Grocott just on the line there, edged out Jeremy Deeks by less than a tenth of a second for 12th place. 13th for Deeks. Corey Smith 14th. Jagjit Singh 15th. Douglas Smith, Sam Morris and Boyle Kerr complete your 18 runners. And just like that, we're heading on to our final heat for the lightweights. Heat 12 is next. Last chance saloon for our lightweights. Here is their grid for Heat 12. Samuel Essery has pole position. Christopher Powell alongside on the front row. Adam Wright and Andrew Ward on row 2. John Ratcliffe and Dante Dillon on row 3. Ashley White and Ben Lambeth go from row 4. Michael Preston and Oliver Allwood on row 5. Joshua Sangster and Rob Langthorpe start on the 6th row of the grid. Daz Teal and Joe Ratcliffe go from row 7. Thomas Smith and Yusuf Serhayono are on row 8. Harrison Kirkham and Aaron Clark are on row 9. And then Matt Ellis completes the 19 kart field. So, it looks like we're under starters' orders then. Christopher Powell needs a really big result in this one. He's had a difficult day so far. And Wright and Ward will be in there as well. Don't count out Samuel Essery, a very quick driver, and off the front goes Essery. Adam Wright through into 2nd place. Bit of loading in the mid-pack there. John Ratcliffe's out wide. Running up to Christmas corner they go. Dante Dillon down the inside of Andrew Ward.
Ashley White got compromised in that as well. Andrew out wide as well as Rob Langthorpe explores the limits of the runoff there at Christmas corner. Adam Wright chases Samuel Essery through Ashby.
So Adam Wright, who's moved across to the lightweights, of course, has been a regular in the heavies. I'm just taking the decision to switch across. can he do in this particular run? Samuel Essery, a C3 champion in years past. Obviously through winning the C3s, he's moved up to C2 now. But we always saw, didn't we, Howard, of when he was in C3, he was quite clearly a star at that level, able to push beyond some of the C2s back then. Oh, a bit of rubbing there. Rob Langthorpe goes around the outside of both Aaron Clark and the number 70 of Matt Ellis. But when Essery was in C3, it was fairly obvious. It's like, yeah, this is a guy who is a strong C2 driver at least.
Yes.
It's good to see that he is now being given the platform to perform.
Totally
there has been a change for the lead, though. Adam Wright to the front has got past Essery.
Yes, indeed. Right into the lead, and Chris Powell and Dante Dillon hot on the heels of Samuel Essery as well. I think Ben Lambeth and Joshua Sangster were having a bit of a ding-dong on the last lap as well. Saw them go side by side on the way to Paddock corner. Change of lead confirmed. Adam Wright to the head of the field. Ashley White with the fastest lap of the race, trying to recover some of the positions lost. We're watching Dante Dillon have a look at Christopher Powell into Ashby corner. And I think that's Powell giving way there and saying, I don't want to lose time battling with you, Dante. I want to get on up the road to these other karts. I can also feel the likes of Andrew Ward and Daz Teal starting to apply pressure as well. And yeah, Ward and Teal working well together at the moment to try and get up onto the back of them. Four minutes to go then. Here is Andrew Ward with Daz Teal behind him. There's your race leader, Adam Wright. Just set the fastest lap of the race as he tries, and there's Daz Teal trying to put a move on Ward and has made that work through Christmas corner. And that is the 57 of Joshua Sangster as well arriving on the scene. Not a lot of field spread in this final heat for the lightweights, after which we'll have the last four heats in heavyweights before we go into those finals.
Bit of a difficult run at the moment for Michael Preston. He's down in 14th place, C2 driver. Less than 4 minutes of this one to go. Adam Wright will come round to complete lap number 4. And we'll have a lead of 1.2 seconds ahead of Samuel Essery. Dante Dillon closing in now. You've got to imagine that he's going to be in range to have a go at Dillon. In fact, he very much is in range down the inside. Look at that. Beautiful from Dante Dillon. Another driver that I've watched for a good few years, especially in Rotax powered machinery. Just seems to be getting better and better and better. Of course, as neutrals, we hope the titles carry on, but I would not be surprised at all on this form if Dante Dillon has this C2 championship wrapped up before we go to the finale at Buckmore Park.
Is that Chris Powell going quite slowly?
He might have been. Well, no, it's still there.
Okay, I thought that was just the camera angle panning.
It is one of the things that drivers have to consider around this Whilton Mill layout. Not as much on International versus Zulu, for example, but there are some big curbs. Chains can be broken quite easily around here if a driver mistreats the equipment. That's another really nice move from Christopher Powell. Has he overshot? Yeah, he has just overshot a touch there. But Andrew Ward's now going to try and go around the outside of Daz Teal. Sangster's in there as well.
I was going to say, Ward doesn't have much choice, Andrew, with the pressure that Sangster's. If he doesn't go for the move, then someone else will. But yeah, that all checked up after the unsuccessful move from Powell. So, just under 2 minutes left on the clock here. Adam Wright leads by 1.7 seconds from, have we covered the move for second place? Yes, we did, didn't we? We showed Dillon going through.
yeah, the question will be, is there any opportunity to reel in the gap at the head of the field? It's a fairly decent one that Adam Wright has, and his pace is on point. Andrew Ward going defensive there into Christmas corner against Joshua Sangster. Down into Ashby, and now Sangster is having a look at Andrew Ward in the background. I could just see there as we panned through with Christopher Powell, who's himself pursuing the number 20 here of Samuel Essery for third place.
Good response this from Powell. As I say, two difficult first heats. This shows that he's got the speed, he's got the form, and even if he were to be in one of the lower finals, he's got the abilities to race through. Last lap.
Sorry, mate. Oh, yes, indeed. On to the last lap for Adam Wright. 2 seconds to the good out the front here, as Essery's going to go defensive against Powell. That's opportunity for Daz Teal to close in on the back of this as well. That's a high. I didn't know the number boards went as high as Adam Wright's number is, actually.
I don't think I've seen a 2 before.
But yeah, look at this, still nose to tail for third place here. As Powell takes a slightly shallower line in, just to deter any move from Daz Teal. Adam Wright, though, is going to come round the final few corners now to take the last lightweight heat win for the day. Adam Wright takes the win in Heat 12. Dante Dillon scoring some good points in second there, ahead of Samuel Essery, Christopher Powell, Daz Teal in 5th. Then it was Andrew Ward in 6th, Joshua Sangster in 7th, Ben Lambeth in 8th, 9th for Ashley White, Harrison Kirkham, your highest placed Class 3 runner, in 10th place. Then it was Yusuf Sohayono, John Ratcliffe in 12th, Michael Preston in 13th, Rob Langthorpe 14th, ahead of Aaron Clark, Matt Ellis and Tom Smith.
Not bad for a heavyweight, I think, was that gesture from Adam Wright. We'll move on to the heavyweights. Their next heat, heat number 9, is out next.
Let's take a look at your grid then for Heat 9 of the heavyweights and super heavyweights for round 9. Daniel Underhill takes this one from pole ahead of Barney Langley, Darren Townsley and Joe Holmes make up row 2, with Mikey Nichols and Tim Hill on row 3. It'll be Matt Griffiths and Miguel Hall on row 4, Jacob Harris and Alex Pritchard on 5. Row 6 is made up of Tim Williams and Dave Pethers. It's going to be Jason Kirkham and Nathan Tague on row 7, ahead of Andrew Hicks and Scott Parker on row 8, and Richard Melton to round out your 17-kart grid.
We had a chat with Jacob in the lunch break.
Did.
Leave that monster curb alone, boy.
Yes.
That's what I told him. High expert advice.
Good to talk about Isherwood as well.
Yeah.
I've spoken to him for a very long time. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both of them get on, actually. Last opportunity then for these drivers to optimise their points and thus their position on the finals grids. It's Dan Underhill in the 82 on your left, now your right. Leads them away into Oblivion corner. Barney Langley is going to be beaten to second place by Darren Townsley as they all work their way up the hill for the first time. Dan Underhill going to the extreme right there to defend against Townsley. And Townsley's going to dip some wheels on the grass, and that's going to be opportunity, as that looks like Jacob Harris, I think, who may have come to a halt at the back, but Joe Holmes read that one brilliantly and got by on Townsley through the top of the circuit. And it's now Underhill versus Holmes at the head of this field, as Tim Hill receives a contact warning, and down the inside at Osiers goes Joe Holmes. He's going to be able to hold on to that one as well, because he judged that beautifully.
You could just sense there when they were going out of Christmas into Boxing Day that Joe was just holding back. And that's to go, there's going to be an opening here, bam, and he's almost his abilities to read what is happening in front of him in the immediate nature, but what's happening in 2, 3, 4 seconds time. Dear, as off there goes Darren Townsley.
Yeah.
Now I think that was 3 trying to go into 1 there. It simply didn't work, and poor Darren Townsley out on the grass. don't think you could put much fault on him for that one. He's got a right to be there.
Yeah, as Miguel Hall goes through on Alex Pritchard, I think it's just one of those things where if you're going for the outside gap, you've got to bear in mind that the driver's eye line is focusing on their apex.
Yeah.
Off to their right, and they're not necessarily going to think, there might be someone on my left. They're looking to open up the line as much as possible into Christmas Corner.
Yep.
So, whilst I'll be honest, I looked up to see the end of that, I would say that you've always got to exercise that caution. Are you far alongside enough for the driver to know you're there if you're on the outside?
I don't know if we've got a replay of that. It'll be good to have a look. Let's have a look at it again. So this is running up to Christmas Corner. Underhill will defend. Townsley to the outside.
Oh, I don't know.
Now.
I want to, yeah, what I said doesn't really apply there, I think, because Underhill clearly knew he was there. It has been deemed, well, we've not seen anything forthcoming from race control so far, so maybe deemed a racing incident along the lines as I described.
Yeah, I initially thought that Mikey Nichols was more alongside as part of that 3, but no, I think yeah, that wasn't a great moment for either driver there. 4.5 minutes to go. Joe Holmes leads, 1.2 seconds clear of Dan Underhill. In fact, make that 1.3. Mikey Nichols third. Miguel Hall past Tim Hill for 4th place on that last lap. Tim Hill now has got Alex Pritchard for company just behind. It's a good run this so far from Tim.
Dave Peathers there with Tim Williams for close company as well in the battle over 7th place. Through Ashby Corner goes Dan Underhill. Mikey Nichols trying to keep on terms with him.
A few moves to let you know about further down the order. Nathan Taggers unfortunately lost 3 positions to Scott Parker, Jacob Harris and Richard Melton. So Parker, Harris and Melton all up to 13th, 14th and 15th places respectively now.
The fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes, a 55.627, extends his gap out. Make that a 55.216, because actually I was reading old news there. So now he's taken his gap up to 1.7 seconds over Daniel Underhill. Matt Griffiths drops down a few positions as well on that lap, so some battles going on throughout the field. Jacob Harris has just improved to 13th at the expense of Scott Parker there. That's him trying to recover what he can from this heat race, but I think either way, Jacob Harris is going to have work to do in these finals because he's had a bit of a torrid time of it in the heats so far today.
It's all right. I believe in Jacob.
I believe in Jacob.
To race through. 2.5 minutes to go. Another battle at the moment that's just simmering. We always get a simmering battle here at Whilton Mill where drivers know it's not just about getting the overtakes in, it's the timing of them. For Mikey Nichols and Miguel Hall, they'll be very conscious that Tim Hill and Alex Pritchard and Dave Peathers are not too far behind if they try and go for one a little bit early. Miguel Hall's going to try and go down the inside. He got a really good run through Oblivion. Has he got the braking right? Oh, it's going to be side by side again through and into Inkermans.
Yep.
Nichols fights to the inside. Hall's going to maybe think about a switchback. Tim Hill is right there now in 5th place.
So Mikey Nichols holds on for now. Dealt with that attack well. It's given the opportunity for Underhill to pull away a little bit. Although not as much as I might think, actually, given that battle. As you say, Andrew, Tim Hill now all over the back of Miguel Hall. As the Peathers-Williams battle still keeps going on, by the way. You just saw it flashing there into the boot.
New fastest lap of the race from you-know-who, Joe Holmes, 55.119. 2.3 seconds now, the lead for Holmes over Underhill, but crucially Underhill has got a half-second lead. Nichols, Hall, Hill, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They've got a bit of a gap now back to Alex Pritchard, but Alex Pritchard will dig deep. Won't want to let this one go. Andrew Hicks and Jason Kirkham have both got up 1 position. Barney Langley has lost 2 as a result of that. Darren Townsley also trying to recover now. Has got past Nathan Taggers for 16th place. It's been very straightforward this race so far for Joe Holmes. Had to read that situation well as side by side go.
Yeah.
Mikey Nichols and Miguel Hall close as
Watch
you
out
like.
for Hill.
And Tim Hill's going to try and move through. He's going to try and push Miguel Hall round the outside and then open a gap maybe. No, Nichols recovers well. Gets back down the inside. But Hall has got the position.
And Pritchard is right with them now as well, Andrew. This could be interesting. They stay as they are, snaking their way through Christmas Corner and the top part of the lap. But surely someone's going to be trying something into Ashby Corner. Miguel Hall knows it. He goes defensive. But that means Mikey Nichols is going to have a better run off of the corner. Tim Hill's going to try and join him as they all work their way towards Wilkins. It's still as they are now. What happens into Osiers? Tim Hill has found the inside there on Nichols, and he is going to go for it, but is that going to be deemed a bit of a barge there? We'll see what race control makes of that. You can tell what Mikey Nichols thinks of that. It's going to be Joe Holmes, though, coming around the final corner now, though, to take the win in heat number 9. And Dan Underhill will finish a comfortable second. And it is going to be Miguel Hall who finishes third ahead of Tim Hill, Alex Pritchard and Mikey Nichols. Dave Pethers manages to hold off Tim Williams for 7th place. And then we expect to see, there he is, Andrew Hicks coming through. Jason Kirkham ahead of Matt Griffiths in 11th. And it's Barney Langley in 12th. Jacob Harrison 13th. Darren Townsley gets by Scott Parker on that last lap for 14th. Richard Melton and Nathan Tay round out the field. Next up here at Wilton Mill is Heat 10. Here's your grid then for heat number 10. I think we had a little bit of a replay shown there of the incident. Lawrence Cheer will start this one on pole with Samuel Bensley alongside. Damien Smith and Lenny Wood will be your second row of the grid with Joe Bailey and Darrell Lowe on row 3. Row 4 will see Steve Bosley start with Daniel Taylor alongside. Simon Kavanagh and Joe Wright to round out your top 10. Tim Penny and Jonathan Riley are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be James Radovich and Christian Foyer. Kieran Willets and Riccardo Vitale are your 8th row of the grid. And then your 9th row, rounding out the 18-kart grid, will be James Antwis and Tom Angier. That's how they line up then for the anti-penultimate heat of the day. Always like that word. And this is going to be a final opportunity for all of these drivers to maximise their points. Lenny Wood, already a heat winner today on that second row of the grid. Here we go then. Lawrence Cheer will lead them away in the number 55. And the number 99 there of Samuel Bensley will try and slot into second place, which he duly does. It's all over across the road there for Lenny Wood. But he's able to keep himself in running there as they're going 3 wide up the hill. Good start, it looks to be, from Joe Bailey. I think he's got himself up into 3rd place there as there's a driver slow off the back of the pack. But otherwise it seems so far so good. And now down the inside of Damien Smith tries Joe Bailey, but I can't quite make it work as there's a spinner there at the back as well and everyone's getting a bit held up. It is Darrell Lowe who's off the back there. Costly one then for Lowe, and several drivers frustrated there on the runoff of Ashby Corner, not feeling that racing room being given. The 175 there of Daniel Taylor I think has made major progress up through the field in what has been a lap that's seen a lot of change from the grid order. And we've got another driver spun. That's down at the boot. We're around to finish lap number 1, though. Samuel Bensley has the lead ahead of Daniel Taylor and Tim Penny. Damien Taylor, Steve Bosley. And Darrell Lowe indeed confirmed as falling down to the back of the order. Riccardo Vitale, your other spinner, there at the boot.
Yeah, not good news for Lowe or Vitale. Here comes then the 146 of Bailey down the inside of Bosley. Takes 5th place.
For second place, just flashed through your screen. Daniel Taylor and Tim Penny contesting that one.
ABC takeout penalty has been handed to James Radovich. So that'll be Radovich down from 14th place at the moment. Another good start here, Howard, for Tim Penny. Saw him take a race win earlier on today. Here he is, just nudging Daniel Taylor along. Trying to work with, in fact no, he's going to try and go down the inside now, takes position. Daniel Taylor doesn't fight that too hard. Takes 2nd place, 55.643. I've got to say, they did take a good chunk of time out of Samuel Bensley on that last lap. Bensley has got to increase the pace now if he's going to keep this lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Good opportunity for these drivers as well. No Class 1 runners happen to be in this field So it's a great opportunity for drivers like Bensley, Tim Penny to bag a win. Steve Bosley pilots his car out of Ashby Corner. He's got Damien Smith behind him now, which does mean he's got 5th place off of him in the first part of this lap. So change of position there, as that's Simon Kavanagh and Jonathan Riley nose to tail as well in their pursuit of Lenny Wood.
Best results so far in a heat for Samuel Bensley in 2022. A 3rd place, it's the one of them. 56.478. That's okay pace, but Tim Penny is down in the low 55s. You've got to feel it's just a matter of time before Tim Penny strikes and goes back into the lead of yet another race. Here he goes down the inside into Ashby. Got to get the braking right. Don't overrun too much. Very good stuff once again from Tim Penny.
Yeah, brilliantly read. Very impressed with how he's been driving today. Samuel Bensley's main concern now is Daniel Taylor on his rear bumper. Not sure they're going to work together here. And indeed, Daniel Taylor tries to fire a move down the inside of the first part of the boot, but it doesn't stick. That's even more costly for them in terms of time and keeping up with Tim Penny, who now gets confirmed as the new race leader as he comes across the line. Joe Bailey, some 2.5 seconds off of this battle that you're seeing. He's pushing to try and get on terms with it as Daniel Taylor goes down the inside of Samuel Bensley at Christmas Corner. Good move there to take himself up into second place. Costly lap last time around for Damien Smith. He's lost 5 positions there somehow, so I'm not sure if there was an incident or an unforced error. Two and a half minutes left on the clock then. Tim Penny, your leader. What kind of pace has Daniel Taylor got now that he's got himself up into second place as James Antwis gets himself a penalty for forcing a driver wide?
It's good to see Lenny Wood in this kind of form. Good to see that victory earlier for him.
Yep.
He seems invigorated. It may have been by the first heat. The first heat didn't go well. He ended up off the road. This has been more like it from Lenny Wood. Chasing in now on Jonathan Riley, who is still running out there as he top C3 at the moment. Say a good opportunity, Howard, for race wins for C2s. It's a good opportunity for C3s to get some more points on the board and elevate their position in the standings once all the heat races have been completed. There's over 90 seconds of the heat to go. Tim Penny still leading, 1.7 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Make that 2.4 as Daniel Taylor comes over the line. Samuel Bensley still there in 3rd. This would be a best result of the year so far for Samuel Bensley. There was a kart going slowly, just coming out of Osiers. Try and track who that was in a moment. I don't think it was a tester. And look at this scrap going on. The 83 and the 99, and nearly 3 wide as well. This is Simon Kavanagh going past Damien Smith. And James Radovich trying to get involved as well down the inside. That's going to get tight, and that's going to open things up for Tom Angier in the 137. Tom Angier trying to get that right. It's going to be tight off of Ashby as well. Well dealt with by Tom Angier. 2 positions there in a couple of corners.
Yep.
Fighting through. Good to see.
Yeah, good opportunistic reading of that situation there from Angier. Don't feel it's entirely over yet, as that's Radovich trying to go down the inside now of Damien Smith. Smith will have the inside though for the next part of the boot, and if he's wise, he'll park his car there, and actually that opens up the door for James Antwis to try and get back in here, and that nearly turned a bit, well, that was looking a bit precarious there. You never like to see contact on the rear of the car through Paddock Corner. There is Tim Penny though, who is on his final lap of the race, en route, Andrew, to his 2nd win of the day.
It is going to be his 2nd win of the day, and it's going to be a set of results that is properly going to put the cat among the pigeons. You know, Tim Penny is not a championship contender, but he's going to be up there with the likes of your Anwars, your Joe Holmes, your Miguel Halls, your others, and I think he's on good form today. He's going to be a factor in the final. A second win of the day for Tim Penny. Very good stuff there in Heat 10. Daniel Taylor will come across the line in second place. Samuel Bensley matches a best Heats result of the year in third. Joe Bailey fourth. Steve Bosley in fifth place. And it's going to be close on the line between Riley and Wood, but it is Jonathan Riley home in sixth place, top C3. Lenny Wood seventh, Joe Wright eighth, Simon Cavanagh ninth. Tom Andrew fights through into the top 10 with that great move towards the end of the race. Damien Smith 11th, James Radovich in 12th, James Antwis in 13th, Darrell Lower disappointing 14th after that incident on lap 1. Kieran Willits 15th, there's Christian Foyer over the line. And then last over the line will be Riccardo Vitale. There we go, Heat 10 in the books. Next out on circuit, heavyweights, Heat 11.
It is your grid for the penultimate heat then in your heavyweight class for today. Chris Alcock and Vijay Patel are on row number 1 with David Longman and Jack Bridges on row 2. Adrian Ray and Kai Crawford are your third row, with Paul Williams and Luke Pullen making up your fourth. Amar Burrell Smith and Richard Newton will round out the top 10, and then it's Steve Lindley and Jack Cameron Drayton on row number 6. Wayne Smith and Matthew Lumley are next, with David Lumley and Heinrich Watson-Miller on row 8, and then Richard Snow and Owen Smith on row 9. Michael Daltrey, the sole competitor, on row 10. And that's the 19 karts that make up your last one heat of the day.
Stick around for the finals coming up later on this afternoon. Remember, we've got the 2 remaining rounds of this championship for you to watch here on Alpha Live. If you're not subscribed already, please do so. Click the notification bell. And if you've been enjoying today's stream, do give it a like as well. Let's try and get it up to 50 likes before the end of this race. Heat number 11 for the heavyweights. There's a bit of a to-do going on as a couple of drivers aren't quite in agreement where they should start, but the race I think has got going anyway. Chris Alcock starts from pole position, gets a good run away from the lights. Dave Longman has had a good start as well, is already up into P2. Heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Bit of rubbing there between the 38 of Vijay Patel and the 97 of Adrian Ray. Ray round the outside. Very nice move up into third place.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. And it's an interesting start, isn't it? I thought for a moment it might be called a false start, but it was called good. As you can see, Steve Lindley and Jack Cameron Drayton doing battle through Ashby Corner there. And, 45 of Luke Pullen there out wide a little bit through Wilkins. That leaves him exposed to attack from Paul Williams. To come onto the back straight. Paul Williams, surely one of the most experienced karters out there in this Club 100 field these days. It is going to be Chris Alcock who completes lap number 1, where he started lap number 1, in the lead. And now with David Longman and Adrian Ray for company behind him. And Owen Smith was the driver who had an incident there on the first lap. To the back of the field, Vijay Patel with that costly moment, taking him back 9 positions on that first lap. As going side by side is Steve Lindley and Luke Pullen. That's Lindley trying to get 9th place. And Burrell Smith trying to close in on this top 3 that have broken away a little bit. Oh, and we've got a driver going cross country there. That is the 71 of Jack Bridges.
It's a shame. Jack was up in 5th place, running well as one of the super heavyweights in this race. Alcock leading from Longman. Adrian Ray having another good race here. Anwar Burrell Smith in 4th. As out there, oh dear, Jack Cameron Drayton's day goes from bad to worse. Span out of his second heat whilst fighting for the race victory. That's a good technique to get the karts back on circuit and recover them back in the race. But in terms of a good result...
Sorry, it was down as Ozier's. It was just a slight... We've not seen too many incidents there. Sorry to cut across, mate. Yeah. But yeah, disappointment for him for certain there. He's going to have some work to do. Might be one to watch in the finals, see if he can get a promotion. Someone who probably won't need a promotion, though, is Chris Alcock. based on the results he's had so far.
And there's a takeout penalty now for Heinrich
okay.
Watson-Miller. So I wonder if there's something to do there between those two drivers, resulting in Jack Cameron Drayton down the inside. Anwar Barul-Smith.
I was about to say, Adrian Ray absorbing the pressure of Anwar Barul-Smith well here, which is still true in spite of the fact that that move has just swapped. Well, that position has just swapped, I should say. Because Anwar, we've seen him so bold into that boot complex.
Fired up today, yeah, I think Anwar is.
Yep.
He was racing on the continents last week. Had some great pace. He's come back to the UK here and is fully focused on trying to win this title in the Club 100 light heavyweight sprints championship. He wants to improve that number 2 plate to a number 1 plate for 2023. He's chasing down David Longman and Chris Alcock now. You see the level of turning there from Alcock again.
Yeah.
That concept of deliberately getting the vehicle, getting the kart into a big slide to hook it over that curb. That again, kind of pulls you in. It gives you a bit of comfort. Then open up the right-hander for the boot as you then carry this. Because that's arguably, I think, one of the most underrated corners of the circuit, the toe of the boot. Because if you get the toe of the boot wrong, you're going to get the last corner wrong. You're going to get Paddock wrong. And then you're going to get all those things that have gone wrong are going to carry you all the way up to Christmas Corner.
It's also very easy to upset the dynamics of the kart, get the kart bouncing around as well, and that can upset it and lose your pace through there as well. As Anwar Barul-Smith goes for a big move down the side of David Longman into Ozier's corner and gets that job done. As you say, a man up for the fight today is Barul-Smith.
You bounce the kart around too much, you lose your GoPro as well.
That happens as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Public service announcement. If you're wondering how long a GoPro mount lasts on one of these karts, the ones that you actually clip your camera on with, give it 2.5 years. And on material fatigue.
Another public service announcement. If you were looking forward to footage of our race yesterday on our YouTube channel,
you're not going to get it.
You're not going to get it.
You'll get a nice time lapse of Jimbo's pit stops.
That's true.
And the service he provides.
Yes.
But no racy.
Those two announcements, of course, completely unconnected. Obviously.
Oh dear. Chris Alcock continues to lead this race then. And he'll be aware of the driver behind him being Anwar Barul-Smith. He's going to have 2 laps to hold off the charging championship leader. Last time around, 55.3 for Chris. 55.0 for Anwar. That is astonishing pace in this heavyweights category. After a long weekend, drivers are tired, tyres are tired, karts are tired. Anwar's still able to extract that pace, that performance.
I've got to say, this Whilton Mill circuit, the high-speed nature of it is just one of those circuits where, you know, you're dancing the car. In fact, these big sort of initial steering input, and then it's about holding it through the corner. Say, Andrew talking about that ideal line into the boot effectively being a sort of drift. You know, that's not normally the way with the karts. As we go on to the last lap, has Anwar teed this up brilliantly, or is Chris Alcock up for the defence? He has a look over his shoulder. He knows what the game is, but I think he's left the door open there, and I think he needed to start defending. He needed to commit to the defence a little sooner. I think he thought he was clear for the corner, and it's not so. He'll get better drive off of Ashby Corner, but it's a difficult corner to convert the overspeed. And it'll still be Anwar unless Chris can tuck underneath. Anwar's wise to it, so Chris Alcock will try and slingshot himself onto the back straight and set up an opportunity into the boot. David Longman was licking his lips at this one because it's an opportunity for him as well if it all comes to tears. And through the final part of the lap, Anwar will know to park his kart on the apex. David will know that Anwar knows that and try and get a drag to the line. It is going to be Anwar Barrell-Smith who takes the win ahead of Chris Alcock, David Longman in third, Adrian Ray with a great drive to fourth. That'll be great points for him in the super heavyweight subclass. Kai Crawford in fifth ahead of Steve Lindley, Richard Newton, Luke Pullen in eighth, Paul Williams in ninth, then Wayne Smith to round out the top 10. Heinrich Watson-Miller finishes 11th ahead of Vijay Patel. Owen Smith next ahead of Richard Snow. Matthew Lumley in 15th. Michael Daltrey in 16th. And then it will be David Lumley, Jack Cameron Drayton and Jack Bridges.
Just to mention, that finish between Lindley, Newton, Pull and Williams, 4 karts covered by less than a tenth and a half. Crackers. Mad. We love it. This is why we keep coming back to Club 100. Jack Cameron Drayton over the line, Jack Bridges. That completes heat number 11. Next out on circuit, the last heat of the day for the heavyweights, heat 12.
Here's your grid then for heat number 12 of the heavyweights. Kurt Holmes will start this one on pole with Bill Taylor alongside him on the front row. Mike Bodner and Matt Isherwood make up row 2, ahead of Lee Henderson and Vinod Harani on row 3. Then it's Richard Allen and Karolis Konchikas. Josh Pettit and Callan Sigafus round out the top 10, ahead of Nicholas Walker and Stuart Kirk on row 6. Row 7 will be Tom Edwards and Richard Payne. Shane Houlihan and Luke Elliott are row 8. Oliver Tebbett and Antonio Gitsonio make up the 9th row of the grid. That's how they line up then for the last heat race of the day. After this, we'll be into our lightweight finals. We'll have the C final to kick us off. We'll get to all of that. Right now, it's about these 18 drivers trying to get as many points on the board as they can and get those vital qualifying spots on the finals grid.
Big super heavyweight race. This Bill Taylor, Lee Henderson in there, Stuart Kirk as well.
Vinod Hirani as well. Going to be interesting. Away we go then, and Kurt Holmes there covers off any challenge into turns 1 and 2 as they work their way through and up the hill. Bill Taylor's retained 2nd place and Matt Isherwood has retained 3rd. It's a fairly formation start here. Matt Isherwood sees the opportunity on Bill Taylor down into Ashby Corner. And Dickie Allen there has already, that's a big start from him because he started 7th and he's up into 4th. So he's made that work really well for him as Richard Allen, as Bill Taylor's having a look to get Matt Isherwood back, and that's going to give Allen the opportunity surely to have a go at him in the latter half of the lap. Indeed, he's got the move done before they're braking into the boot complex. Love this camera shot of them right on the limit there, turning into that. That's a little bit of a wide moment there from Mike Bodner. Leaves himself exposed to attack from Lee Henderson, but he's managed to hold on to it for now. Kurt Holmes leads then, ahead of Matt Isherwood and Richard Allen.
I think for Richard Allen, the job done on this first lap is quite clear. Isherwood and Holmes are both C1 level drivers in the weather. They're driving Lee Henderson, going for a good old send down the inside, but just lost the rear end of the kart there as he turned in. Keeps it going. Loses a position as a result instead of gaining one. But for Richard Allen, pushing through from that middle part of the grid, I think it was in his mind of like 2 very quick drivers up ahead of him on the grid. He had to get on their rear bumpers at the end of lap 1 if he wants to stand a really good chance of winning this race, and that's exactly what he's done now.
Yeah.
Middle phase of this race, put the pressure on, maybe not go for the move straight away, feel them out, then strike with a couple of minutes to go. And again, these top 3 working well together. 1, 2, 3, all in the low 56s. Bill Taylor in 4th in the 57s. We've got a 2.5 already over 4th place Bill Taylor.
Absolutely. The top 2 going for the title line here, and that surely could provide Allen with an opportunity there to try and get a switch back on Matt Isherwood, but Isherwood's positioning his kart well so far. Again, they both go to the inside. Kurt Holmes is defending like crazy here. He doesn't want to work together to open a gap. He just wants to deter a move. This time, Dickie Allen tries to find a line on the inside into Wilkins, but can't make it work. And the battle over 4th place is quite tasty behind them as well. Coming onto the back straight then, Kurt Holmes again looking to position his kart defensively.
Track limit warning for Richard Allen. That's not a surprise because he'll have just cut across the grasscrete on the exit of Ashby there, trying to pry open that gap on Matt Isherwood. This is a great scrap at the front of this order. 4 minutes to go in the last heat of the day for the heavyweights. The finals are up next. Kurt Holmes is going to go down to the bottom again. Richard Allen sweeps to the outside. Is there a run round the outside of Matt Isherwood there? No, they stay as they are. 1, 2, 3. How's Bill Taylor getting on? He's getting on quite well. 56.3 last time around. Holmes defending hard into Ashby again. Allen needs to be careful to not trigger the track limit warning again. He does so. This is a brilliant, brilliant scrap here. But look at Bill Taylor. Yeah. Taylor is on the move here. It's going to be a four-kart scrap.
I disagree. I think it's going to be a 7-kart scrap at this rate, mate. Everyone down to Josh Pettit is within a couple of seconds. Big send by Richard Allen there, and it's still not paying off because Matt Isherwood is fighting this one to the last, and it stays as they were. Bit of a gift lent there to Kurt Holmes, and do they have to call a bit of a ceasefire now to try and work together and get up back onto Holmes' bumper?
Is that a tactical play from Richard Allen to get a bit of a gap now ahead of Matt Isherwood where we can sling one down the inside? Matt Isherwood's defending once more, switches back onto the racing line, but look at this. Mike Bodner's in there. Lee Henderson's in there. Josh Pettit's in there as well. Allen's now got alongside down into Ashby Corner. Surely this time he's going to get the move done and take second place. Yes, he does. Now the instruction comes. Come on, let's work together. Kurt Holmes can be caught here with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, it's doable, isn't it? It's doable, and that might have just deterred. Has spread out a little bit behind them amongst Taylor, Bodner, Henderson and Pettit. They're still not a million miles away, though. If the battling resumes, you can... Oh, and that was Nicholas Walker and Callan Sigafus doing battles side by side into the boot as well. So there's battles all the way through the field here, with the fastest lap of the race, by the way, held by Carlos Conchicas in 10th place. Actually, no, that's just been beaten by Dickie Allen in his pursuit of Kurt Holmes, and the gap is already down to 0.3 of a second. This is going to be interesting. Once again, Kurt Holmes feels the need to go defensive. Extreme defensive, actually. That's a very shallow line, and that's going to give Dickie Allen a good run over the top of the hill. But can he do anything with the overspeed? We saw him get by Matt Isherwood into Ashby. This time, Kurt Holmes is going defensive on him, and that's going to offer the opportunity to Matt Isherwood. And he's going to try and get alongside, but he can't do anything with the overspeed. This time, Dickie Allen tries to tuck underneath. He's got the gap. And then, the door is robustly closed on him there by Kurt Holmes. And Matt Isherwood once again senses the opportunity as they head towards the boot section. This is a brilliant battle here. And Bill Taylor is coming right into this now. Matt Isherwood, I thought, was going to have a look at the second apex there, but he ducked out of it. And now Dickie Allen has the overspeed on Kurt Holmes and has got through into the lead.
I think that was well timed by Kurt Holmes. The inevitable was going to happen. Richard Allen now leads the race. Now, can they drop the rest of this pack? Because they're all there baying for these positions. Bill Taylor in 4th. And down the inside, Holmes goes back for the lead. No, he doesn't want to work with Richard Allen. Richard Allen goes round the outside through Boxing Day. Brilliant racing here in the heavyweights. This is just a heat, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's the last one of the day, but what is the final going to be like when all of them are in there in around a couple of hours' time? 1 minute of this race to go. Allen's got off the front. Holmes still there in 2nd place. Matt Isherwood in 3rd. Bill Taylor 4th. I can tell you that Callan Sigafus and Carolis Conchicas have both got past Nicholas Walker for 8th and 9th.
Henderson and Bodner went side by side for a lot of the early part of this lap. Lee Henderson's lost out as a result of that, but they both have, because Josh Pettit has improved to 5th now, I think, at the back of this pack. As we're on to the last lap, Richard Allen leads by 0.9 of a second. I think he might have done enough to hold these two at arm's length, so it's all about this battle for 2nd place up the hill. Kurt Holmes goes defensive. Matt Isherwood right on the limit of the brakes, going round the outside of Christmas Corner. That is a bold move, and he managed to keep his foot in it, but just could not make it pay off. Is there anything on into Ashby Corner? He's going to have to go to the inside, half in attack, half in defence against Bill Taylor. What an attempt there from Matt Isherwood around the outside of Christmas Corner.
Bravery from Matt Isherwood there. That was harking back to his Cardiff BUKC days as Pettit down the inside of Taylor for 4th place. Taylor's going to be on the curb. Lee Henderson's going to pop around the outside. Go past. Mike Bonner's going to go through as well. That's big in super heavyweight. We're on the last lap. What a final heat of the afternoon before the finals this has been. Dickie Allen is going to take a race victory, a hard race victory. Kurt Holmes is going to take 2nd, 3rd for Matt Isherwood, 4th for Josh Pettit, 5th for Lee Henderson. That is a cracking result for Lee Henderson. And, well, he messaged me earlier on today to say if he was going to get a good result today, he was going to dedicate it to his wife, Sarah, at home. I hope that's made both of them feel very happy indeed, because that was a great, great last lap from Lee Henderson to be the top super heavyweight there. Mike Bodner in 6th. Bill Taylor in 7th. Callan Sigafus in 8th. 9th for Karolis Konchikas. 10th for Nicholas Walker. And then your top C3 was Luke Elliott in 11th. Tom Edwards 12th. Stuart Kirk and Vinod Hirani 13th and 14th. Gitsonio there in 15th. Tebbett 16th and Richard Payne 17th. Well, the first heat of the day, right at the start of the morning, Howard, was a contender for race of the day so far and was holding it until that one. That was a cracker.
Yeah. But you know what, mate? I don't think the stakes have been high enough. I think we should have longer races, more championship points on offer, and everyone evenly paced because they've got in their grid positions on merit. I think it's time that we look ahead to some finals racing, and that's what's coming up next here at Whilton Mill with the C final for your lightweights.
Here we go then for the C final in the lightweights here today at Whilton Mill. The top 4 go through from this final to the B. Ross O'Brien and Ramanas Chakauskas have the front row of the grid. James Browning and George Lawler are on row 2. If the race has no changes in position, they will go through. Joel Nichols and John Ratcliffe are on the outside looking in at the moment, starting there from row 3. Aaron Clark and Corey Smith are on row 4. Louis Stagg and Matt Ellis row 5. If you're in the top 10, for me, you stand a good chance of getting in that top 4. We'll fancy your chances. Jagjit Singh and Dan Gurkot start there on row 6. James Scanlon and Michael Reeder start on row 7. Matthew Cliff and Douglas Smith start on row 8. Keith Segal and Boyle Kerr start on row number 9. Christopher Potts and Evan Craig start inside the top 20 on row 10. Sam Morris and Cameron Williams on row 11. Prash Alphonsus and Zach Stout start on row number 12. And then we've got drivers Thomas Smith and Joe Ratcliffe starting on row 13, Oliver Allwood and Stephen Westwood at row 14. But I'll be honest, I don't think we're seeing any of those 4 drivers compete in this final.
I've just seen John Viger of Club 100 do the Morecambe Wise Bring Me Sunshine dance over the line. It's made my day.
He's in a happy place this weekend, is Davey.
To be fair, the place has brought us sunshine. I don't think any of us were expecting this, and we got a replay of that. Oh.
The wind's picked up as well, if you hadn't established that at home.
It has, yeah. You can hear it on the mic. You can see it on the banners there. That is going to be interesting.
Is this it? Is this
there you go.
That's
Lovely
what you tune
stuff.
In for, ladies and gentlemen. If you've not clicked the like button already, do it. Do it now. It's for that. A bit of JV dancing is what we love on a Sunday in October at Whilton Mill.
Big points here. Fantastic to see that we've got a C final of this size, Andrew.
Yeah.
This is a much bigger grid than any of these drivers have been involved in at any point today.
Yep.
And that's going to be a key thing. Streaming through the first 2 corners and up the hill, can they keep it clean? A lot of Class 3 novice drivers in the field. How's this going to go? That's going to be the interesting one. Ross O'Brien is your pole sitter in the 68. Ramanas Chakauskas alongside in the 26. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and we're away for the C final. Into oblivion we go. These 28 karts streaming through. And can they all keep it clean? That's looking pretty decent for me, even if they are going 3 wide, 4 wide at the back of the pack.
3 wide in the middle, trying to fight through. It's all about 4th place. That's where you've got to be, or higher, to get through to the B final. I think John Ratcliffe's had a good start. Yes, he has. He's up into 4th place already, but it's the 68 of O'Brien. Ramanas Chakauskas, George Lawler and John Ratcliffe. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Right on the ragged edge there, running through Ashby Corner. The number 37 of, in fact, no, sorry, the 37 of Aaron Clark has had an incredible start. Up from, I think, the 4th row of the grid, is up into that crucial 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Mega start there. As they'll stream their way through the boot for the first time. Ross O'Brien then will cross the line at the end of lap 1, ahead of Ramanas Chakauskas. George Lawler and Aaron Clark, as you say, Andrew, the top 4 in those promotion spots at the moment. And there's a breakaway group of 3 here, and Chikauskas, I think, would fancy a little look, although he was giving the sign to say let's work together, as going side by side there was Louis Stagg with Corey Smith, I think it was, heading up the hill there towards Christmas Corner. And there's the move for the lead of the race from Chikauskas. And there is a wide moment for Aaron Clark. That might be the opportunity for John Ratcliffe.
I think for Chikauskas, he's identified he should have the pace, based on what we've seen so far this season, to hit the front and drive away. It's going to be the safest thing for him to do.
Yeah, it's a surprise to see him on the C-final grid in many ways, I think, based on what I would normally expect of his pace. So he must, I think he rightly fancies himself to get up into the B-final here. And he is now confirmed as the leader of the race. There is Aaron Clark in the 37, chasing Ross O'Brien. And then there is a crucial change as well. John Ratcliffe through up into 4th place on George Lawler.
Yeah, I think the best thing for John at the moment is just to sit on the back of Aaron Clark's rear bumper, because he seems to be going forward and paving the way for a run to the B final. Although there's the contact there involving Ratcliffe. Yeah, I think just misjudged the run into Ashby.
It was Louis Stagg having an interesting moment up at the exit of Christmas Corner there as he tried to put a move in on Joel Nichols. So good battling going on there. As we're looking here at the 2nd place battle.
Matt Ellis is coming through.
Yep, good point. Good point. Zach Stout as well, up 4 positions on the last lap, Andrew, so he's working his way up the order as well.
9 minutes to go. These longer races. We've not even got down to the length of a heat yet. There's a penalty for Sam Morris, ABC takeout. You're going to see falling down the order. Keith Segal and Thomas Smith are both falling down the order. Look to be out of this race. Track limit warning for James Browning as well. Ronas Chikauskas and Aaron Clark doing some great work at the front of the order there as the number 70 of Matt Ellis trying to find a way past O'Brien as out of the race there. Looks to be Douglas Smith. The 184 was in 20th position. Looked to be down at turn 2 for me, through the crook perhaps. The top 3. These drivers have got to work together now. Yeah. Chikauskas, Clark, Lawler, sit in a train, pull off the front, don't do anything silly, you'll be in the B final. It's all about this battle here, headed up by Ross O'Brien, the number 68, then the 70 of Matt Ellis and the 140 of John Ratcliffe. There's one more spot available in the B final. Only one of them can take it. That's a mistake there from Matt Ellis. Ratcliffe's got to be brave around the outside there. Don't let him get squeezed down to the inside. Good move from John Ratcliffe.
A good job not to get squeezed to hit the cone either as well, it has to be said, on the apex of Inkermans. So nicely judged there from John Ratcliffe in the 140.
I do wonder for John, this is being his first time in the sprint, whether this longer format, not quite the length of a BUKC race, but whether it'll suit him a bit more than the cutthroat 7-minute heats that we've had so far today.
Yep, true. We're used to the 25-minute sprint races in the BUKC. Sometimes called a sprint duro, because it's about as long as a sprint race ever gets in karting. That. Well, I say that. We have the SB60 races, which are 30 minutes in length. But there we go then. There's a 68 of Ross O'Brien, still with a little bit of breathing space over those behind him.
Tactically, Ratcliffe and Ellis have got to work together now. It's the strange thing, especially if you're new to these C and B repechage style finals. Your enemy can become your friend can become your enemy as quick as that.
Yes.
Ratcliffe and Ellis, who were fighting over that position a lap or so ago, they've got to work together now to close in that near second gap to Ross O'Brien ahead.
Absolutely. These two working well out front, though, at the moment. There's Aaron Clark. He's doing well to keep up here with Ronas Chikauskas. I say doing well to keep up. Just set the fastest lap of the race, 55.531. And he fancies the lead of the race. That's not working together. That is not working together. And if that keeps on going for the next 6 minutes, then all bets are kind of off, because the gap is only 2.2 seconds they have in hand
over the Ross O'Brien-led battle over 4th place. Further down the order, Jagjit Singh has just made a move past Michael Reeder and Joel Nichols on the last lap, brings himself into the top 10. Good battles going on throughout the field here at Whilton Mill, as is pretty much always the case, to be perfectly honest. Again, Aaron Clark is hounding Ramanas Tchaikovsky. This is not what Ramanas will have wanted, Andrew. He'll just, come on, we just want to get through. There is some silverware, though, on offer for those who win the C final, so it's not completely without cause that Aaron Clark fancies the win. New fastest lap of the race from George Lawler now in that 63 car. Just brings himself even more into contention here with the top 2. The yellow flag was out briefly there at the top of the hill, but I think it's gone in now.
It's been a good response. Yeah. It's been a good response from George Lawler, because there was a point in this race where I thought he was going to get dropped and be at a risk of falling back into the clutches of Ross O'Brien, Matt Ellis and John Ratcliffe. He's responded really well, upped his pace. A fast George in car number 63. Where have we seen that before?
Rings a bell. I'm not sure. James Scanlon just got past. Oh, look at this move from Clark. It's a bold move, and he's going to get through on the second apex, and Lawler's going to try and bump draft the 2 of them through. He's going to have a look. Oh, and it got closed the door on him by Ramanas Tchaikovsky there. Oh, that could have ended it. These 3 are not playing it safe with regards to getting through into this B final.
They lost 3/4 of a second because of that in one sector to Ross O'Brien, and Matt Ellis was subtly quicker than Ross O'Brien as well. It's starting to edge out back to John Ratcliffe. There's a second between 5th and 6th place now. Can have a James Scanlon as well.
I was going to say, yeah.
Because James Scanlon is currently the fastest driver out on circuit in 7th place, 55.489, 5 seconds off the lead, 2.5 off 4th. It's not over for James Scanlon yet.
Nope, not at all. And actually, no one's separated by more than a second in that pack, all the way down to Louis Stagg in 9th place. So there's potential in this for it to get rather spicy in the closing stages. New fastest lap of the race, Ramanas Tchaikovsky at 55.398 to take himself back onto the back of Aaron Clark. We are looking at John Ratcliffe in 6th position with James Scanlon for close company behind. And ahead of them, that is Ross O'Brien and Matt Ellis doing battle as they go through Christmas Corner. This is Ross O'Brien, and the 70 there is Matt Ellis. Out of Ashby Corner, using all that runoff and throwing the carts into the left-hander of Wilkins. Down into Ozias.
If I'm Matt Ellis in this situation, I think I just sit here for a bit, for another lap or 2. If I feel like I've got the confidence of speed over Ross O'Brien, do the overtake at the end. It doesn't matter if it's now or on the last corner, as long as you do it. The risk of doing it now, if it doesn't go right, Ratcliffe, Scanlon, they are right there. They're only a second or so back.
Look at this, though. The battle for the lead rages on. Side by side then for 4th place. Down the inside goes Matt Ellis. And it's going to stay side by side through Boxing Day and into Inkermans. And the 68 of O'Brien is going to get that back, I think. And there's on the grass there from the number 70 of Matt Ellis. And that'll be interesting to see how that one's viewed in race control. But either way, it has brought everyone back into the picture there. John Ratcliffe now sees the opportunity. James Scanlon and Dan Grocott are all onto the back of this. I think Louis Stagg's part of this one as well, as there's a penalty for Boyle Kerr for taking out a fellow competitor. So 6 positions to be added to wherever he finishes. There's a little nibble by Scanlon on John Ratcliffe there.
Big opportunity this for John Ratcliffe. He's got to prepare for Matt Ellis to have another go at Ross O'Brien. And similar to how we saw Joe Holmes pick up 2 positions in one corner earlier, the 2 ahead get the squabbling wrong. No, Ellis is just going to hold fire. But this was what I was meaning about. I would have left that attempt at the overtake for another lap or so. Worked with Ross O'Brien to isolate. Ross O'Brien needs to be careful there with the moving in the braking zone. A little bit of a shake of the head from Matt Ellis. Yellow flag is out. That's why the driver's hands are up there. No overtaking through this portion of the circuit. I imagine it is for a cone replacement.
Yes.
Yes, because both of them, both the Collins are on the floor at the moment.
I do have to ask the question, who hit those up ahead of this fourth place battle, one wonders? I'll assume it wasn't one of the top three, but I should say, by the way, Louis Stagg is a little bit off the back of this, so it is between these 5 karts for the last of the promotion spots. Aaron Clark leads ahead of Tchaikovskas and George Lawler, and then this battle, Ross O'Brien in the 68, Matt Ellis in the 70, John Radcliffe in the 140, and Scanlon in the 115, with Dan Grocott in the 41 off the back. Going defensive there is Clark. That's going to open the door of opportunity. This time it's Matt Ellis who's going to find the gap there, and John Radcliffe is getting involved as well. At the moment, it's going with Matt Ellis as O'Brien tries to stem the flow and get himself back onto terms with Ellis, but if they battle too much over 5th place, it's going to be no one with the opportunity for 4th, and Matt Ellis is going to sprint away with this one.
James Scanlon round the outside there, got 2 in one corner. Very good stuff indeed. We're on the last lap. Aaron Clark should take the C final victory. Ramanis Tchaikovskas and George Lawler are going to join him in the B final. Who's going to take this 4th spot? Who's going to be on the grid for the B final? It is going to be Matt Ellis. Matt Ellis on the last lap does it and becomes the 26th person in the B final.
And there was a moment, you saw it going down the back straight, you saw it where Ross O'Brien just put his head up. It was like, I was in that position. Yep. I had it. And he's ended at the back of that pack, gutting for him, but it was still some really good racing. I think he can hold his head up high on that.
James Scanlon finishes in 5th, John Ratcliffe 6th, Dan Grocott in 7th, Ross O'Brien 8th, Louis Stagg 9th. On another day, any of those drivers could have made it into the B final, but their racing ends in the C. Jagjit Singh races well through to 10th place, Corey Smith 11th, Joel Nichols 12th, Matthew Cliff, Michael Reeder and James Browning complete the top 15. Keith Segal finishes in 16th, 17th for Evan Craig, 18th for Zach Stout, 19th Thomas Smith, 20th Boyle Kerr, Christopher Pouts in 21st, Douglas Smith 22nd, Prash Alphonsus in 23rd, and Sam Morris, the single retirement in that race, classified at 24th.
Next up here then, we've got the C final for our heavyweights. Let's take you through the grid then for this C final. It is going to be Tom Edwards who starts this one on pole with James Antwis alongside Vinod Harani and Damien Smith are going to be on row 2 with Wayne Smith and Jack Bridges on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be made up of Richard Snow and Antonio Gitsonio. Barney Langley and Owen Smith will round up the top 10, and then it's Luke Elliott and Oliver Tebbett on row number 6. Row 7 is Scott Parker and Matt Griffiths. James Radovich and Christian Foyer are row 8. Matthew Lumley and Richard Payne are row number 9. The top 20 is rounded out by Michael Daltrey and David Lumley on row 10, and then it's Riccardo Vitale and Richard Melton on row 11. Kieran Willett and Lawrence Cheer are on row 12. Rounding out the 26 kart grid, it's going to be Nathan Tague and Shane Houlihan on row 13. That's how they line up then for this C final grid. Same as with the lightweights, the top 4 positions will gain promotion onto the back of the B final grid. Full disclosure, the B finals, it's the top 2 who make it onto the back of the A final grid. So that is all to look forward to as we're getting into the business end of our sprint days racing here at round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championships. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms box, working alongside Alpha Live to bring you all of this streamed live coverage. And we have streamed live coverage of this championship right through to the end. All rounds from here on in streamed through to the end of the season at Buckmore Park.
If you're enjoying the commentary as well, at Double Dash across your social media networks, give us a follow. And a like and all of that business. It really does help us out. We've got more Club 100 related content and coverage coming up for you midweek over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. It'll be the next round of the iRacing Championship, open to all Club 100 BUKC drivers, past or present. And we'll be in the Formula 3 cars around the Red Bull Ring We also have the deciders for our Formula competition, our Mini Cup, sponsored by Simutek Technologies. So that is going to be quite an evening of racing. Say over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe and a notification bell, press and all of that business. Thank you everybody for the likes push. We hit 50. Can we hit 75? 75? Before the end of the B finals?
A distinctly different number was just given to us by the
It's
producer.
137.
We're gonna stick with 75 and see how it gets on.
Let's go with 75 because there's 137 people watching and 57 likes.
That's true. There you go.
75.
Well, on that basis, we should get to 100. Anyway, yes. Please give us a like. We do hope you're enjoying it. Show us some love on the YouTube.
And it's a great weekend to have the engagement with everybody because of course we've got some of the really important people from Rotax here this weekend. They're loving what they're seeing. Do send them your messages of support and why you tune in for CLUB100 here on a Sunday afternoon. Let's get ready then for the heavyweight C final. 12 minutes are on the clock here at Whilton Mill. 4 places up for grabs in the B. Away we go. Good start for Tom Edwards at the front of the field. Vinod Hirani trying to fight through there as well. On the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. It's all looking clean, but that's a very good start for Tom Edwards. Look, he's already got, what, a 4 or 5, 4 wide into. That's not going to work. That's never going to work. Never going to work there. Somehow only 1 spinner in all of that. But Tom Edwards, that is just the start that he would have wanted.
Yeah, I felt it happening when I saw it going 4 wide in the braking zone. I was like, I hope everyone's aware of how many people are on their inside, and it wasn't quite to be. Penalty for Richard Snow for an ABC takeout there.
So that already means that Snow cannot make it into the B final, even if Snow was to win the race on the road. Richard would be classified in 7th. Look at this, Damien Smith going around the outside there. I think we're already seeing all of these karts on screen fighting over the 4th and final place in the B. Tom Edwards leads, James Antwis 2nd, Jack Bridges in 3rd, and crucially, those 3 are 1.9 seconds clear of Damien Smith in 4th. So those top 3 run away, run away, get into the B final. It's all about this 4th place. Can Damien Smith hold on to it? But look at how many karts are fighting for the road behind. You've got the number 18 in there of Matt Griffiths, the 77 of Matthew Lumley.
He gets all crossed up there going through Ashby, and that's going to leave him exposed to, I think, James Radovich is going to want to have a go there. Just to be clear, I did just double check the grid for the B final, and as Damien Smith and Scott Parker on, there's an incident there. That's on the exit of Wilkins, I think. I did just check, by the way, and oh goodness me, I'm not going to get a moment to tell anyone this as they're coming through. That is James Radovich arriving on the scene and making gains there. So it's Tom Edwards, James Antwis, Jack Bridges, Scott Parker, Damien Smith. Critical move for Scott Parker on that last lap to get himself up into 4th place, and James Radovich now up 4 positions
and clear. Scott Parker's managed to get himself clear. This group need to get themselves organised. They can't be fighting like this because they're going to kiss those chances of getting into the B final goodbye. Scott Parker, in all of that melee, has managed to get 1.9 seconds over Damien Smith in 5th place.
Yeah, and Radovich is going defensive against Matt Griffiths. They need to get the message here that they should be working together. Damien Smith, I think, has got the idea, but no, the memo hasn't got through there to the 18 of Matt Griffiths, and he's letting him back through because there's been contact. Now they're going 3 wide down the back straight. The 77 of Matthew Lumley making huge gains. Was that a triple overtake around the outside into the boot? Okay. Right. That might be the move of the
Mr. Fitzhugh. In all my years of watching racing here at Whilton Mill, I have never seen a move quite like that. Penalty for Vinod Hirani, forcing a driver wide.
Oh my
what have we
goodness
just seen from Matthew Lumley? He came from, I think he was in about 9th or 10th place.
Yep, he was.
Coming out of Osiers.
That's amazing from the 77. But I just... what I was going to say, before anyone else does any passes, everyone just calm down for a moment. Getting qualified from this race will not guarantee you a podium in either Class 3 or Super Heavyweight. There are already
3 or more of those 2 subclasses qualified to the B final. Just thought I would mention that. So there's no podiums in any of the subclasses to be determined here. But that has just given the gift to Scott Parker in many ways, because it's 2.7 seconds the advantage he has over Matthew Lumley. And it's going to be really difficult for them to reel that in. That is, I think we just saw the gap there between Scott Parker and Matthew Lumley. Yeah, I think we did. It's all settled down a bit now, but it's a little, with the best will in the world, everyone loves a good jostle for position. But it's a little late for it to settle down, so it might as well not. So there's my moment for Matthew Lumley, and that line is not going to work as well as his alternative line into the boot section. Managed to recover that quite well, actually. There's not many people who go off onto the grass at that point and are feeling so good afterwards. James Radovich there going side by side, I think, with Luke Elliott. And this is getting a little bit choppy at the moment. Driver's going wide, and that's a hit into the wall for James Radovich. And he's going to keep going because everyone's just surviving this race. I don't think I've ever seen anyone go off like that and just carry on. That's different.
As you do, it's all good. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go. If you're someone at home following Tom Edwards, James Antwis and Jack Bridges, don't worry. As a bit of a cross up there from Matthew Lumley. They're safe. They're through. They just need to keep circulating around for the next 6.5 minutes. They'll be in the B final. Scott Parker holding on to 4th place. What is the gap now? 3.1 seconds. Gitsonio has come through. Antonio Gitsonio is now the driver in 5th place. And you never know. You know, all it takes is for Scott Parker to hit a cone, and all of this is suddenly going to mean something again in terms of Repper charging through.
Yep. This race, I've seen many things in this race I've never seen, and we've covered a lot of Whilton Mill races, mate. This is an absolute stormer of a race so far. Here's the 117 of Owen Smith chasing Richard Snow through Christmas Corner. There's a joke in there somewhere about snow at Christmas, but anyway, we cut back to Antonio Gitsonio and Matt Griffiths, who are contesting 5th place. As you say, though, Andrew, doesn't take much for it to turn into something more if there's a penalty for any of the top 4 at the moment. 101 of Luke Elliott as well, and then the gap back here to Matthew Lumley, who leads Richard Snow, Owen Smith to round out the top 10. Oliver Tebbett, by the way, got past Richard Melton last lap as well for 11th place. As we cut back to the battle over 5th place between Gitsonio, Griffiths and Elliott, as behind Richard Snow putting a move on Matthew Lumley through the boot section that last lap. Just saw that starting to develop as we cut away from it. This is the look from Matt Griffiths to the inside of Gitsonio, and he's made it work, as he knows, hold both of them up, because that's allowed Luke Elliott through. Brilliantly read by Elliott there to get a double overtake, and you can see Gitsonio is none too impressed with how costly a move that was from Griffiths.
Chef's kiss for Luke Elliott there. That was beautifully done. Read the situation. I would say between Gitsonio and Griffiths, it was 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. They both compromised each other. They fought hard. Luke Elliott, I mean, to be fair, Luke Elliott is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, 55.709. So let's just hang on a minute here. Let's look at the lap times. This isn't over, Howard, because Luke Elliott is the fastest driver out on circuit, 55.70 2 laps ago, 56.0, but that was with a compromised line through Boxing Day. The gap is 2.4 seconds. There's 4 minutes on the clock. That's doable.
That is.
That is doable to catch Scott Parker in the 133 and take that final spot in the B final.
Barney Langley's had some drama out there. He dropped down a lot of places a couple of laps ago. He's now, I'm afraid, at the back of the field. James Radovich, though, just got past Wayne Smith and Richard Payne, doing his recovery drive, having crashed backwards into a wall, as you do. And the race continues to boggle my mind, but I'm finding it highly entertaining. And look how close it is between our top 3 now as well. Is that going to start to get tasty as well? Do one of them fancy the win rather than merely the qualification spot? We're going to be interested to see how Antwis and Bridges treat race leader Edwards in the next few minutes.
56.8 for Parker last time around, 55.9 for Elliott. The gap is down to 1.6 seconds and went down by 0.8 of a second on that last lap. That's 2 laps. Two laps at that pace, and Luke Elliott is going to be right on Scott Parker for this 4th and final spot in the B final. Meanwhile, front of the order, there was the top 3: Edwards, Antwist, Bridges. Antwist looking half down the inside there into the boot. Given everything that's gone on in this race, I wouldn't count something happening between these three.
In fairness to the Alpha Life team, I don't know what we should be looking at either at the moment, to be honest. We're going between so many battles. Here is your top battle between the top 3. If they keep things sensible, they are guaranteed to go through. If they start to battle, it might be a different story, although even then they do have a 10.7 second gap as a new fastest lap of the race, Andrew, for the 101 of Luke Elliott.
He's 4/10 behind. He's closed in the gap now.
Oh, there's a look from Antwist. Oh, my goodness me. So the key things here are this lead battle and the battle over 4th that is about to be joined between Scott Parker and Luke Elliott. And was that a wide? Was that traffic? Was that a wide moment for Bridges?
That was traffic.
Okay. Here we go then. Here is the battle over 4th place and the last of the golden tickets up into the B final. Trying round the outside is Luke Elliott there. He's had such good pace to come onto the back of Scott Parker. Into the boot they go.
Got to set it up for Christmas.
Yep.
Set it up from here for Christmas. Time is on the side of Luke Elliott.
Try doing
He's
that.
going to try and do it up the inside before they get to Paddock corner. Side by side. Keeps it within track limits. He's going to have to nail it round the outside. He's got it. He's got it. Luke Elliott, what an effort this has been. We thought the top 4 positions were decided and gone when everything was kicking off for 5th place, but Luke Elliott is fall back, but here comes Scott Parker. Back down the inside for 4th place, retakes it. Great fight back from Scott Parker. Maybe it was one of those things he wasn't aware that Luke Elliott was closing in, and now he's been able to lift his pace.
Yeah,
defends into Ashby. Look at Gictonio and Griffiths are behind as well.
Yep.
They're going to come into this. All of a sudden, we've got a 4-way battle for the last spot in the B final.
Change for the lead happened as well, Andrew. I don't even know if we covered it on the last lap, but Bridges leads this race ahead of Antwist and Edwards, and across the grass there goes Luke Elliott, and that's going to be the opportunity for Gictonio, and look out for Griffiths as well. But if they start battling like this over 5th place, they're going to allow Scott Parker to get back on up the road again.
This has been one of the craziest C finals we've seen in Club 100 sprints in many a year. We're on the final lap now. The crucial 4th spot is being held by Scott Parker, but he's being closed in by Griffiths and Gictonio, but they're still fighting one another. They need to get up the road to try and catch up to Scott Parker. Griffiths down the inside. I think it's still going to be side by side. Elliott's trying to go around the outside through Inkermans. This is all good news for Scott Parker. Gictonio's on the grass. What is happening here? Gictonio's on the grass again. Here comes Richard Snow. He's got a penalty. He can't make it through to the B final. Meanwhile, front of the field round the final corner, Jack Bridges is going to win the C final over the line. James Antwist joins as well. Tom Edwards is going to be 3rd, and then Scott Parker is going to breathe a sigh of relief. He got caught. He lost that 4th place. He gained it back. He's the last driver in the B final. Matt Griffiths finishes 5th. Luke Elliott 6th. Who's a great part of that race. Good drive from Luke Elliott. Richard Snow in 7th. Antonio Gictonio in 8th. Owen Smith 9th. Oliver Tebbett 10th. Matthew Lumley will have to have a look at that overtake from Matthew Lumley. Finishes in 11th. Richard Melton 12th. Damien Smith 13th. Finn Otimani 14th. James Radovich in 15th. Wayne Smith, Richard Payne, David Lumley, Kieran Willits and Michael Daltrey were all in the top 20. Nathan Tague across the line there in 21st. Ricardo Vitale was a lap down in 22nd, and Barney Langley in 23rd. That's the maddest C final I think I've commentated in a while. Let's have a look at the replay.
Radovich got a penalty for hitting a cone. He hit a wall. Anyway, yeah, replay. Let's see this replay.
This is the moment with Matthew Lumley. We'll have a look at this again of how many positions the number 77 gained.
There is on the left.
So there's he's already got past the wall, so it's this 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa! Round the outside. He's a braver man than me. He's a braver man than me, but he made it work at that point of the race. Oh my goodness. That was quite something. Shall we move on to the B finals?
Are we emotionally ready?
I don't think so, but let's do it anyway. Lightweight B final is up next. Right, lightweight B final time. This is often a cracker of the weekend as well on previous history. Top two go through from the final results. So Bryn Alban and Dean Everest will be looking to hold on to those positions from the front row of the grid. Trying to take it off them will be Rob Langthorpe and Liam Nolan on row 2. Ben Lambeth and Michael Preston start on the third row of the grid. Look out for Russell Cooper, had a heat win earlier on today and starts on row 4 alongside Yusuf Bin Sahel. Harrison Kirkham is on row 5 alongside Charlie Summers. Aidan Kitchener and Ned Douglas go from row number 6. Adam Britton and Yusuf Sohayono start on row 7. Kim Ely and Christopher Powell. Christopher Powell down on row 8. Expect him to come through the field. Andy Berry and Amy Breacher start there on row 9. Nicholas Lacasas and Ashley White start on row 10. Jeremy Deeks and Aaron Stillwell were the last of the automatic qualifiers through to the B final on row 11. And then we've got our 4 qualifiers from the C: Aaron Clark, Ramona Sakauskas, George Lawler and Matt Ellis.
Absolutely. That is how they line up then for this B final. I've checked. There are no Class 3 runners who have qualified to the A final, so the podium within that class is up for grabs here, and the round victory overall within Class 3.
Keep your likes coming in, everybody. We're up to 68. We said 75 by the end of the B finals. We're on target. Keep pressing that button if you haven't done so already. Thank you for your continued support.
Don't keep pressing it if you have pressed it. That will deactivate the like.
Yes, it confuses everything.
Yes.
Next weekend, we should mention Alpha Live back in action here. We talked about it with Stefan Gruber earlier.
Yes.
The last round of the year for the Rotax classes as part of the British Kart Championships here at Whilton Mill, live on Alpha Live. I'm definitely going to tune in for that because I've got a weekend off because I can't get enough of Alpha Live content these days, but I really do think that is going to be an awesome event, so definitely tune in for that. And the coverage from DJ and Henry Baudet on the Sunday.
Here's a question to show how much we like it. Have you ever been commentating on an Alpha Live event whilst also watching another Alpha Live event? Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you've missed any of the other streams earlier this year, for example, the cadets and the juniors here in Club 100 and Clay Pigeon last week, you can watch it back all for free on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
We are focused on the job. I'm just saying we'll have it like, if there's another event on, we'll have that on as well in the corner. Here we go then. Bryn Alban's going to lead them away and hope to retain one of these top 2 spots of these 24 karts to gain a place. And there's Rob Langthorpe round. Rob Langthorpe into a spin immediately.
Off as well.
Dean Everest off, and that is a full start. And that is lifeline thrown to those drivers who haven't necessarily seen that it's a full start yet. Nor have these necessarily, but they should see it on Marshall Post D, I think that is, at the top of the hill.
Or 5.
4 and 5. I thought they were D and E. They changed that. They've changed them. What?
Okay.
There we go. So full start flag has been shown. And that means, I tell you what, that is the lifeline for Dean Everest and Rob Langthorpe. And there was another driver as well who fell a cropper of that initial incident. So, we shall go again. Will they knock 2 minutes off this?
Could do. It's up to the jurisdiction of race control as to whether they knock some time off this race.
Indeed.
So Rob Langthorpe will come back through. Dean Everest as well. So yeah, there's 2 drivers from the top 2 rows.
As we're getting into the sharp end, just a reminder as well, if you want to see a more advanced or a more detailed timing screen than just the timing tower there, you've got a monitor free. live.alphatiming.co.uk/club100 to see the full timing, including the driver tracker. We look good. That's recovered quickly, and we look good for a second attempt at this
10-minute
start.
final.
It
2
is
minutes
10
knocked
minutes.
off.
So here we go again. Bryn Albon will lead them into oblivion once again. How does it go this time? Liam Nolan with a look up the inside of Rob Langthorpe, but I think that for now Rob will take the fact that he's at least facing the right way as they head up the hill for the first time.
Good start that from Bryn Albon. Just what he wanted. He's trying to get into that A final once more. He'll try and hit this first lap hard, break away, not invite any attacks from those behind. Just want to drive off the front here in this B final. Christopher Powell's in the middle of it all there. There's a contact warning for Ned Douglas and for Yusuf Bin Sahel. Russell Cooper's already coming through the field. He's been on good form today. He's unlucky to be in this B final. Had an incident that wasn't his fault that lost him a number of points, otherwise he would have been in the A finals. Out is Amy Breacher in the number 15. Out as well. I think it's that George Lawler.
Yeah, I think it
might have been in the 63. We'll check on the way through. So Bryn Albon leads. Dean Everest second. Rob Langthorpe in third. Ben Lambert's had a good start. He's up to fourth place. In fact, there's a number of drivers who haven't come through on time on the first lap. Andy Berry, Aaron Stillwell, Amy Breacher and George Lawler as well.
Ashley White was going very slow there up the top of the hill, raised the arm. So we'll check if Ashley White is still coming through, because Christopher Powell was driving around the outside. It seems to be up to speed again now.
Charlie Summers has had a bad start as well, down 10 positions, is in 20th place. Good start for Aranas Chakauskas, up 4. Biggest mover looked to be, well, has lost some of that now, but Ashley White's had gone up 5. Good scrap going on here between Lambeth and Langthorpe.
Lambeth is ahead of Langthorpe now. So Lambeth up into third place. So it's now the 30 ahead of the 58, and then the 38 of Liam Nolan just behind.
Bump and pass penalty for Ben Lambeth. Cannot make it through to the A final today. Even if Lambeth wins it on the road, that's 4 places. Best he can achieve is 5th. Langthorpe looking down the inside of Lambeth now as they go through Christmas Corner. Langthorpe instructs him to say, no, go back through. Yusuf Bin Sahel in the red suit there is involved. How about Harrison Kirkham running as well in 7th place, just in the background of shot there. Liam Nolan is the other driver you also see on your screen with the green sleeves on his suit. Has had a superb day so far.
Tough day, hasn't it, been for Christopher Powell and Ashley White. They're down in the mid-pack here as Class 1 runners. Tough day at the office, I think. But this is interesting. Penalty for Michael Preston. Bump and pass. He can't qualify either. Currently running in 9th place. Only the top 2 get through, as it's the fastest lap from the race from Dean Everest as well. So the pressure being placed on race leader Bryn Albon as well.
But I think they're actually working together quite nicely. They've identified the situation. They've got clear, not by a lot, but they are clear. And it makes sense for them just to keep doing that and leave the rest of them to fight over pride in 3rd place.
Yep, absolutely. Such a pack of karts in the mid-pack here. That everybody, Ned Douglas in 7th, down to Kim Ely in 18th, are all separated by less than half a second. That's how close it is in this mid-pack.
Michael Preston there you see in the white suit, with the blue details and the white helmet. And in Kitchener just behind. Important stuff this for Harrison Kirkham in terms of C3 Championship. His closest rival going into today is down in 24th. This could be a huge haul of points for Harrison Kirkham, even by just holding in the top 10 here in this B final.
I'll outline that even clearer. On that last lap, 7th down to 18th were covered by 2.3 seconds. The whole of that group of karts, as Michael Preston puts a move down the inside of Harrison Kirkham, who fights back through Boxing Day, as Rob Langthorpe here puts a move, and he's going to go wide out of Ashby. And that's going to be a costly moment for him. He was trying to get by on Lambeth, and he couldn't make it stick. And it's not just a case of grass is distinctly less grippy. It drops away there on the exit curb. It's not like there's not plenty of runoff, and that's not me blaming Rob, because he was trying to go for a move as they go 3 wide down the back straight here, and that's going to go the way of Adam Britton, is it? Or is that going to be Ashley White who comes through tops there? It is Ashley White who comes through at the head of that. No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. And the 51 there was left with very little. That's Adam Britton. And he's left with very few places to go there as it went 4 wide towards Paddock corner when Preston is going to go wide as well. And this is getting rather scruffy out there between these drivers. 2 wide, even 3 wide up the hill. Well, I thought 2.3 seconds of separation was enough, to be honest. You didn't have to shrink it even more. Christopher Powell has emerged out of that towards the front of the train. We're going to have more drivers going wide onto the grass as well. That's that was the 159 of Aidan Kitchener that time. A lot of contact warnings have just come up on the timing screen. Bryn Alban leads by 1 second from Dean Everest, who has 1.3 seconds in hand over Ben Lambeth, who just set the fastest lap of the race and took half a second out of Dean Everest. But bear in mind, Lambeth cannot qualify. He's got a penalty. But obviously it's still in his interest to get up there. But here's the thing. I always say it. Do Bryn and Dean know that Ben Lambeth has a penalty? Or if he does catch up onto the back, are they going to defend like crazy and risk bringing other drivers like Yusuf Bin Sahel, Rob Langthorpe and Ned Douglas into the mix? Yeah. Ned Douglas, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, a 54.980.
Charlie Summers is starting a recovery here, Howard. He's gained 3 positions on that last lap, is now back up to 14th. I think in all reality that is fighting for points. It would be remarkable if Summers was able to get into the A final from there. Got to credit him for trying and remaining to keep racing out there. There's your leader, Bryn Alban. Second place, Dean Everest. It's not that far away, is this gap?
Really
55.5 for Everest last time around. Yeah, four drivers behind are all quicker than the driver currently in second place, and we've got 3 minutes to go.
Good little battle you saw going into Christmas Corner a moment ago between Harrison Kirkham and Ashley White. Kirkham still in the highest position of any Class 3 runner at the moment, so that's one to definitely keep an eye on. I think these drivers, though, have got the idea, Andrew. They know that they need to work together to get onto terms with those ahead of them.
Penalty for Kim Ely. Bump and pass. Advantage by contact. Charlie Summers is now the fastest driver out on circuit, 54.959. Here's the fight for 4th place. Yusuf Bin Sahel, Rob Langthorpe, Ned Douglas. They can see that position up the road.
They're not working together anymore, though. Ned Douglas is going to try and go round the outside at Christmas Corner. That's not going to work for him. Rob Langthorpe is going to say, no, you don't, sunshine. But he also knows that that's going to have lost some time there in the pursuit of the greater riches up the road.
I think if you're Yusuf Bin Sahel, your biggest hope at the moment is that Ben Lambeth gets involved with Dean Everest. Dean Everest starts defending, and that opportunity comes back towards you, side by side again between Langthorpe and Douglas. Douglas is holding it in there. We'll have the inside line on the initial turn-in. Rob Langthorpe's going to hold it around the outside, though, to then have the advantage through the toe of the boot. Can he get it shut down? Yes, he can. Holds on to 5th position.
I mean, it did lose time, but that was a great little battle we just saw side by side for a good third of the lap. As we've got under 90 seconds left on the clock here, Bryn Alban leads by 9/10 of a second. Dean Everest with 4/10 over Ben Lambeth. And again, it's that question as Christopher Powell is having a look down the inside of Harrison Kirkham. And that's all. Now, this could be interesting for Class 3 because Aaron Clark is on the scene here as well. So it's well and good that Christopher Powell let him have the position back again. But what that's done is suddenly in the 119 and the 37, you have a battle for the lead of Class 3 now between Harrison Kirkham and Aaron Clark.
Aaron Clark has fought through today so well. Leaders are about to go onto the last lap of the race. Bryn Alban has controlled this beautifully at the front. The Welshman
look out for
Ben. Done exactly what he needed to do, has not looked back, but Ben Lambeth is right there on Dean Everest now. Now, if Dean Everest knows that Ben Lambeth has a penalty, just keep eyes forward. If he goes by, it doesn't matter. The risk is defend too hard and open the door up to Yusuf bin Sahel. There's 2-3 seconds gap behind. Ben Lambeth down the inside. Dean Everest has got to keep it on the road. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
That is okay. Yes, he has lost second place on the road, but Lambeth has a penalty. Penalties are applied from the back first. So Everest will re-inherit second place. He may not know it yet. Bryn Albon is going to come round and take race victory in the B final here at Whilton Mill for the lightweight sprint. Bryn Albon keeps this run in the A final going. Second place on the road to Ben Lambeth, but he has a penalty, so Dean Everest will inherit that spot. Yusuf bin Sahel finishes arguably the worst position of all, third on a classification in a B final. So close to making it through to the A final, but good run there from Yusuf. Rob Langthorpe is 5th on the road, Ned Douglas in 6th, Liam Nolan 7th, Ashley White 8th. A change for C3 winner on the last lap. Aaron Clark takes 9th place overall and wins in C3. Russell Cooper in 10th. Yusuf Sohayono finishes in 11th and 2nd in C3. Charlie Summers 12th. Maybe with a bit of a better start, Charlie Summers would have been right up there at the sharp end of that field. Harrison Kirkham will feel like kicking something very hard, because having led in C3 for so long, it's 3rd in C3 with 13th overall. But he can take solace of being ahead of a C1. Christopher Powell ends a difficult day in 14th. Nicholas Lacasas in 15th. Michael Preston 16th. Matt Ellis 17th. Aidan Kitchener 18th. Andy Berry 19th. Jeremy Deeks completes the top 20. Kim Ely 21st. George Lawler 22nd. Adam Britton 23rd. Aaron Stillwell, Amy Breacher and Ramanas Chakauskas complete the 26 runners there in the B final.
Speaking of B finals, we've got the other one for you now. Heavyweights coming up right up here for you next on your Alpha live stream. Here's your grid then. Bill Taylor starts this race in pole position, and I've just double checked. I can't see any super heavies who have made it into the A final, so if he can retain that, he will have the super heavyweight title for the round. Jonathan Riley alongside Lenny Wood and Richard Newton will be row number 2. Lee Henderson and Luke Pullen are row number 3. Joe Wright and Carolis Conchicas are going to be your 4th row of the grid, with Mikey Nichols and Darren Townsley rounding out the top 10. Tom Angier and Nicholas Walker are your 6th row of the grid. Then it's Vijay Patel and Simon Kavanagh. Andrew Hicks and Paul Williams on row 8. Row 9 will be Heinrich Watson-Miller and Jacob Harris. And it's going to be Stuart Kirk and Miguel Hall on row number 10 to round out your top 20. Jason Kirkham and Jack Cameron Drayton are on row 11. And then your promotees from the C final will be the top 4 confirmed now from that race. Jack Bridges and James Antwis, and then Tom Edwards and Scott Parker. That's how they'll line up then for this B final in the heavyweights and super heavyweights. Thank you for that correction on the comments. There is indeed a super heavyweight in the A final. Yeah, the way I'm doing that on the sheet that I've got here in the box, I don't actually see that they're super heavyweights. I'm going purely off of my memory of who's in the class, but it's a very good point. Aidan Ray.
Paid him compliments. He's not a super heavyweight, but he is a super heavyweight.
Adrian Ray is in the super... I nearly said super final then. He's in the A final.
As a super heavyweight.
As a super heavyweight. There we go. I got there. Thank you.
Cheddleridge.
Thank you very much. And to be fair, that makes a lot of sense. Adrian has had a very competitive day. Bill Taylor will be hoping to join him, though, if he wants to keep alive. So if no super heavies make it in the top 2 here, as far as I'm aware, that means that that's... Yeah, it's Ray's title for the day. So, we've got this, and then the 2A finals to go. High stakes to round this one out. There's a few drivers in this one who... Miguel Hall is a slight surprise for me to see down that low in the B final. I don't know if some penalties have come into play there that I wasn't aware of. The whistle is blown, and the engines all come to life on the dummy grid for them to file out onto this Whilton Mill circuit. Points to bear in mind, as we get later in the day and the sun starts to lower again, the sun is in the driver's eyes as they brake down into Ashby Corner. And this was something I noted yesterday when I was out for the last stint of the endurance race. With the glint off of the surface of the road, it really can be quite tricky braking down into Ashby Corner. Particularly if you're trying to execute a move, because you just can't see against the glare. Even if you've got a tinted visor, I was finding it very difficult to pick the braking spot. So that's a challenge. That's changed throughout the day as well. These drivers who've had a long format today, switching between the lightweights and the heavies.
There will be a short break ahead of the A finals. If you haven't had a chance to listen to our interview with Global Karting Manager from Rotax, Stefan Gruber, you'll be able to listen to that after this B final. Here we go then for 12 minutes. Green light, away goes Bill Taylor from pole position. Lenny Wood follows through. Lee Henderson follows through as well. So the pole side of the grid has had a very good start here in the B final for the heavyweights. Remember, it's the top two who race through to the A final. Lots of squabbling going on behind. I think it's 3-4 wide in places. Are they all going to get through Christmas Corner? There's a bit of dirt being kicked up there, but all in all, they're through fairly well.
Yeah, one driver having to go cross-country and a couple more out wide there on the exit of Inkermans. There's a cone that's gone flying as well, and various bits of frustration there. Ah, there's the cone being rescued.
Thank you, Mr. Dimolo. On service as ever.
Lee Henderson going side by side here with Jonathan Riley towards the front of the field. That's opened the door for Richard Newton in the 37 as well as they stream into the boot for the first time. But it is Bill Taylor who's retained the lead of this one as they come across the line at the end of lap number 1. Bear in mind, this one's going to go longer. If you thought the B final we've just had was entertaining, that had 2 minutes taken off of it for a full start. This one is the full 12 minutes now that the start is called good. And there is Lenny Wood in second place. And there is Lee Henderson in the 13, coming under pressure from Mikey Nichols and Karolis Konchikas, as that to me looked like a move from Simon Kavanagh. And Jacob Harris going through as well. That's both on Lenny Wood, and Cameron Drayton manages to go around the outside of Lenny Wood as well. So a costly exchange there for not the 12 of Lenny Wood. It was further down. It might have been Luke Pullen. Look to confirm that when they come around this time around. There is a bold move from Mikey Nichols down the inside of Lee Henderson into the boot. I've loved that camera angle today, I've got to say. Paul Williams down the inside of Konchikas. If he can find the gap, he can't find the gap. So it was...
Is it Jason Kirkham falling a long way down the order?
It may well have done, yeah, it may well have been.
Paul Williams down the inside there of Joe Wright, going for 9th place. Pointing forward is Paul Williams saying, go, 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 let's get up the road. Let's try and get some more positions here. At the moment, Bill Taylor and Lenny Wood holding on to those two crucial positions that get you through to the A final. Then who knows from that point onwards. Lee Henderson there, passing through shot. Luke Pullen defending from Karolis Konchikas. Ryan's everywhere with the roaming camera today. He's inside the corner. Oh, it's not Ryan, it's Craig. It's Craig on it. Apologies. Change for second place. Jonathan Riley has got through past Lenny Wood. But Richard Newton's coming into this as well. Mikey Nichols there in 5th place. Down the inside goes Jacob Harris on Simon Kavanagh. Simon has done a bit of racing in owner racing this year as well. Took part in the Rotax 177 category of the Super 1 series this year. All of those streams, every Sunday round stream this year, you can watch back here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Lenny Wood, we know he will not give this one up. So close to getting back into the A final here at Whilton, Melbourne. Mikey Nichols is the driver, I think, who's really on the move at the moment. Howard, there he is, number 10, fastest driver out on circuit, now up to 4th.
Lenny Wood, the only, I stand to be corrected on this, but the only heat winner from today in this B final.
Yes.
So he would really be looking to get up into the A's. And the gaps at the front in this race, not massive here. The thing is, if you're Mikey Nichols, you don't want to hold up yourself and Lenny Wood so much that Taylor and Riley get out of reach. That's the key thing here. Richard Newton is in a similar position.
If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure you click that like button. Thank you for your continued support. We've got 2 more races after this one, both of the A finals for the lightweights and the heavyweights. And we will be back in a few weeks' time. As I say, all of the senior sprints being covered towards the end of the season. As Mikey Nichols down the inside of Lenny Wood. Lenny Wood trying to hold it around the outside. They're going to be side by side through Boxing Day. Nichols will have the inside line though for Inkermans. Takes that position, is up to 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Richard Newton was going to feature in that a little bit more. Interestingly, Bill Taylor and Jonathan Riley have closed up quite considerably now as well. I hope for their sakes they're going to work together, at least for the time being. Mikey Nichols clearly feeling, Andrew, that he has the pace, and to be fair, he has broken away on this lap. Lenny Wood going defensive against Richard Newton. They've got to work together, though, as far as I'm concerned. Now is not the time to be battling. Battle in the last, 2 minutes. Don't be going side by side towards Paddock corner and having a wide moment heading towards the wall, for example. So it's an interesting strategy, this one, and now Conchicas is getting involved, and Lee Henderson and Paul Williams, and now the dam bursts as far as I'm concerned for Richard Newton's race, because he's now entangled in all of these battles for people who have maybe checked out on the idea of promotion.
Very well read by Lee Henderson there. Yes. Gained 2 positions out of all of that. Paul Williams and all the experience we know he has is involved inside the top 10.
That was a nice move by, I think it was Heinrich Watson-Miller there going down the inside. That was a nice move into Ashby corner.
3 weeks' time, we're back for our next broadcast of Club 100 Racing as side-by-side go Conchicas and Henderson. We'll be at Ellough Park. Great circuit to visit. We don't always get out there. And there's a penalty for Tom Angier, but there's also been a change for the lead. Jonathan Riley has got ahead of Bill Taylor here, and Mikey Nichols is on the scene as well. 3 from 2 to go through to the B final. Mikey Nichols looking to the outside, trying to get past the reigning super heavyweight champion.
Mikey Nichols has looked racy all the way through this. He's had good pace. He's on the outside for Wilkins.
Oh, he's
round
done
the
it!
outside of Wilkins to take the provisional last qualification spot for, or promotion spot, I should say, for that A final. What a way to do it, round the outside of Wilkins. That was bold stuff from Mikey Nichols.
He's clearly in tune with this kart, this particular machine, because he's got the pace, he's got the speed, he's got that consistency as well. The confidence to go for moves like that. And in good time as well, because Carlos Conchicas has just lit up the timesheets. 55.225, new fastest lap of the race. Nichols will now focus on pushing ahead, trying to catch up to Jonathan Riley, maybe just pushing Jonathan Riley along, consolidate those top 2 positions.
I can see, and this one I do get on my timing sheet, there are no novice markers against the A final grid. So if Jonathan Riley wins this race,
yes,
not only has he won this race, not only has he got promotion into the A final, he will have won the day for the Class 3 runners in the heavyweights. So big accolades on offer here for Jonathan Riley. Is that hiding behind a marshal?
Yes. I like that shot.
Yeah.
A track limit warning for Jacob Harris. BUK students, do as he says, not as he does.
Fastest lap of the race from Karolis Končikas, trying to close the gap on, actually, yeah, trying to close the gap and closing it well on the top 3 here. This is getting interesting as we head towards the sharp end of this race. Here is Bill Taylor in 3rd place, and Končikas is going to go down the inside of Ashby and gives the finger wag to say, come on, let's get on up the road now. Let's see if Mikey Nichols going for the lead of the race on Jonathan Riley. They're battling for the lead at the front of this field, and he's through. Change for the lead. Mikey Nichols to the head of the field, but it's closed in the top 4 now with just under 3 minutes to go here.
I can see the logic, Howard, because Končikas is absolutely flying, and the last thing Mikey Nichols wants to be is bottled up behind a driver he perceives to be slower than the pace that he can achieve.
Yes.
This lap is really important for Mikey Nichols. If he could push off the front here, I mean, Končikas is coming down the inside of Jonathan Riley to go into 2nd place. He's got it. What an effort this is from Karolis Končikas.
Yeah.
Now, can he push off the front? You can see Mikey Nichols eyes forward. Do not look over your shoulder, Mikey. Just keep as you are, because this is a big, big lap that could send that number 10 kart. Oh, penalty! Penalty, overtake under yellow. Overtake under yellow for Karolis Končikas. Didn't see it myself. I imagine it will have been up at Christmas corner if there was a cone being replaced. We may have to have another look at that, but that is a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Karolis Končikas, after all that hard work, has a penalty, will not make it through to the A final.
Loads of changes just happened on that lap as well. Paul Williams got himself up to 5th place past Lee Henderson and Lenny Wood. Miguel Hall as well on the move here, up to 9th place. Costly that for Richard Newton, now down to 13th place. It's been a difficult latter half of this race for certain for Richard Newton. Look at this though, Končikas now like, well, okay, I'll just pass the leader and try and minimise my penalty as much as possible. But goodness me, this means that Jonathan Riley and Bill Taylor, that's still the battle for the last qualification spot, the battle over third place. Mikey Nichols can actually, again, does Nichols know that Končikas has a penalty, or is he going to defend this like crazy as well?
The thing is that this is working out quite nicely at the moment, that these top 2 are pushing each other along. Jonathan Riley and Bill Taylor are going to fight over 2nd place. My goodness me, Mikey Nichols was very, very close to running out of room there on the exit of turn 2. Penalty for Lee Henderson, forcing driver wide, so Lee Henderson will lose a couple of positions at the end of this order.
It's the battle behind these 2 as well. We've got to keep an eye on, though, because with that penalty for Končikas, it's Riley versus Taylor for the last qualification spot as well. My goodness me, is Končikas going to try and send a move down the inside of Osiers? It stays as they are. Okay, it's pretty much going the way of Riley, so it's just between these 2. Mikey Nichols holds the defensive line into the boot. It's going to be Mikey Nichols. Oh no, Končikas has got to run. No, he ducks out of it. It's going to be Mikey Nichols who takes the win of the B final, bags himself a spot on the A final grid for the heavyweights. Karolis Končikas finishes 2nd on the road but has a penalty. Jonathan Riley has not only bagged himself the last of the spots on the A final grid, but as far as we can tell here in the box, he is your Class 3 winner for round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championships in the heavyweights. Bill Taylor, I think, will be 2nd of the super heavyweights today, finishing in 4th place there. Then Paul Williams, good run to 5th in the end. Lee Henderson in 6th, rounds out, I believe, this is all provisional, of course, but rounds out your super heavyweight podium. Then it's Joe Wright in 7th, Lenny Wood in 8th, 9th for Miguel Hall, Jacob Harris rounding out the top 10. Then it was Heinrich Watson-Millen, Simon Kavanagh, Richard Newton, Jack Cameron Drayton, Luke Pullen, Nicholas Walker, Tom Angier, James Antwis, Andrew Hicks. Darren Townsley was in 20th. Then it was Jason Kirkham, Jack Bridges, Vijay Patel, Tom Edwards, Stuart Kirk and Scott Parker.
Right, we're going to take a very short break, catch up with our interview with Stefan Gruber yesterday before we head to the A-finals.
Welcome to the podium here at Whilton Mill, here on the Saturday, the SP60 going on behind us at the moment. And I'm very glad to introduce to you all Stefan Gruber, the karting manager and the head honcho at Rotax. Great to have you here this weekend, Stefan. What brings you to Club 100?
What brings me to Club 100? You know, there is about 40 karts outside with Rotax engines. You must see this, yeah? Engines which are, let's say, on a very high level already in hours. We want to understand, you know, what's going on there. People enjoy it, obviously. Two-stroke racing, yeah, that's what I want to see. The processes as well. And also to meet again my good old friend, John Weiger.
Absolutely. I mean, JV made the switch to Rotax a few years ago. You've got all these drivers here kitted out, ready to go. What do you think of the setup and the atmosphere here in the paddock?
The atmosphere is just great. You know, you see that there is probably 200 drivers today, jump in, jump out, always with a smile in their face. Obviously they enjoy two-stroke racing, and you know, this is what we want. We want to bring it broader. We just not want to have it to the elite, which is also important for sure, yeah, in the pyramid. But we would like to have everybody giving the chance to race the two-stroke. And I think this is what you can do best, also with moderate budget here with Club 100.
Well, speaking to JV earlier in the week, across all the different events that he runs, BUKC, the cadets, the new cadet championship we've had this year with the Micromax engine, juniors, what we've got here this weekend, we've got about 2,000 people have raced this year. What do you think it is that makes it so popular here in the UK and also for drivers overseas? We do have some drivers from Germany and Belgium come over to race.
As I already said, you know, I think motorsport is really also around budget. Yeah, we know the top elite sport, they are going really in quite high level. But I think it's very important that you offer something to a moderate budget as well, but also not to miss, you know, the lateral forces, the racing scenery, the racing experience, and this is what you get here, yeah. And I think the guys are doing a great job. I like it also that they can do it with a race engine, a little bit modified, yes, of course, that we come even up to 300 hours of using the engine. But obviously it's a concept working for John Weiger, for GV as you call him, but mainly also for the customers. Yeah, that's why 2,000 obviously enjoying it.
Obviously, Rotax has had a long association with the UK, classes running in owner drivers for many, many years. How did the collaboration with Club 100 first come about?
You know, we have a distributor, Jack, very well partners. We work very close with them on a regular basis to exchange. And yeah, I think it was one day they called me, there is a gentleman who wants to meet you. Finally, I jumped on a plane, went to UK, and we met. And this is where we are. I think it's about a couple of years ago now. I think he's happy, customers are happy, we are happy as well. And this is also the reason why I'm here. You know, I want to experience this concept. And who knows, maybe there is some other country as well who wants to use this concept in the future.
Absolutely. Club 100 now being part of Motorsport UK's karting pathway, being part of making karting more accessible for drivers. I think you touched on it earlier. How do Rotax's values align with that?
You mean align with these kind of concepts?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is other countries as well using it. We call it a ride and drive concept, or let's say high performance rental. Yeah. And we have other countries as well using the Rotax engine, which is dedicated as a race engine, yeah. But you know, with our durability, with our fair racing, because we really work hard that the engine out of the box is ready to win. So not to need necessarily an engine builder or a tuner. Yes, and with this, I think the concept is just perfect for a ride and drive. So we definitely have this part of our lineup, if you call it.
Good stuff. I want to talk about Rotax Grand Finals coming up in November in Portugal at Portimao. Very excited. It's an event that UK drivers have had good success in the past. Do you see someone with the karting pathway that's in place now, all the way to the top of karting in the UK, can you see one of these drivers in the future getting to Rotax Grand Finals by taking those steps along the way with Rotax?
Why not? You know, it's all about the motorsport ladder. I think this is definitely what Rotax wants to achieve. We want to have a broad base for club racing. We call it Rotax Life as a general new brand. Having a Rive and Drive, we also use it for E20 as an example. E20 is, as you might know, our electric kart. Also a Rive and Drive concept, and also there you have the chance to go to the grand final. Who knows? Maybe one of these guys also wants to qualify for the event at the grand final.
Absolutely. I want to talk further about British Kart Championships. Obviously, that is at the very top of the karting pathway here in the UK. Again, great engagement with the Rotax classes this year, 170 drivers. Have you been able to watch any of that coverage from Alpha Live? I mean, we're here next weekend for the final round at Whilton Mill. What do you make of it and what it's achieved since its inception?
So actually, as UK Motorsport started, as they changed a bit the structure, we were coming really in, let's say, close relationship to work with each other. For us, it's mandatory to work with the local ASNs. Absolutely, I think it's important to support this as a whole for the sport. What I really appreciate is that obviously UK Motorsport also is interested to widen the base, not just the top, widen the base, and also with supporting this kind of events. And we are working on a regular base together. Next week, unfortunately, I have already plans. I cannot come, but again, you know, I'm quite involved. I get every race results short term, and UK Motorsport is one of our most important markets, definitely.
Excellent stuff. Last question before I let you go. Have you had a chance to go out yet and sample one of the Club 100s? If not, would you like to?
Not yet. I think the guys are busy here, but maybe if there is a chance, I would like to. Fortunately, I didn't bring my helmet, but
Lightweight A final time. Let's have a look at the grid. Mike Coppin has pole position. Fraser Brunton alongside on the front row. Daz Teal and Dante Dillon on row 2. Martin Theodoru and Adam Wright on row 3. Thanasi Barnacote and Andrew Ward go from row 4. Steve Hicks and Dan Seeger on row 5. Garrett Berry and Matthew Cockram on row 6. Joshua Sangster and Chris Woodger start on row 7. Justin Draper and Luke Phillips go from row 8. Rhys Pope and Callum Martin start on row 9. Samuel Essery and Dom Cliff start on row 10. Steph Theodoru and George Line on row 11. Jake Wilkins and Andrew Ravage on row 12. And then we'll have our 2 qualifiers from the B final. Bryn Albin and Dean Everest form up the 26 entries for this, the Lightweight Sprint A final for round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championship. 12 minutes on the clock. Green light. Great start for Mike Coppin. Sweeps across the front. It's a hugely important race, this, for the championship at the start of the run into the end of the season. Coppin versus Brunton. Early advantage, Howard, to Mike Coppin.
Yeah, absolutely. And Daz Till slotting nicely into third place there as well as they'll stream through Christmas Corner and head through. That was a bit of a wide moment there, I think, for Andrew Ward's off. Oh no, that's gutting for him after some really strong showings in the heats. And that's Chris Woodger on the grass. Yeah, Chris Woodger off at Ashburn. He can't get back on. He's not got the room to get back on. Goodness me, it was getting a bit scrappy there in the mid-pack. At the front, though, it is still Coppin.
Andrew Ward must wonder what on earth. Daz Teal round! Daz Teal round in contact with Dante Dillon, one of the championship contenders. The winner from last time out at Landau is off and out of contention.
And Garrett Berry's got a take-out penalty. One would presume that would be for Andrew Ward. And Daz Teal and Andrew Ward confirmed to the back.
Same penalty for Dante Dillon, plus 6 places at the end of this race. What drama at the start of this Lightweight Sprint A final. Daz Teal, the driver that we talked to about, is this going to be the start of a Daz Teal charge to the line? Well, not here today. Coppin and Brunton going one-on-one at the front of the order. 3 wide. Jake Wilkins down the inside of Andrew Ravage there, and Steph Theodoru as well. It's going to get hung out and spins round, and that's going to take out the number 32 of Callum Martin as well.
Yeah, I feared for one of them going into the marshal post there, but thankfully they managed to recover it quickly enough such that that didn't happen. My goodness me, this is, I mean, make no mistake, this is an extremely talented field of Club 100 racers here, but it is
high stakes, big points on the line here as we get to the sharp end of the season, and the stress of that is showing, I think, as Fraser Brunton, I think, was having a look to chuck underneath. No, Mike Coppin's got him covered off up the hill. Breakaway group of 5 here of Coppin, Brunton, Dillon, Theodoru, that is Martin Theodoru, and Thanasi Barnacote. Dillon with that penalty, though, to be applied for taking out Daz Teal.
Big chance this for Reece Pope. Look out for the number 9. It's off goes. Is that Barnacote?
No, it's not. I think that's from farther down, and round has gone.
It's Luke Phillips.
Luke Phillips. I'm going to double check who that is. I don't think that was Barnacote.
Okay.
Was that Dom Cliff's helmet colours?
Actually, yes, no, you're correct. It was Dom Cliff. That wasn't a great piece of driving, if I'm being honest. I was just going to say, really good opportunity this for Reece Pope, currently in 8th place on the road. Heading into today, 6th in points. Drivers ahead were Dante Dillon, who has a penalty. Ed Bars, who's not here. Daz Teal, who has already fallen in this race. It's a huge opportunity for Reece Pope can get up, into the kind of 5th or 6th region. He could be a big mover in the championship tonight. Meanwhile, though, at the front of the order, Fraser Brunton is looking down the inside of the championship rival, Mike Coppin. The 2 championship rivals going at it. Dante Dillon trying to hop up the inside as well. Takes 2nd place on the road. That was a fierce attack from Fraser Brunton, but Mike Coppin was wise to it and holds the lead.
I genuinely thought that Coppin's rear left tyre was going to dip over the edge of the runoff there, but he judged it perfectly, kept his foot in it, and kept himself in the lead of this race. Dante Dillon moves himself up into 2nd place. Again, I remind you, has a 6th place penalty to be applied for the ABC takeout. Top 5 breakaway group here, but Adam Wright is just 1.4 seconds back. Reece Pope with the fastest lap of the race now, still proving to be one to watch in this one. Andrew Rabbage has got by on Dom Cliff on that last lap as well. That's the other change within the field. There's Adam Wright leading Garrett Berry and Reece Pope. Dante Dillon down the inside of Mike Coppin, wants to have the lead on the road. That's going to give the door to Fraser Brunton. Brunton is through on Coppin, and that is effectively Brunton up into the net lead of the race, but they don't necessarily know that. Again, all they've seen is a number and a penalty, and Dante Dillon is on the road leading, but he does not have the win in hand here. He cannot win this with that penalty to be applied.
Martin Theodoru must be loving this at the moment there in 4th place. I say, not a championship contender. He's out there for the win, the same as Thanasi Barnacote. For me, they're the 2 big dangers at the moment.
Yeah.
They've got nothing to lose in the context of this race and this championship. They're just going to go for it. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Brunton down the inside for the position on the road. Coppin pod to pod with Dillon there. He's going to try and hold it round the outside and slip through into increments. Theodoru's now looking down the inside for the next position on Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon, a few corners ago was in the lead of this race on the road, is now just about holding on. Barnacote down the inside of Theodore, who takes 4th place. You don't know where to look in this race. It's fantastic.
Adam Wright and Reece Pope are coming onto the back of this now, Andrew. Reece Pope is pushing Adam Wright along, I have to say, with the recent pace of Pope. They're both going quickly, make no mistake about that. But Adam Wright and Reece Pope working well together to push onto the back of this. And Garrett Berry's not too far off either. Did we see a penalty for Garrett Berry?
Yes, we did.
We did, so he's not on for winning. Oh, I'd have to work out if Dante Dillon's on for winning class. No, he's not at the moment. It would be Matthew Cockram as it currently stands. It's all, the devil is in the detail of those penalties. Bit of a breakaway here. Mike Coppin's got some breathing space over Dante Dillon here. They've got to work together if they want to get onto terms with Brunton and Coppin.
Andrew Ward is retired from the race. He must wonder what on earth does he need to do to get a strong result in a streamed round. It just never seems to go right in this A final when the cameras are on. But understandably, he has retired from this race, having had that incident on lap 1. Very interested to see the pace and what it's looking like between Brunton and Coppin at the end of this lap. It's ever so slightly advantaged Coppin. 54.7 for Brunton, 54.6 for Coppin. Reece Pope, though, is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment at 54.4. There he is, back of the shot, kart number 9. And even if you could just use these next 5 minutes, try and pick off the drivers ahead, one by one by one.
I don't think this pack has the pace to keep up with Brunton and Coppin.
No.
I don't think they've got it. I think possibly, based on some of the lap times we've seen from Reece Pope, he might, but he is at the back of this pack. And by the time he's got to the front of it, they'll be long gone in effect. They've got to pick up the pace if they're going to challenge the top two. Matthew Cochran there, the 27, doesn't know it. Currently net lead in Class 2. As Reece Pope has a look at Adam Wright and down the inside into Paddock. Nicely done by Reece Pope. Takes himself up into 6th place.
Last time Mike Coppin won an A final, round 2, early this year, so he's not won one for a while, as out is Dom Cliff.
That was here, wasn't it, round 2?
Yeah.
So he last won at Whilton Mill.
For Fraser Brunton, it was 2 rounds ago. Or 2 rounds before today. It was round 6. He's had struggles in the last 2 A finals. 15th at Rye House, 5th at Llandau.
If you're wondering who did win the last round, it was Daz Teal. And he's right now, he's in 20th place after being taken out by Dante Dillon, as judged by the race stewards. Which is why Dillon cannot take the outright win here.
Pope down the inside.
Yep.
Oh, for a moment there, but he's looking good here, is Reece Pope.
Yep. Fastest lap of the race from Fraser Brunton, a 54.353. Pushing hard here to try and break the resolve of Mike Coppin in 2nd place.
Has Brunton held something in reserve for the latter stages? Coppin looked quicker in the first 4 or 5 laps. And there was obviously that move that shook everything up for the middle phase, but now we're getting into the latter stages. What has Mike Coppin got to close in? There's Adam Wright, 7th place at the moment for the driver making his debut effectively in the lightweights.
Yep.
Normally runs in the heavies. Martin Theodorou there in 5th place, just behind Thanasi Barnacote. He's had a great day. He's always been up for the challenge, Barnacote. And at the moment is sat on a Class 1 podium, irrespective of Dante Dillon's penalty or not, because the trophies are rewarded by class, not overall. 2.5 minutes to go. Changes further down the order just to notify everyone at home about. Steph Theodorou's got past Dean Everest for 18th place. Callum Martin has also gained a spot past Jake Wilkins, as has Luke Phillips. The drivers just trying to judge each other at the moment and whether to go for the attack or stay in formation. Fraser Brunton continuing to look comfortable here. He's nearly a second out ahead of Mike Coppin. Dante Dillon still in 3rd, but remember, he's got a 6th place penalty to be applied post-race. Reece Pope having another half look at Martin Theodorou there as they approach Paddock Bend. Could he have a run here? You've got a very good run out of Paddock Corner. Get this right, through Oblivion and through the crook. Is he going to be close enough to have a go? Martin Theodorou checks over the shoulder. No, I don't think he is going to be close enough. It is good drive by Martin Theodorou up the hill.
.2 seconds, the gap that Fraser Brunton has in hand over Mike Coppin here. And Dante Dillon might be about to make life even harder for Mike Coppin, to be honest, because he's all over the rear bumper now of the number 5 kart. There it is. And he's got nothing to lose. You know, if he starts to judge, you go, okay, we're not going to catch Fraser. Let's have Mike. That's it.
Side by side between Theodorou and Pope as they came over the line. No, it's still Theodorou ahead there in 5th place. Not long to go then. Maybe one more lap after this one. Fraser Brunton looking to take another A final victory. This time last year, he hadn't got one. He had this run of finishing 2nd, 3rd, just being so close.
If Dante can get one more position, does he... I'm trying to do the maths. If Dante can get past Mike, does he win Class 2? Because Garrett Berry has a penalty.
Yes, I think he does. No, Matthew Cochran would still hop up ahead of him as it stands at the moment.
They're applied from the...
They're applied from the back first.
From the back first. So Garrett Berry will move down.
Yep.
Yep.
Final lap then. Fraser Brunton looking to close in on victory number 5 in an A final for this year's Lightweight Sprints Championship. Mike Coppin holding on to second place. Thanasi Barnacote, Martin Theodore and Reece Pope still going over that battle for what is effectively third overall and in class, because Dante Dillon has a 6th place penalty. It'll still be a decent day for Dante Dillon in terms of C2 points. He's got quite the advantage at the moment in that championship, so he won't mind too much. But coming into the final corner, Fraser Brunton continuing this great form, was so calm at the start of the day. It's going to be a final victory, number 5. Fraser Brunton wins at Whilton Mill and takes the maximum 130 points from the A final. Mike Coppin finishes second. Dante Dillon is third on the road, but has a penalty. Thanasi Barnacote will be on the podium, both in class and overall. Martin Theodorou finishes a great weekend in 5th place on the road, 4th overall, once the penalties have been applied. Reece Pope was 6th on the road. Very good points for Reece Pope today. That is a very good result for the driver in the number 9. Adam Wright showed that he's no slouch in this lightweights competition. 254 points. 250 for the kart, 254 finishes in 7th and a good haul of points. Garrett Berry in 8th. 9th for Matthew Cockram, 10th for Joshua Sangster. A returning Steve Hicks finishes in 11th, 12th for Justin Draper, 13th for Chris Woodger. Good recovery that from Chris Woodger, considering he was on the grass and was just not being let back onto the circuit on the first lap. 14th for Dan Seeger, 15th for Samuel Essery, 16th for Andrew Ravage, 17th for B final winner Bryn Alban, 18th for Steph Theodorou, 19th Dean Everest, 20th for Callum Martin, 21st Luke Phillips, 22nd Jake Wilkins, and then 3 retirements: Daz Teal, Dom Cliff and Andrew Ward. Oof, that was a bit of a tense one for the lightweight sprint A final. Drivers getting out there. There's Samuel Essery, the number 20, finishing in 15th. Mike Coppin there as well in 2nd place. I'm just wondering, is there a weigh-in? Wouldn't that be a good time for a weigh-in of the whole field? Possibly so.
There's the handshake there between Fraser and Mike. It's interesting, though, how the factor that opened up the door to let Fraser by was Dante Dillon, who wasn't technically in the fight. But this is always the way. When someone's a penalised driver, they're still a factor. They're still there. And that's what... It was his move on Mike that upset Mike's rhythm at the front and allowed Fraser the opportunity to ultimately get through. Obviously, could have still happened through other means anyway, but interesting dynamic there.
There is not a weigh-in because the heavyweight drivers are already in and ready. Let's get ready, though, for the final race of the day here at Whilton Mill. The heavyweight sprint A final is up next.
Let's take you through the grid then for the A final for round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Heavyweights Championship. Richard Allen. I mean, how's this, by the way? They're in inverse order for the points in the championship. Dickie Allen on pole, Joe Holmes alongside, and Amar Barrell-Smith in 3rd. Tim Penny has had an amazing day's drive to line up 4th on the grid. Kurt Holmes and Dan Underhill will make up that 3rd row of the grid. Alex Pritchard and David Longman are next, and then it's Daniel Taylor and Chris Alcott to round out the top 10. Kai Crawford and Josh Pettit will be on the 6th row of the grid, and then it's going to be Steve Bosley and Matt Isherwood on row 7. Tim Hill and Callan Sigafus are next on row 8, with Dave Pethers and Darrell Lowe on row number 9. Adrian Ray and Steve Lindley round out your top 20. Tim Williams and Samuel Bensley make up the 11th row of the grid. Joe Bailey and Mike Bodner are on row 12. Row 13 will be made up by your confirmed promotees from the heavyweight and super heavyweight sprint B final, which are Mikey Nichols and Jonathan Riley. In doing so, that does mean... So Jonathan Riley is, I think, the only Class 3 driver in any class
to have made it into an A final this weekend.
Yep.
So massive congratulations to him. And he's already got the bragging rights in the class 3 novice class. In super heavyweights, relatively confident that Adrian Ray is the only one to have made it up into the A final today, but we'll double check that when they come out onto the track. And obviously class 1 and class 2, everything is all to be decided there. So that's how they will line up. They'll get the practice laps. As we're getting ready, there's the 91 of Mike Bodner. As we pan down there, there is Jonathan Riley. As I say, the only class 3 driver through into this A final. Steve Bosley there in the 20. Gives us the thumbs up. There we go. And Matt Isherwood there in the 75 you saw as well, as they peel out onto the circuit for their practice laps ahead of the final race of the day. What a brilliant weekend it's been here at Whilton Mill. So as we're doing the warm-up for this, it is the last race of the day. It's the appropriate time for us to say a thanks to everyone who's made all of this possible. Thanks, of course, to JV and the team at Club 100 as ever have put on a fantastic show. We were hearing from Stefan Gruber earlier. It's brilliant to have the Rotax people over here to take a look at things. And JV's put on a fantastic event as always. So thank you to everyone at the Club 100 team. Thank you very much as well to all of the circuit staff here, all the marshals, without whom we could not go racing. To everyone involved in the stream today, James Fitchew, who's been calling all the shots as the producer in the room next to us, and to the crew, to Craig Moores, to Jack Mitchell, to Laura Glover, Patrick Von Nummers, and of course DJ, to Anthony Jordan. They've all made the stream possible for you today, the team at Alpha Live. If you like what you've heard from Com's perspective, I've been Howard Mitchell. He's been Andrew Mather. We're Double Dash Motorsport Media. Please do check us out at Double Dash MM across your various social media platforms, and double-mm.com if you want all of the links to that. Do please check out what we're up to. And as Andrew was saying earlier on, the Club 100 iRacing Championship has another round coming up on Wednesday of this coming week, Wednesday evening. That'll be streamed live over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel. We're next in action with Club 100 in 3 weeks' time. So that'll be on the 30th of October. There will be at Ellough Park. And we'll be looking forward to having you join us again for that. So thank you to, as I say, Club 100, the staff here at the circuit, team at Alpha Live. It's been a pleasure for us at Double Dash Motorsport Media. And thanks to you, the audience, for coming and supporting us. Do please like, share, subscribe. And maybe this is the first round. It's been a few months since we've streamed this championship. Maybe this is the first one you've tuned in for this year. Don't forget that there is a whole back catalogue that you can go to. You can go back and watch Glan-Y-Gors and the other rounds that we've done of this season so far. You can go back and watch all of the action from the cadets and juniors that we've had as well this season. Andrew, how many likes did we get to in the end?
Oh, we did it. We got the 75 target that we set.
We got to 82.
82.
If you're watching and you've not liked us yet, go on.
Let's get to 100
Give it
before
a
the end of the stream. We've got 15 minutes.
Right then, this could be an interesting one in the context of the championship. You've got the top 3 in the championship, in the top 3 positions on this grid, and many, many other permutations and contenders on this stat grid of talent in the heavyweights and super heavyweights. Who is going to take round number 9? We're looking
Not quite so good for it because Tim Penny's just slotted himself in there. There we go. We're good for the start then. Eyes on the lights. The engine notes rise and into oblivion we go. Dickie Allen leads them away and Joe Holmes is slotting immediately into second place. But look for Kurt Holmes, who's managed to tuck underneath and is going to try and get Joe Holmes up the hill as they head into Christmas Corner for the first time. Alex Pritchard is in there as well. He's got by on Anwar Barrell-Smith as well. Tim Penny as well has dropped down a couple of positions there as they stream through the top of the hill for the first time and into Ashby Corner. That's Alex Pritchard and Anwar Barrell-Smith going side by side there. And a wide moment as well, but it's been okay for Kai Crawford as well.
Bold start there from Alex Pritchard. Really held himself in amongst that battle. Lost that position to Anwar Barrell-Smith.
That's a big hit. That's Adrian Ray with a big hit into the cones there. On the apex coming out.
Tim Williams out as well.
Yep, Tim Williams with issues there, getting recovered. That's on the exit of Wilkins as they're going too wide into Paddock Corner as well. David Longman and Matt Isherwood side by side there. They somehow managed to keep that one together. At the end of lap one, though, it's Richard Allen who's got half a second over Joe Holmes. Kurt Holmes is in third place. Anwar Barrell-Smith in fourth. And then the number 7 of Alex Pritchard rounds out the top 5. Here is your lead battle. Dickie Allen in the 26. Joe Holmes in the number 1. Anwar Barrell-Smith knows he's got to be part of that fight from a championship perspective. Down the inside of Kurt Holmes into Ashby Corner and gives his gesticulation of please let's move on up towards the back of these guys. Let's work together because otherwise they're going to break away and we'll be doing nothing more than battling over just third place. And already Dickie Allen just taking a bit of a defensive line heading towards the boot. There's Tim Penny and Chris Alcott doing battle. As Darrell Lowe is battling away with Dave Pethers there in the mid-pack. Steve Lindley involved as well. Anwar Barrell-Smith confirmed up to third place then at the end of lap number 2. And look at this, Joe Holmes has closed right onto the back of Dickie Allen here. As they go through Christmas Corner. Fastest lap of the race though was from Anwar Barrell-Smith. He's pushing to get onto the back of these two. It's an interesting one. If Joe Holmes feels there's a move and they start battling, Anwar gets onto the scene quicker. Interesting stuff at the moment. Matt Isherwood and Tim Hill got by on David Longman last night. We saw some of that battling in the mid-pack. Penalties coming in as well. Sam Bensley with a bump and pass. Steve Lindley with a track-limited vantage. So that's where he's been deemed to effectively take a bit of a shortcut or take a track limit
excessive
violation.
Speed.
Yeah, exactly. Something that's allowed him to take advantage there. The penalty to be applied there.
The pace of Anwar is astonishing.
Wow.
55.019 last time around. He took half a second out of 2 drivers he knows very, very well. This is going to be exactly what we talked about with Dickie Allen at the start of the day. He said, watch out for this final. It's going to be spectacular. Dickie Allen, of course, fresh off his first A-final victory of the season, last time out in Wales at Llandau. But here they are, the 3 heavyweights in every sense of the word.
I was going to say, yeah.
Richard Allen, Joe Holmes and Anwar Barrell-Smith has now caught them. 8.5 minutes to go. This, in a way, is quite a rare situation for Joe Holmes to be in.
Yeah.
Where he has to attack and defend at the same time. Is the meat in the sandwich.
And here's the thing: do they call a ceasefire now and try and bridge a gap?
Yeah.
Or do they start battling? At which point the likes of Kurt Holmes and Alex Pritchard go, well, if you insist, guys, thank you very much for the opportunity for a round win.
54.799 from Anwar. Where is he getting this pace from? Down the inside. Here comes Holmes. And Barrell-Smith stuck it down the inside as well.
And he's
going
to
to point Allen back through, though.
Yeah, he thought better of it. Didn't want to get the bump and pass penalty, which would definitely guarantee he could not be in the winners. Well, he couldn't even be on the podium with such a penalty applied. Into Wilkins' corner they'll go, but it's Joe Holmes now to the front of the field trying to break away, trying to break the toe, but that's not a great, I think that's a better line through Osiers for Dickie Allen there, and he's going to get his nose alongside coming down the back straight. Anwar Barrell-Smith senses the opportunity as well. Into the boot they go. And through nose to tail. Can Dickie Allen prise open the door? He can. He's going to try into Paddock, side by side into Paddock. Anwar Barrell-Smith is going to try and duck back through, tuck underneath. It's still side by side into oblivion, and still They're doing pod-to-pod contact, 3 wide on the exit of the crook as they head up the hill, and Anwar Barul-Smith with the double pass to the lead of the race, and Kurt Holmes is right with them.
What reading from Anwar Barul-Smith. It's a triple threat at the front of the order, but Kurt Holmes has joined them now. Big lap this from Anwar. Can he pull away? We've seen him have the pace to join this battle. Can he now get a hot shot? And Kurt Holmes has got ahead of Dickie Allen, but can Anwar pull this gap away now? I'd say he needs 1.2 seconds at least to be comfortable and then start to really relax and think he's got this one. But until then, Joe Holmes, Kurt Holmes, Dickie Allen, they're going to keep pushing and trying to use his slipstream.
And Alex Pritchard and Daniel Taylor have called a truce in the background as well. They can see the opportunities up the road. They're going to work together. And that is going to be something interesting. Further down the order, Tim Hill's just improved to 11th place past Josh Pettit. David Longman still having good battles out there, has improved past Kai Crawford. In fact, Kai Crawford's had a costly lap that time round. Steve Lindley up 3 places. He's been battling all the way through this race. He's got a few contact warnings, though, and that track limit advantage penalty to be applied. Barul-Smith isn't really breaking away all that much from Joe Holmes, but the two of them are beginning to just pull out a bit of space over Kurt Holmes. Dickie Allen, you sense he's like, I need to get past this guy. I need to get past Kurt if I'm going to get on up the road and battle with these two guys I am sharing the sharp end of the points with. Chris Alcott closing in on that Pritchard-Taylor battle. There's 2 Applewood Independence drivers involved with that. In fact, Daniel Taylor has got by Alex Pritchard. Change in the background for 5th place, as there's a slow-moving Adrian Ray there on the back straight. He's got clear problems there with that car in the 97. Pulls over to driver's right. Already had the issue on that first lap. Half a second's gap, actually, that Anwar Barul-Smith has over Joe Holmes. So he has started to pull out a decent gap there. 5 minutes left on the clock. Dickie Allen trying to work with Kurt Holmes, I think, for the moment, to push him up the road. But he would like, yeah, you can see that. He's like, I'm going to push you. Let's bump draft. Let's do whatever's needed to get up onto the back. Well done. You've joined the club now, Kurt. We're going to work together here. Fastest lap of the race, a 54.719 from Anwar Barul-Smith.
It's being matched, though, by Joe Holmes. This is really it. It's like a heavyweight boxing match out there. They're just slugging blows at each other in terms of lap times. 4.5 minutes to go. To remind those of you, need a bit of an update. 5 wins so far this year for Anwar Barul-Smith. He really has stepped up. It's back to the Anwar Barul-Smith I don't think we've seen since probably the likes of 2014.
Yeah.
Joe Holmes, remarkably, has only had 1 A final win so far. Both of them entered today tied on total points counting. But it just feels to me how that if it was today, if Anwar was to win today, that would really, really put a marker down for the last 2 rounds of the season.
Yeah,
in this battle with Joe Holmes, which has raged for years.
Yeah.
You know, so many times it's been Joe who's come out on top, but could this be the year where that changes?
Yeah, absolutely. It does have that feel to it. There's that significance to it. Still working together. 54.642. Fastest lap of the race for Anwar Barul-Smith. Pulls out another 10.5 over Joe Holmes. I don't say this very often. I'm not sure that Joe can live with this pace. He's got to dig deep and find something more if he's going to be able to challenge Anwar here. And it's thousands, it's hundreds, frankly, that Kurt Holmes and Dickie Allen are able to take out of Joe as well. So this is an amazing battle of pace, but they're so good at what they're doing out there. They're swapping hundreds. Chris Alcock has got past Alex Pritchard for 6th place further back. So a swap there between the 2 Applewood Independence drivers. Dave Pethers past Mikey Nichols as well to take himself up into the top 20. Class 2 wise, Kurt Holmes, the man. Dickie Allen looks to the inside on Kurt Holmes. Into Christmas corner. There is the swap. And will Kurt Holmes live with that for the time being? Yes, he will. Still in the pound seats for taking Class 2 honours is Kurt. That in of itself is something to bear in mind. Worth saying as well, Adrian Ray, I know he's had the problems and he's at the back. He has won super heavyweight though, so
yeah,
well done. There is that to hold on to.
Joe is responding. Joe Holmes a 54.602, and it's that thing. It is one mistake.
Yes.
These two drivers are pushing to the absolute limit. That is how much this race, this round, this championship means to both of them. It's just one mistake, and that could decide it all. Joe checks over the shoulder, sees that Dickie Allen is through and into third, but is a good way behind. Can just focus on trying to... A 54.553 from Joe Holmes. This is what he does. We dare to write him off, and he just comes back with more. This is not over. 2 more laps to go. It's going to be less than half a second. Can Anwar Barul-Smith deal with the pressure?
I reckon weight corrected. I know that's a... but did we see faster times in the lightweights? Yes, we have. But... The weight difference is worth nominally 0.4 of a second round a lap like this, I reckon, between the two classes.
And I'm having a sense of deja vu here.
Faster again, a 54.55 dead.
This is going like it did 12 months ago in the identical race, these two. And it came down to a move right at the end that in the end Anwar took the win that day. But he really, really is closing in now. There'll be one more lap after this one, down the hill into Ashby.
And Dickie Allen's hopes rest purely on them battling on this last lap now, because he can't close this gap. He can't quite get the pace out of his Club 100 Rotax Evo kart at this moment in time. The only person at the moment who can deny Anwar Barul-Smith this win is going to be Joe Holmes. What's the time going to be like this time around? The pressure that Barul-Smith is absorbing as well is something else. Let's wait and see what these lap times are. Coming on to the last racing lap of the day. It's matched. Anwar Barul-Smith is faster by 1/100th. He is doing enough at the moment to keep Joe Holmes at bay. Quick look over the shoulder from Joe Holmes. There's no threat from behind. Dan Underhill, by the way, has just got by on Tim Penny. That moves him up into a podium position within Class 2. Anwar Barul-Smith just has to get around the next couple of sectors of the lap. Joe Holmes is pushing him all the way here.
I mean, we've seen some incredible drives from these two individuals over the years in Club 100. Whatever happens in the next sector, I think this is one of the greatest victories for whoever takes this race victory. Anwar Barul-Smith has had 5. Joe Holmes has a little go, as into the toe of the boot, but it's not close enough. It's going to be a final win, number 6 of the year for Anwar Barul-Smith, but the most important of them all, because it gives Anwar Barul-Smith the championship lead with 2 rounds to go. And is this the time when it starts to have that belief there? Last weekend it was disappointment for Anwar Barul-Smith. He left the international competition frustrated, but this week here at Whilton Mill, Howard, it's victory.
Brilliant, brilliant drive by Anwar Barul-Smith. Sees him take round 9 of the championship. Joe Holmes in second place by 0.7 of a second. Dickie Allen in third rounds out the podium, both overall and within Class 1. Kurt Holmes, great drive to 4th in the number 33, takes home the spoils in Class 2. Chris Alcock in 5th place. I have to say, by the way, Chris Alcock was putting in some amazing laps.
Brilliant.
It's just that the context is just some of the fastest laps that I've seen in a long time around Whilton Mill. Finishes 5th. Dan Taylor, second highest of the Class 2, finished in 6th overall. Alex Pritchard in 7th in the number 7. Dan Underhill rounds out your Class 2 podium in 8th. Then it was Matt Isherwood in 9th. Tim Penny, what a day he's had, in 10th place there. Tim Hill in 11th in the number 11. Josh Pettit in 12th. Joe Bailey in 13th. David Longman in 14th. And it was Steve Bosley 15th. Kai Crawford in 16th. Darrell Lowe, Callan Sigafoos, Dave Pethers, and Mikey Nichols takes you to the top 20. Jonathan Riley, he already had the Class 3 honours wrapped up, but finishes it in style in 21st. Sam Bensley in 22nd. Then it was Mike Bodner, Steve Lindley, Tim Williams, and Adrian Ray with some issues in that, but nevertheless takes home the spoils in super heavyweight.
Whoa, another really, really tense one between Anwar Barul-Smith and Joe Holmes. Oh, we've still got another 2 rounds of this to go, mate.
Oh, gosh. No, loving it. Looking forward to it. And fantastic to see the drivers congratulating each other in the paddock. Just underlining I mean, we saw earlier. We saw earlier you talking to Stefan Gruber about the atmosphere in this paddock, Andrew, and that underlined by the drivers congratulating each other after the good race they've had.
I'm going to say I think that's one of Anwar's greatest wins. Genuinely, the pressure that he came under from Joe Holmes. You know, Joe was not off today. That was full Joe Holmes, full committal, speed and consistency, and he threw the kitchen sink at Anwar there. And I tell you, the last time he won the top sprints competition in Club 100 was 2015. He's back to that level, if not in excess of that level. And that win will give him belief now that he can close this out. He's still got a lot to do. It's still got to be every single race, 100%, getting the wins, getting the second places through the heats, getting yourself in the position in that A final to take the race victory. But I think that will give him such belief that he can do it this year. Yeah. And belief more than he's had before in the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, and the rounds are coming thick and fast now, sorry. Right, it's 3 weeks between each of the rounds. It's like this after the summer break. To have momentum is key. It is hard to overstate how important that can be.
Dan Underhill there, very good finish for Dan today. 8th place overall, 3rd in C2. We'll be very happy with that indeed. As Dickie Allen will be on the podium again. All good points for him. That's all time we've all... Oh, there we go. Let's start that one again. That's all we've got time for. That's what I'll say. It's been a long weekend, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here at Whilton Mill. As we say, we will be back in 3 weeks' time. We'll be down at Ellough Park for round 10 of this year's Club 100 Sprints Championship. We do hope you can join us. Then make sure you've subscribed to Alpha Live and click the notification bell. And just one more last time, give that like button a press for today's stream if you've enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash MM is the username tag across all your social media networks. Do give us a follow and a like. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It's been a brilliant day here at Whilton Mill. Thank you to everyone here at Whilton Mill for hosting this round of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time down at Ellough Park. Bye-bye.